All right, well, a good Saturday night to you. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center as well. We've got several confirmed tornadoes now on the ground on the Mississippi side of the state line. This is a very serious situation for multiple thunderstorms now that are producing confirmed tornadoes back in East Mississippi, and some of these have been truly violent tornado signatures. In fact, one of those came through Starkville. We got another tornado signature that is coming just north of the Columbus radar site. I want to show you that one. This thing is just unbelievable. It produced, we're clocking winds over 200 miles per hour. That's an EF5 if damage is confirmed from that. From this thunderstorm, let's swap over the radar side and show you what we're talking about. Again, this is in Mississippi and East Mississippi. That signature right there, that is just west of the Alabama state line. It's moving north-northeast. So again, it's going to be a close call for northern Lamar County and western Marion County. There's a violent tornado on the ground just north of the Columbus radar site. And I mean, this thing is as violent as it gets. You just don't see a signature more pronounced than that. Again, this is in East Mississippi. That's the Alabama state line. That's Detroit right there. And do we get a tornado warning, Emily? Okay, it looks like a new tornado warning was added for East Mississippi counties, but again, that is a violent tornado signature on the ground. That's the radar site just north of Columbus, Mississippi. This is Monroe County, Mississippi. This is Lamar County, Alabama. That's Marion County, Alabama. Very violent signature, large confirmed tornado down with that. In fact, we'll put on the debris signature. You'll be able to see that. Right there. Let me put on the debris. You don't even need to see this because it's right there. There it is, your tornado. That's a debris being lofted just outside of the radar site. This thing just barely missed the radar dome. Fortunately, that didn't take a hit. If that would have took a hit, that would really hamper things tonight with what we're able to see on radar, because we depend on radars to see signatures like that. But again, that is just unbelievable what we're seeing there. We'll put on the velocity display and just kind of show you what we got. In terms of winds, I mean, just incredibly violent circulation. In fact, let's measure this on air while we've got you here and just see how strong the winds are within that. And 141 mile per hour winds, what we're measuring now. We had winds earlier over 200 miles per hour. Just unreal. The signature, again, this is in East Mississippi, just west of Lamar County. That's Detroit. There's Sullivan. There's that Highway 278 corridor that runs right to the radar site back to Amory, Mississippi. So this tornado is right there moving north-northeast. Here's a new update, and I can take this off. Emily, looks like it's going to be a mighty close call for the northwestern tip of Lamar County and western Marion. The National Weather Service may consider tornado warnings shortly for those two counties. Much of Lamar County is going to be out of it, but again, that storm is going to be moving, looks like maybe western portions of Marion County to the west of Hamilton. Looks like it's going to kind of skip the state line there. That signature. Let me take you back to reflectivity.
While you're doing that, okay, Richard, we just did have a new tornado warning issued for the Macon, Mississippi area. So currently we have about 5 tornado warnings just riding on the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So a very dangerous situation ahead of us.
Let me, you see stuff like that, Emily, that is extremely concerning. That's a tornado that will level your house. If you have a brick structure house, it doesn't matter. That wipes everything clean. That is an incredibly dangerous signature. We are hoping that stays out of our counties. We don't want to see this thing hit any structures, but we certainly hope it stays out of our coverage area. That is a close call there. Let me put on the warnings and just kind of show you what we got. Emily was talking about for East Mississippi. We've got numerous tornado warnings for East Mississippi. You see all the polygons in red there. Those are all individual tornado warnings. Should have a tornado warning for Choctaw County a little bit earlier. It looks like the Weather Service in Mobile has allowed that one to expire. But again, we've got numerous tornado warnings back in East Mississippi, and these could easily move into West Alabama. It's going to be one of those deals where we have likely quite a few tornado warnings come out of this event. So again, that's from our watch warning map or perspective of what's happening there. I want to show you this. This is from Tuscaloosa at a Bryant-Denny Stadium. We got a temperature in Tuscaloosa 77, and again, we're approaching midnight now. The wind is out of the southeast at 16 miles per hour. We got a strong southeast wind, and again, that is fueling the thunderstorms back in Mississippi. We've been talking about the dynamics involved with this, the wind shear and event stability. We've got a bad overlap here tonight of all those ingredients, the parameters you like to see for severe weather. For that to actually occur, these parameters are really matched up tonight. And I know usually storms weaken at night, but tonight is not going to be the case. It happens as we do have the right conditions for tornadic thunderstorms. And again, and there's your tornado warnings back in East Mississippi right now. So that's the latest on that. Here's the time frame. This is what we're talking about, midnight to 10 a.m. across central Alabama. So let me kind of zone this off for you. Midnight to 4 a.m. for areas west of Jasper, west of Tuscaloosa, west of Demopolis. Between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., we're talking about these areas here, including Tuscaloosa back towards Birmingham, Aniana down towards Marion. That's what time this line to supercellular type of storms will reach your area and produce the possibility of some tornadoes. And then East Alabama, 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. is the time frame we're looking at for those particular communities. Again, that's the times of arrival and the times of departure for your cities. Again, we got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center. And Emily, this thing that came through Starkville, Mississippi, that's the same storm we're watching now in Monroe County, Mississippi. This thing was really impressive.
Yeah, and it just kept firing up once it headed towards the Ackerman area in Mississippi. Now, this storm did pack a punch in Starkville. I've been keeping up with Twitter for storm reports, and I did see a couple pictures where trees were across the roadway in Blackjack Road. Now, I do understand that no damage has been done to campus, but power is out in some areas in Starkville, so they'll be able to measure the damage once daylight comes tomorrow.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a severe thunderstorm warning, Emily, for Lamar and Marion, and that's going to be for the, they say RFD winds, that's rear flank downdraft winds. You don't see that often in terms of issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for that.
And it's going to last until about 12:15 a.m.
Yeah.
So we're just going to continue to monitor these storms, especially this one as well, since it is producing a severe thunderstorm warning. But I'm keeping my eyes on the National Weather Service chat just to make sure we don't miss anything. But right now in Alabama, we don't have any active tornado warnings, but I do expect that to change within the next few hours or so.
Yeah, I would say so. If we get through this event without a tornado warning, I'd be very surprised. But Emily, we're talking about the strong damaging winds that are coming through Lamar County. And by the way, Emily's getting all this on the blog and social media too, these warnings, doing a great job with that, keeping us updated online as well. Again, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. There's your tornado there. That's back in Monroe County, Mississippi. But the National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Lamar County and western Marion County. There's Hamilton there. And the reason they went with a severe thunderstorm warning is not because of the tornado. It's this right here. This is called rear flank downdraft winds. This is the strong violent winds that come around the south side of the circulation that wrap around the tornado. And again, that's your tornado there. But again, this is the rear flank downdraft winds. This can be winds over 80 to 90 miles per hour close to this tornado. So while the tornado is moving like that, these strong powerful winds wrapping around the tornado is producing some incredible winds now coming into Lamar County. So Pine Springs and Detroit, we could easily see winds over 60 miles per hour. I'd say possibly over 70 miles per hour with that. The core of the stronger winds are just right back here in Mississippi. You can see that there. In fact, let me see if I can pull that information up on the air with you and show you what we got, because we've got, again, the potential for some strong damaging winds with that. So let me hop over here to the computer and show you that. Again, so if you're just now joining us, it is 11:40. Coming up on 11:40, I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. We've got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center as well. We continue to watch a very dangerous situation for some strong tornadoes back in Mississippi. And by the way, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lamar County and Marion. That's for strong straight line winds. So look at the velocity signatures of about 65 to 70 miles per hour coming up on Detroit. And again, that's certainly enough to cause some tree and power line damage. The tornado itself is just just west of the Alabama state line and just west of Detroit. We do have, again, several other storms we're watching carefully back in Mississippi. Some of these just south of Macon. There's one between Scuba and Geiger.
All right, tornado warning for Pickens and Sumter County. This is going to last until 12:45 a.m. So we're going to be on the air until this warning expires. All
right, so we got a tornado warning again for Sumter and Pickens. I believe that's the storm we're talking about right there, Emily, the one coming through Scuba, Mississippi, and coming up on Geiger. And I will say this, these tornado tracks are not the typical tornado tracks we see. I know a lot of people in Geiger say, oh no, this thing's coming towards Tuscaloosa. Well, these are moving almost northeast instead of northeast. So let me take you back over to radar again. We're going to stay on air with this because we have a tornado warning. Emily, that includes all of Pickens County.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, in northern Sumter County. Again, we got some dangerous thunderstorms back in Mississippi producing confirmed tornadoes. Let me take you in to the storm of concern now. That's in our coverage area, and I tell you what, let me show you this real fast before we go into Pickens County. Again, we've got numerous thunderstorms back in East Mississippi moving to West Alabama. Much of central Alabama currently all dry and okay, but we do have some dangerous thunderstorms that are coming into West Alabama now. So let me take you into the tornado warning storm down here that's coming up on northern Sumter and western Pickens County. We've got a dangerous thunderstorm southwest of Aliceville, and this thing is moving. What was the speed on that, Emily?
Let's see. So this is going to be radar indicated, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And we do have another tornado warning that just has been issued for Marion County. This is going to last until 12:30. And this is northeast at 60 miles per hour.
Okay, so we have several tornado warnings now. I want to mention this first off. Areas near north of Geiger, up and down Highway 17 to Aliceville and Carrollton. Just about all of Pickens County is under a tornado warning. So we want you in your safe place now. Get out of a mobile home, find a site-built structure, get underground if you can. These tornadoes tonight mean business. We've seen some violent tornado signatures back in East Mississippi, and there's no reason this should not continue into West Alabama. The environment tonight is conducive for these long-track tornadoes, and I think this is going to continue for West Alabama especially. So let me take you over to the velocity signature and show you where this tornadic rotation is. Again, very close to Geiger now, coming out of Scuba, Mississippi, moving northeast just like that. This is going to follow Highway 17 towards Aliceville and Carrollton. Let me take you up to the other tornado warning that has just been posted for northern Lamar County and Marion County for another potential tornado that could be down. We had a confirmed tornado down right there. Looks like the tornado may still be there based off the signature, but again, it's certainly a dangerous thunderstorm. That one just produced a violent tornado that came across Mississippi State University area and then across near the radar side back in Monroe County north of Columbus.
Yeah, Richard, the Marion County, that storm is cycling out of the previous tornado in Mississippi. So we saw this earlier, and it was a pretty nasty signature.
Yeah, so if you are in western Marion County, I tell you what, we need to get you in a safe place right now. Let's not take a chance with this thing. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm that is likely to produce another tornado if it's not already. That again is going to impact areas west of Hamilton. There's the tornado warning. Goes up to Red Bay back in East Mississippi from Smithville back to Red Bay. But the National Weather Service going ahead and posting a tornado warning for western Marion County for likely the potential for a new tornado that could be down or could be cycling. Let me pull on the reflectivity out of Columbus and see if we can get a good perspective of this thing. And yeah, you're right, Emily. I think we're about to see a new tornado form right there, just like it's done for, what, 2 or 3 times now. So again, this is a very dangerous situation if you're in western Marion County. We're talking about west of Hamilton. Here's your old tornado. You can actually still see the debris signature there, but we're likely to have a new tornado try to form right here, just like it did about 30 minutes ago back in Monroe County, Mississippi. So this is your old tornado. What's happening is it's occluding off, and a new tornado will form right here and come up on Bexar and Scottsville. If you're in Scottsville and Bexar, we need you in that safe place now. And again, get underground if you can. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Again, this is a dangerous situation for likely a new tornado that's about to form. There's your old tornado right there. There's no doubt there's one right there that just crossed out of Monroe County, Mississippi. We're likely to see a new tornado form right here in that new updraft region. And again, this is going to come up on Bexar. It's going to cross that highway, the new Interstate 22 corridor. And again, this is certainly a dangerous situation. It does not include the downtown Hamilton area. If you're in downtown Hamilton, this includes areas to your west. But again, it's a close call. If you're west of Hamilton, we want you in a safe place right now. And let me take you down to the south because we've got another tornado warning in Pickens County and northern Sumter for another dangerous thunderstorm that's coming out of East Mississippi. And again, this includes much of Pickens County in northern Sumter County. Here's where your tornadic circulation is, very close to Geiger. And again, what you're looking at is northern Sumter County. That's Greene County there. You go up to the northeast, we got Tuscaloosa County. That's the Sipsey River. This is where the Sipsey River and Tombigbee join together. Tombigbee runs down the south to Gainesville, down to Forkland and Demopolis. But again, your tornadic signature is going to be west of the Tombigbee River for the moment. Then it's going to cross over the Tombigbee somewhere close to Cochran and continue up towards Carrollton. If this does indeed happen. In fact, let me put on the velocity.
Yeah, I'm watching the velocity right now on our iPad, and this does look like a pretty impressive signature. It's starting to tighten up here, but let me check the correlation coefficient real quick just to see if we do have any signs of debris. Yeah, we do have some signs of debris right now, so we're going to continue to watch this. There has not been a confirmation that a tornado is on the ground yet from the National Weather Service, but I'm continuing to monitor this chat room and will continue to update as soon as possible.
Yeah, Emily, and again, this is certainly a situation we need to be carefully watching for the potential for a tornado that's coming into northern Sumter County. Now, again, I know if you're watching us in Tuscaloosa, you're looking at that and you're saying this thing's near Geiger. Just about every tornado event, if there's a tornado near Geiger, it comes up towards Tuscaloosa. This one is not happening. That's not going to do that. This one's moving north-northeast like that, up towards Cochran and Aliceville, rather than northeast like that. Again, the setup for these thunderstorms, the main flow, the steering currents are going to make these storms move in a north-northeast direction rather than off to the northeast. In fact, and look on the information on this, we can sample the winds inside this tornado and see if there is a tornado there. We can look at the wind speed here and just see what we got. Again, let me pull on the information so you can do that.
While you're pulling on the information, it does kind of look like the signature is starting to weaken just a little bit. And we've been watching these storms fire out of Mississippi, and they'll happen pretty quickly, and they'll have a pretty tight signature with them, but then they just fizzle out. So these aren't looking to be long-lasting, but these storms are producing some significant damage with them. Yeah,
look at the shear on this thing, Emily. We've got 116 mile an hour shear off of this thunderstorm. That's rotating winds. So this thing means business is coming to northern Sumter County. Let me clear this off for you. Again, that's a dangerous thunderstorm right on the state line of East Mississippi. Looks like possibly another one trying to develop below ML. We'll need to watch that one carefully. But again, this one up here to the north, though, we're watching it very close to see if this thing is going to try to cycle, because this happens so fast. The updraft reorganizes, the mesocyclone gets to going, and we produce a new tornado. And this thing will be coming up on Bexar and Scottsville. So we want you in a safe place if you're in Bexar or Scottsville, along that Interstate 22 corridor that's going to cross I-22 very shortly. I'll put on the radar out of Columbus, and again, we're watching for that new cycle to begin, and it could happen anytime. We've already seen it happen several times, so we cannot stress the urgency enough for this dangerous situation. There could be a tornado down with that. And again,
just continuing, we're just going to continue the tornado warning for Pickens and Sumter once again until 12:45 this morning. This storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, so this storm is moving pretty fast here. Yeah,
and the one that's coming into Marion's moving 60 miles per hour, so pretty good speed on these thunderstorms. And we'll look at the reports just to kind of see what's happening so far out of Mississippi. And again, we got several tornado reports, and I can tell you there's going to be more of these pop up based off what we've seen so far tonight. Here's the watch warning map. Again, we got a tornado warning that's in effect for northern Sumter. Much of Pickens County, they put kind of a wide polygon on that because how these storms are kind of recycled, and they kind of move a little bit as they do recycle. So again, we got several tornado warnings in our coverage area. We've got one more back in East Mississippi that includes southern Lauderdale County, just below Meridian. But again, the tornado watch is until 3 o'clock this morning for west and central Alabama. That's the latest on that. So again, we're watching these storms very carefully for indications of recycling and producing another tornado. And I do think this storm that's coming up on the Tombigbee River, northern Sumter, that's about to cross the Tombigbee, has me concerned that it could be producing a tornado as well. So again, if you're just now joining us about 11:50 on this Saturday night, our Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, Emily Owen is here as well. And we continue to watch this situation where we have several tornadoes have been confirmed back in Mississippi. And now we have 2 tornado warnings in our coverage area. That's for northern Sumter, much of Pickens County, and western Marion County in northwest Alabama, under the gun for 2 tornadic circulations along this line of thunderstorms. And we could see additional tornadic circulations form on this before the night is certainly over with. So again, we've got a while to go before this all comes to an end across Alabama. Again, this is going to be a long night. We're likely to deal with this for multiple hours until tomorrow morning. By the time the sun comes up, these storms should be in far east Alabama. So again, we've got a long night to go before this is all over with. Hopefully we'll get through this night without any major issues, but based off of what we've seen back in Mississippi, I am concerned that we could have some issues in Alabama as well. Let me swap radar size and tell you what I'm going to take Columbus, because that gives a kind of better perspective on the storm. Looks like, Emily, we could have a tornado forming right now. Yeah, right here, just coming up on Bexar.
Yep, National Weather Service just put in the chat that there is a developing tornado near Bexar. So it's looking pretty intense as we zoom on into this storm right now.
Yeah, Emily, if you're anybody in Bexar on that Interstate 22 corridor, we want you underground now. This thing has produced at least 2 violent tornadoes back in Mississippi, and there's no reason, based off the environment we're in this storm structure, this thing is going to produce another big tornado coming up on Bexar and Scottsville. You've got to get underground if you can, out of a car, out of a mobile home. It's a very dangerous situation of another tornado that's currently forming as we speak, right there on top of Interstate 22. Here's our new couplet beginning to form. We're going to watch this very carefully. This thing can spin up quickly, but again, Bexar, Scottsville, western Marion County to the west of Hamilton. We want you in a safe place, the lowest floor of your home, many walls between you and the outside as we get you. Also, interior closet, bathtub, hallway. That's always good options. Begin if you're in a mobile home in western Marion County near Bexar or Scottsville, along into the west of Highway 19. You've got to get out of a mobile home, got to get out of a car, because I think we got a new tornado forming right now, right on top of Bexar. Again, a very dangerous circulation beginning to take shape. So I can't stress the urgency of how serious the situation is. We've seen this thing produce at least 2 or 3 violent tornadoes back in Mississippi, and I think this could be about to produce another violent tornado coming up on I-22 as we speak. And again, we got Emily Owen in the Weather Center watching things carefully. Anything coming out of the Weather Service, Emily?
Haven't seen anything yet, but, you know, once again, I do want to reiterate that this is the same storm that produced that tornado on the Mississippi State campus. So these things are producing pretty intense velocity. You've got that inflow and outflow boundary creating that rotation. So these storms have passed through. This was the storm that passed through Ackerman as well, and we saw that rotation go right over the Columbus radar site. But these storms have packed a punch at Mississippi State. I do know of some damage that happened there, and you know, we're just going to have to watch this all night, because these storms will develop and then quickly die down and then just redevelop, and they just keep coming stronger and stronger. So this is something to not mess around with tonight. You know, you want to have that safe place ready and make sure that you can receive those warnings if need be.
Yeah, just checking some of this damage over at Mississippi State University. We're talking with Jacob Lanier, too, over there, and he's saying about a mile east of campus is where this tornado touched down. And we got some pictures here, and we're going to try to get those on our iPad here as well, so we can take those live on air. We're going to tweet these out, too, if you can. And again, Emily's going to take care of that. Again, we got a dangerous thunderstorm that is likely producing a tornado that's coming up on Interstate 22 as we speak. And again, I'm going to pull on the reflectivity and just kind of look at the storm structure, and it looks impressive. This thing could easily drop a tornado coming up on Bexar and Scottsville. So we need you in a safe place now. Lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's go down to the south quickly. I want to show this other storm of concern that I'll pull on the velocity so you can see where the rotation is a little bit better on our radar. And there it is on Highway 17, just past Geiger, coming up on the Vienna community, Dancy, Highway 17, Cochran, Aliceville, and Carrollton. You're going to be under the gun for the possibility this being a tornado down. Let me go down to the south. And again, we've got a couple of rotation signatures back at East Mississippi. We're going to have to watch carefully as well. So again, I want to take you outside real fast to show you our camera from Broad-Diddy and Tuscaloosa. We've had quite a bit of lightning, some of these thunderstorms to the west. And again, I know a lot of folks are waking up to the sound of thunder, seeing some lightning flashes outside. I just want to reiterate for Tuscaloosa, things are okay for the moment, but again, that could change later tonight as these dangerous tornadic thunderstorms do continue to move off towards the east. So again, we got several tornadic thunderstorms back in West Alabama, coming out of East Mississippi, and this is a look from Broad-Diddy and Tuscaloosa where things are pretty quiet for the moment. Let me show you the watch warning map, and again, there's your tornado warnings. Got one for western Marion County. That's areas around Bexar and Scottsville that's under the gun for the possibility of a tornado there. Also, we got northern Sumter County, areas north of Geiger, that includes also pretty much all of Pickens County under a tornado warning, as we do have the potential for a tornado there as well. Here is our time frames, and we got now through 4 a.m. for West Alabama, basically Jasper, Tuscaloosa, and Demopolis, points west. Now through 4 a.m., between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., areas between Tuscaloosa and Birmingham back towards Brent and Centerville. Marion, you're going to be dealing with these severe thunderstorms, and then between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m., East Alabama. We're looking at places like Gadsden, Jacksonville, Oxford, Anniston, Talladega, Rockford, and Lineville between, again, 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. That's going to be the time frame for you that you're going to be under the gun as well. So again, we're also getting some of the damage pictures there for the tornado that touched down back in Starkville, Mississippi, and Emily Owens is working on that as well. And again, the deal is we got some thunderstorms that are producing tornadoes back in East Mississippi, now moving into West Alabama. So let me take you into this dangerous storm that's coming up on Bexar, crossing the I-22 corridor. This is going to be northwest Marion County in northwest Alabama. And I'll tell you what, let me take on the reflectivity out of Columbus and show you what we got here. Again, this is no doubt a very dangerous signature now. It's across Interstate 22. It's coming up on Scottsville. So again, if you're west of Highway 19 near Scottsville, we got a dangerous circulation. Looks like a new tornado is forming. As we speak, this is your rotational signature right there, your hook echo feature. Again, this is your inflow notch where warm, moist air is wrapping into the mesocyclone, which sits right here. This is your big updraft. And I'll pull on the velocity. And yeah, it looks like we could have a tornado trying to touch down here coming up on Scottsville. So again, if you're between Bexar and Scottsville, that's where we're talking about for the potential for a tornado that could be there with that thunderstorm. So again, we've also got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center, and Emily are in the studio with us. Emily, you got some damage pictures from Starkville.
Yeah, I've got some reports from Starkville. We have tons of trees down from this storm, and this is the storm that Richard's talking about that's producing this warning. So this is in the Starkville community, just tons of trees down over roadways, and I do understand that some of these storms pass through some of the apartment complexes, but Mississippi State is safe right now for itself. So localized flooding is an issue with this as well. Here's a ditch here in Starkville, and this is actually in the Aspen Heights community of Starkville. This is about 2 miles down the road from Mississippi State University. Looks like some sort of metal siding or roofing that is blown off. This actually wasn't from Aspen Heights. This was from somewhere else. So this is debris that had fallen from that storm that we're seeing that Richard was talking about earlier. And then, of course, we've got plenty of trees across roadways right now. This is on Blackjack Road in Starkville, Mississippi. This is the road that runs straight to campus, and I know tons of students take this roadway. So make sure that if you're traveling out and about tonight that you are using extreme caution as we head into the overnight hours. So let me just go back to radar scope just to check and see, we're still continuing to monitor this rotation behind me. And it does look pretty impressive in it's right east of the Tremont area and west of Hamilton. So Hamilton is not included in this tornado warning right now, and this tornado warning is allowed to expire in about 30 minutes or so. So let me flip this back on to the actual radar site, and yeah, we're seeing a pretty impressive signature with this. And let me see if I can go to the correlation coefficient. This is what we use to detect if we have any debris associated with this. And it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier with the storm that passed through Mississippi State and caused all of this damage. But I do want to check. I know that during the 10 o'clock news that hail would be an issue with this as well. So looking at the vertically integrated liquid, this is what we use to see if there's any hail detection with this. And I was reading the chat earlier, and pea-sized hail has been associated with these storms. So we are picking up some hail detection behind me as well. But I'm going to toss it back over to Richard Scott, and he's going to give you more on this tornado warning right now.
Hey, thanks, Emily. Yeah, a dangerous situation. We're watching carefully for a thunderstorm that's over northwest Marion County. This is right over Shotsville now. So again, if you're in Shotsville, we got the indication there could be a tornado trying to develop here. It could be a new one trying to form. Again, this is now north of Interstate 22, north of the Bexar community. A dangerous thunderstorm that has produced a violent tornado back in East Mississippi, and we are watching the velocity signature very carefully to see if we see that intense rotation redevelop. And again, we still got evidence of strong rotation right over Shotsville now. This is west of Highway 19. Let me zoom out just a bit. I'll tell you what I want to do is do a path on this thing and show you. This is about to move out of Marion County. Again, this is really areas that are to the northwest of Hamilton. Again, still got there's a new update there right on top of Shotsville. Looks like got a potential tornado that could be down.
We've got a new tornado warning actually for Pickens County. This is going to be until 12:45. This is located near the Aliceville area. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Okay, let me take you into that storm, and then we'll go back into the Marion County storm. So we've got a brand new tornado. Pickens County since April 27th of 2011. A lot of communities around there in Pickens County have put together community storm shelters, and I imagine most of those storm shelters open tonight. So if you're in a mobile home, we want you to get out of that and find a site-built structure until this tornado passes. Now, this is not a confirmed tornado, but again, there's evidence there could be a tornado there. Let me take you back to the north, and again, I want to do a storm track on that storm that's coming out of Marion County real fast. Then we'll go back down to Pickens. We're working two tornado warnings simultaneously now that have the potential to produce a tornado. Again, Lamar County, you're okay now, but this tornadic circulation that's coming out of Marion County, there's Hamilton and Hackleburg on 43. This is all to your northwest, and again, this is coming out of Shotsville. This is the Marion County line there. Once it gets up here, it's in the Huntsville television market coverage area, so we'll let this storm go as it crosses the county line. That's happening as we speak. I'll zoom into this real quick, and then we're going to get back down to Pickens County because this tornadic circulation is just about to move out of Marion County. Again, this is northwest of Hamilton. So again, if you're in Hamilton, you are okay with this potential tornado. This is going to be north of Bexar. It just passed north of Shotsville. There's Shotsville there. Highway 19 that runs up to the Avena community. Excuse me. That's north of Marion County. We've got the Tremont back here in East Mississippi. We had a violent signature of this tornado that moved out of Mississippi into northwest Alabama. The National Weather Service went ahead and posted that tornado warning as the storm cycled and did have indications of a tornado here. Put on the reflectivity and kind of see how this storm structure looks out of Columbus. And again, this thing really looked impressive about 10 minutes ago. Let me see what it looks like now. And there it is. Again, still very strong evidence of a tornado. Now north of Shotsville, there's your inflow notch, your hook echo feature. Here's your updraft region of the thunderstorm. You got your rain rapid around the mesocyclone, and underneath that would be where your tornado would be. And again, this is now just past Shotsville, moving north-northeast, a pretty good clip between 55 and 60 miles per hour. So again, we got that over West Alabama. We got Emily Owen also here in the Weather Center. Emily, anything new coming from the chat?
Haven't seen anything so far new with the chat other than that warning for Pickens County going to last until 12:45. And also I do want to mention again that Marion County tornado warning is going to last until 12:30. So once again, you know, these storms are dangerous and, you know, they're spinning up pretty quick. So you're not going to have much time to get to that safe place, you know, if you're right under the gun of these storms. So I hope that you all have a way to receive proper warnings and, you know, just check your radar every once in a while. I know a lot of people have problems with that, you know, not having a good app to view that or whatever, but you know, I'm continuing to monitor the chat and I haven't got any new information, no damage reports so far, so that is some good news, but I'm expecting that to change pretty soon here.
Yeah, Emily, let's bring on our Tuscaloosa camera from Brian Denny. I want to show you what it looks like outside. We've had quite a bit of lightning. We've just been watching some of that behind the scenes here. I know a lot of people in the Tuscaloosa, Northport areas maybe waking up to some of the thunder, seeing a lot of flashes of lightning out there. And the deal is we don't have anything severe in Tuscaloosa. We got a tornado warning back in Pickens County, and then the tornadic circulation that's exiting northwest Marion County as we speak. But again, in Tuscaloosa, there's no issues ongoing. We just got some flashes of lightning from these thunderstorms that are to the west of Tuscaloosa. But again, we're watching this from our camera that's on top of Bryant Denny Stadium, looking in a northwest direction towards those thunderstorms back in West Alabama. Again, here in Tuscaloosa, it's not even raining at the moment, but again, that will change a little later on as these severe storms do come on in. I do want to show you the watch warning map. And again, we've got a tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. And this includes much of West Alabama, pretty much all of West Alabama, most of Central Alabama. What I would expect is the National Weather Service to go ahead and extend that tornado watch into East Alabama a little later on this morning. Put on our computer model and just kind of show you what we've got. Show you what we got here in terms of future radar, what things could look like for the rest of tonight. And again, we'll take through 2, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. See, these storms are still ongoing. As we go towards 6 a.m., 7 a.m., this is going to be East Alabama. West Alabama will be out of the threat at that point. And the National Weather Service, Emily, is going to cancel the tornado warning for Pickens County.
Good. Well, I do have some new storm report damages pictures that I want to show you. So this is once again that metal siding that we saw earlier in the Aspen Heights community of Starkville. This is the storm that Richard was talking about earlier. And we do have this one storm that has passed. This was on County Road 60 in the Winfield area. Lots of trees down with this system, and you know the soil is saturated as well. So trees are falling down easily, and not just from tornadoes, you know. Straight line damaging winds are also going to be a problem with tonight's storms as well. So, you know, just because you don't have a tornado warning doesn't mean you're not going to have any damage. Could see gusts up to 60 miles per hour tonight as well. And, you know, hail is going to be a problem with this too. Frequent lightning. So we've got a lot to talk about tonight, and a lot to keep our eyes on. So I'm going to pull it back to radar scope one more time while Richard's checking things behind the scenes. And, you know, we're just continuing to monitor this tornado warning. The one in, which one expired, Richard, did you say?
Pickens County. They just canceled.
So the Pickens County tornado warning that was originally supposed to expire at 12:30 has expired now. So we're just continuing to watch that one around the Red Bay area. But if we could take our tower cam right now, we do have some lightning popping up on this, and I'm hoping to get a good shot of this. Frequent lightning is definitely a factor in tonight's storms, and I've just been watching this tower cam. The lightning has been lighting up the sky tonight, so I'm hoping we could get a good shot of that right now. We'll just have to wait and see.
You know what's going to happen, Emily, is now that you say that, we're not going to have any lightning.
No lightning.
You know, every time we get off of our camera, we get this big flash of cloud-to-cloud lightning. It looks incredible. But again, that's what we're watching. It's kind of eerie seeing some of this lightning out here. Emily, we're way ahead of the thunderstorms. What we're seeing is this cloud-to-cloud lightning up under the anvil of these storms back to the west. And again, it looks like we're starting to get some rain here in Tuscaloosa now. And again, that is about it. But what you're looking at is radar now. We got radar pulled back up, and Again, we're watching these thunderstorms carefully back in West Alabama. And I will say this, Emily, we've seen kind of a little pulse down here in terms of what's happening. And by the way, on the side of your screen, that's some of the tornado shelters is open here in Tuscaloosa. Now, I understand there's a lot of other community shelters in other parts of the state, but this is just focused on the Tuscaloosa area. Again, you see that information on the side of your screen there. But again, what we're watching is these severe thunderstorms back in West Alabama, East Mississippi, and we got all the tornado warnings, I believe, have expired except for northwest Marion County. That storm is in the process of exiting Marion County. In fact, let me take you into that and show you what we got here. Again, we got several thunderstorms that are moving across West Alabama, but this one here in northwest of Hamilton is pretty much out of the county now. So let me pull on the radar out of Columbus and let's just be sure about this. This is the velocity signature. And yeah, your rotation is completely out of Marion County. So we give an all clear for Marion County. If you are Bexar back towards the Scottsville area, you're now okay. This tornadic circulation is passed to your northeast. No other problems expected with that. So again, if you're in Hamilton, Bexar, back towards Scottsville, the circulation is passed now to your north, even though the National Weather Service does continue a tornado warning in effect for northwest Marion County. There's your circulation right there, again, just south of Red Bay. Heavy rain and hail possibly falling up in Red Bay. Again, that's in the Huntsville National Weather Service office area and TV market. Again, our coverage area stops right here as these people up here can watch Huntsville stations. Down here, they watch our station in the Birmingham market. But again, we're still watching these storms that extend back into Monroe County, Mississippi for any sign of additional rotation that could be moving into Lamar and western Marion County. So we could see more rotation flare up with that. But again, that storm right there is the one that produced the tornado back in Starkville. It produced several violent tornado signatures we saw on radar just a little bit earlier. In fact, some of this, Emily, was quite impressive as we were watching just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and that Marion County tornado, you know, I mentioned earlier that these storms are just ramping up and then dying back down. So that tornado warning for Marion has been allowed to expire, actually. So we're ahead of the game here, expiring the warnings before they were actually put out. You know, this was supposed to expire around 12:45 and it's 12:09, and this thing has been allowed to expire. So
and it's just out of the county, Emily. So that's the only thing. The problem is the tornado circulation's out of the county. Well, the Weather Service needs to go ahead and expire the warning as it's out of the county. So again, we've got several thunderstorms back in West Alabama now, but we've seen a trend downhill temporarily. But do not let your guard down, because we've seen these things flare up quickly, and that could happen again. But at the moment, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have any tornado warnings.
No current tornado warnings right now on our DMA.
All right, let me show you the watch warning map. Again, we've still got a severe thunderstorm warning up here in northwest Marion County, but down here below Meridian, we've got a tornado warning for southern Lauderdale County, Mississippi, and we'll watch that for Sumter. But again, we've still got a tornado watch in effect, all the counties in that yellow shade for much of central and west Alabama. Goes until 3 o'clock this morning, and we'll continue updates on that. But as there are no tornado warnings, we'll go back to programming here in just a moment, but we want to just make sure that we're okay in terms of any additional rotation. So let me take you back over to the velocity, and let's look at things carefully here over West Alabama. Again, this is kind of wide perspective here. What you're looking at is the wind inside the thunderstorms, and what we look at is the direction the raindrops are blowing, and that'll give us a good idea if there's any circulation with these thunderstorms. Let me start you down into Sumter County, and we'll kind of pan this thing to the north again. We did have a tornado warning for Pickens County just a little bit earlier. National Weather Service allowing that warning to expire. Let's look at what's left of that rotational signature right over Aliceville. But again, not much. It's just not as impressive as it was about 30 minutes ago when it came out of North Sumter County around Scuba and Geiger. It came up into Pickens County. That thing really weakened and broadened out. So good news with that. The rotation's pretty much fizzled out with that. Tell you what, let's pan this off to the north just to make sure there's nothing else here. In Pickens County, don't see anything there. That's good. Lamar County, you're looking good. Let's go up to the north. And again, there's your wind shift line right there. So we got, again, the change in wind directions basically, but we don't have any sign of rotation. This is all straight line instead of rotating air. So that's good. So far we have canceled all of the tornado warnings in our coverage area, Emily. So that is amazing. In fact, I really honestly did not expect that based off of what was happening about an hour ago.
Yeah, literally about an hour ago, they were about 5 tornado warnings right on the state line, and they have since diminished. So we currently don't have any active warnings right now on radar, but I'm obviously continuing to monitor the chat. You can hear the Huntsville chat in the background too. You know, we got to keep an eye on Coleman County. They're in our DMA for TV coverage, but not from the National Weather Service. So I'm continuing to monitor both, but right now we don't have any damage reports so far, so that's some good news. But I'm continuing to keep my eyes on any damage pictures, and if you have any that you want to send in, you can send them in to Richard on Twitter. He's at RichardWVUA23, or you can send them in to myself. I'm at EmilyOwen_WX. We would greatly appreciate to show these damage report photos.
And I'll tell you what, while we got you on air, let's look down here to the southwest. And again, we got some thunderstorms down in Choctaw County that are concerning. These are not at the moment tornadic, but again, these are going to move northeast in our southern counties, and those could spin up a tornado based off the environment tonight. I want to look at the lightning display because these storms are producing a lot of lightning, especially up here coming into northwest Alabama. Look at this, Emily, it's coming into Marion County, just incredible.
Can we count how many lightning strikes are on that?
Let's see what we've got here. Again, incredible amount of lightning with these storms. Let's see, 180 strikes, and that's over about a county-wide area, and that's a lot of lightning with that. Now, we did see back in Mississippi, Emily, earlier, more lightning strikes from another thunderstorm, but again, these things are spitting out some lightning quickly. And this is live lightning data, by the way. The moment you see the lightning strike pop up, it's actually happening. So technology is truly incredible with that. Let me go down to the south. Again, these storms out of East Mississippi, again, producing quite a bit of lightning. In fact, let me zoom you out to a wide view and just for the fun of it, see how much lightning we're getting from this entire line. Let me clear that data. Go ahead.
The warning that was in Marion County pushed on into, let's see, what was it? Let me go back to the chat. It pushed on into the Colbert and Franklin County area. That warning has actually been allowed to expire, so we don't currently have any active warnings in Alabama right now, tornado warnings.
Unbelievable. That's just truly incredible. I mean, an hour ago, I would have bet we had 5 or 6 tornado warnings right now. Actually, there's not a single tornado warning in this entire southeast area. That is just something remarkable, and I'll tell you why that is. Our boss Steve DiOrio has just gotten here, and he's helping us out with tornado coverage tonight. And usually when Steve shows up, boss man shows up, everything goes quiet. You remember when Jacob would come over, Jacob Lanier from Mississippi State, he'd come over and help severe weather coverage, and it's like everything would die down when he got here. It's just something else. But I wish I had that kind of luck. But again, there's no tornado warnings with this entire system, which is quite frankly surprising, based off of the environment, based off of the parameters tonight. And I'm telling you, I would not let your guard down, but that is a wonderful thing to see so far. Let me just kind of look at some of these storms. Again, we got some coming out of Choctaw County that are now severe, but again, not tornadic. We got strong thunderstorms coming across Sumter County, northern Greene County that have shown some sign of rotation, but currently are not. Up towards Aliceville and Carrollton, raining heavily now. A lot of lightning associated with that. Millport, Kennedy, raining heavily. And again, we've got this line of severe thunderstorms back in East Mississippi coming across Monroe County. And I believe they got Lowndes County under that too. That's coming up on Marion County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for western Marion and much of northern Lamar County. So again, we do have the risk of damaging straight line winds with that. And Emily, one encouraging thing, I don't see any sign of rotating wind. I just see straight line winds with that.
Yeah, and speaking of straight line winds, the Birmingham National Weather Service has actually issued a wind advisory for pretty much all of our DMA, and this is going to last until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, so tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go back over to program here in just a second. Let me show you radar real quick out of wide perspective and everybody out there. Again, we got a line of strong to severe thunderstorms over West Alabama. Currently, we don't have any tornado warnings, which is fantastic. This line is going to continue slowly sliding southeast, and we'll be watching these things for any sign of rotation and any potential tornado with that. We've got to look from Brian Diddy. I want to show you this too. Rain is beginning to fall in Tuscaloosa. There's some of that lightning. We've been trying to catch some of the lightning from our camera perspective. Seems like we miss it every time we show it. 76 in Tuscaloosa, very warm, unstable air. There's the watch warning map. We got, again, a tornado watch continues for most of central and all of West Alabama until 3 o'clock this morning. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings for Lamar County and western Marion County. Also down at Choctaw County, severe thunderstorm warning there. All these producing the potential for damaging straight line winds with this event. Let me go through the time frame before we go back over to the program. We're going to take a quick break here in just a moment. Since we don't have any current warnings, we do have, again, several severe thunderstorm warning possibilities with this. Could see a couple more tornado warnings midnight now through 4 a.m. for West Alabama. If you are east of Tuscaloosa back towards Birmingham, Brent, Centerville, and Marion, we're talking about 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. and far east Alabama. You're going to be under the gun for the potential for a few tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds. Gadsden, Anniston, Jacksonville, Talladega, and Rockford, 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. That's the time frame we're looking at for, again, this activity to continue across Alabama. Winds continue very strong out there out of the southeast. Again, what we're going to do is take a quick break. Again, Emily, we're good in the Weather Center?
We're good.
All right, so far no warning, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back here at 12:30 for a live severe weather update. If we get a tornado warning before that, we'll be right back here on air.
Fast Track Severe Weather Update.
And a good Sunday morning to you. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here watching this threat of severe thunderstorms across Alabama. Took a quick break because we didn't have any tornado warnings, but I want to give you an update of the latest situation happening across Alabama. We got several cells of thunderstorms that are showing some weak signs of rotation moving across West Alabama. One of concern also down in Choctaw County. They could be moving into western Marengo County within a matter of about 10 to 15 minutes. So let me show you the watch warning map and show you what we got in terms of the warnings in our coverage area and the watch. Currently, we have, again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for western Marion County, northern Lamar County. The risk of damaging straight line winds ongoing there as we speak. And down over Choctaw County, we are carefully watching. See that red polygon? That's a tornado warning in effect for eastern, northeastern Choctaw County. That could be extended into Marengo. The National Weather Service office watching that very carefully. And if that does include Marengo in the next warning, then we'll obviously stay on with that. I do have a tornado watch, all the counties in yellow until 3 o'clock in the morning. We'll likely see that watch extended off to the east as, again, the risk will continue to shift east with time over the next several hours. I'll pull on the velocity. I want to show you what we got down here over southwest Alabama. In terms of a risk coming out of Choctaw County into Marengo County. And again, this is a thunderstorm of concern that's just south of Butler. Coming up on Pennington and Myrtlewood, you'll be under the gun. There's your rotational signature. Here is, again, Sweetwater. Got Nanaflia there. Ezel's Fish Camp sits right there. As you go off towards the Butler area, this rotational signature is coming up on the Tombigbee River. That's the Tombigbee that winds the western side of Marengo. That's the Choctaw-Sumter County line. Sumter County here, Choctaw County here. This is in the Mobile TV market, but once it moves into Marengo or Sumter, this will be our TV market. And we'll stay on air with that. So again, we got a rotational signature that's coming up on Nanaflia and Myrtlewood and perhaps Linden and Jefferson if that does indeed hold together. We're going to watch that carefully. Again, we got area rotation that's coming out of Choctaw County that is showing quite a bit of rotation as we speak. And again, just checking with John DeBlanc at the National Weather Service in Birmingham. They're watching that. He's over at the office tonight. And again, we're on a constant communication with those guys to see what they're going to do with issuing the warnings. Keep in mind, we don't issue warnings. We report those, and the National Weather Service office, they're the guys that officially issue the warnings, the tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. Our job is to relay that information to you guys, to the public, and that's what we got. So again, we got a tornado warning down in Choctaw County that includes the eastern part of Choctaw County, does not include Marengo. but we may see that extended into Marengo. Let me show you the warning here. And again, you'll see this polygon that's down here over Choctaw, but not Marengo. There it is, Pennington, Butler. Again, you're under the gun for that possible tornado that's coming up just like that. If it does continue that eastward progression, we could see a warning extended for Marengo County. Basically, Linden, Sweetwater, and Points West would be under the warning if the National Weather Service goes with that. Let me take you off to the north, and I'll pull on the reflectivity out of Birmingham. And let me show you the storms north of here, just kind of give you an idea of what's happening. We'll go up the line. Again, by the way, there's your circulation there. That's your rotational couplet. That's your reflectivity. You're looking at the raindrops. And again, we've got several thunderstorms in Sumter County that we're going to watch carefully at this point. They're not rotating enough to warrant a tornado warning. We got a strong thunderstorm coming across the Sipsey River that's west of Tuscaloosa. Very heavy rain up and down Highway 17 from Aliceville back towards Carrollton and Reform. Pouring rain there, a lot of lightning, and we'll be watching these the backside of these thunderstorms for any sign of rotation or potential for tornado development. Up towards Fayette, again, we've got heavy rain coming into town. We got a severe thunderstorm warning up here in northwest Marion County and northern Lamar County. And in fact, could have some large hail with that thunderstorm. Let me pull on the velocity, just kind of see what we got here. Make sure there's no sign of rotation with that storm. And yeah, so far so good. We got a straight line winds, not rotating winds. We could see some damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour coming across the Hamilton area now out of Bexar and Scottsville. But again, in terms of rotation, that is not the case with that particular thunderstorm. So that is one good thing. So we're going to watch this very carefully. Again, the National Weather Service, we're in communication with those guys, and we are watching Marengo County very carefully. Let me take you back down to that. I'll pull on the reflectivity. And I'll tell you what, let me pull on Mobile. That's going to give us a better perspective of this thing, I believe. And again, this the rotation is coming out of Choctaw County. And the National Weather Service office in Mobile issued the tornado warning for Choctaw County. That includes areas just south of Butler. And again, if you're up around Mount Sterling, that's over in Choctaw County. Again, that's where your potential rotation is coming up on Lavaca. So we're going to watch that. Let's see. Also, the National Weather Service watching the storm in Pickens and Greene County. Let's go to the north. Yeah, there's evidence of rotation perhaps on the Sipsey River near Morrow's Grove. Again, that needs watching as well. The National Weather Service talking about that, saying things are beginning to get a little more interesting in terms of the signatures. And again, just checking some reports back here behind the scenes. And let me go to our camera from Brian Denny in Tuscaloosa. And we're going to pull this on and look off to the west and see, what we got from that storm, if we can see anything back to the west. And again, what you're looking at is from our camera that's on top of Brian Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa and looking in the west direction. Again, we've seen quite a bit of lightning with this thunderstorm that's west of town. And again, we do note the temperature 74 in Tuscaloosa this late at night. And again, the National Weather Service, again, reiterating, we need to watch Pickens County very carefully and potentially Tuscaloosa County for this rotating thunderstorm. At the moment, there's not a tornado warning for this, but again, we may require one at any time. As again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm that's west of Tuscaloosa. And the Weather Service is in communication. There's some lightning there as well as, we continue to monitor this situation very carefully. Just looking at some things behind the scenes here. We've got a lot of folks out there that are giving us reports of what they are seeing. I do want to remind you, by the way, if you get any damage pictures or reports, you can also relay those through Facebook and Twitter. Let me pull that information up for you on the screen. At Richard WVUA 23 is my Twitter handle. Search Richard Scott WVUA 23 on Facebook. And we've also got reports on the blog as well at our website. That's WVUA23.com. You also watch us live online. So if you do lose power, at least you have an option. You can watch us online. Or if you have the rain fade from your satellite dish or your satellite service, a lot of people complain about that. You've got another option there. You can watch us online. So if we get a tornado warning, we're obviously going to be here nonstop as well. I just want to kind of hang out here just a little bit longer, make sure that we are all good before we send back to program, because I don't want to go back to program. We'll immediately get a tornado warning. And again, just watching this carefully. Let me go down to, let me take you back up to radar so you can see what we're looking at here. Again, we've got a lot of lighting from Tuscaloosa. We're watching our camera here behind the scenes as well from Brian Denny. This is a look at radar we got live on the screen. And the storm of concern is also this one that's right on the Sipsey River. Has shown signs of some rotation that's just below Carrollton. And again, this could be coming up on the Gina community, Pioneer, Benevola, areas like that, Moores Grove, that's where we're looking at. But again, at the moment, we don't have a tornado warning for that. Let me go down to the south. We got a dangerous thunderstorm that's coming out of Choctaw County that's going to move into western Marengo County. The National Weather Service office has posted a tornado warning for Choctaw County, but they did not issue one for Marengo at the moment. Let's pull on the velocity. And still seeing evidence of rotation down here right on Highway 10 between Butler and Nanaflia. So again, the National Weather Service may consider a tornado warning for Marengo County. That would include Myrtlewood if they do that. But again, areas southwest of Linden, that's where that potential circulation is. So again, we're watching things carefully. Got several thunderstorms that are over West Alabama. This one here that's on the Sipsey River also showing some sign of rotation. This is approaching Benevola, Pioneer, areas like that. Again, that's where we could see some rotation try to develop as well. Pull on our velocity display. Again, at the moment, we don't have any tornado warnings in our coverage area. But again, that could change. We're watching this very carefully. This is kind of a situation where at any moment we could see a tornado warning added for any of our counties. And there's really two storms of concern. There's one down here over northeast Choctaw County that does have a tornado warning on Choctaw County on that side of the Tombigbee River. Marengo County does not have a tornado warning, but the Weather Service is considering one for Marengo. And then we got another rotating thunderstorm that's right on top of the Sipsey River on the Pickens-Greene County line, really close to Benevola, and they may consider a tornado warning for that as well. So again, this is just kind of one of those situations where we got to watch this carefully. And all right, so Weather Service mentioning the Choctaw County storms seems to be strengthening. Also, they're about to extend the tornado watch. Yeah, new watch is about to come out in about 15 minutes. So we're about to see new tornado watch added for East Alabama within about 10 to 15 minutes. So again, we got a storm of concern down in Marengo County, got another storm of concern over Pickens County, very close to Sipsey River. Let me take you into northwest Alabama first off, because we still got a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for western Marion County. It includes the city of Hamilton. Again, for this, it's a bowing segment. This is more of your straight line wind or damaging straight line wind type of setups. Now, we could see a tornado spin out of this, but at the moment, this is more of a straight line wind event. Again, this is coming up on Hackleburg. So if you're in Hackleburg, expect the risk of some strong, perhaps damaging straight line winds. Not seeing any evidence of rotation there, so that's good news. So let's put on the reflectivity, go back down to the south. And I'm just going to kind of pan you down this line, show everybody that's dealing with strong to severe thunderstorms at the moment. By the way, this line coming out of East Mississippi is very intense, coming over the radar site. This is Monroe County. This is Lowndes County. This is Lamar County right here. We got some intense thunderstorms coming up on you. Also, a very heavy rain and lightning and thunder over Reform approaching Gordo. We're watching this feature right here for the risk there could be a tornado try to develop. If this does happen, it would come up on Gordo and Nicola in eastern Pickens and western Tuscaloosa County. That has not happened at the moment, but again, that could happen. Let's go down to the south. Again, we got a storm we're watching very carefully that's coming out of Choctaw County. Let me change a radar perspectives for you and show the velocity signature. And this thing is still spinning down here. They're sitting on Highway 10, very close to Lavaca. The Highway 10 bridge across the Tombigbee River by Ezel's Fish Camp sits right about there. We got Myrtlewood. We got really between Myrtlewood and Ezell's. Right in there, that's where the circulation is going to be tracking. If this does indeed hold together. Also Pennington. Pennington's on the Choctaw County side, but what we're looking at, especially along the Tombigbee River points northeast up towards Linden, Jefferson, and Myrtlewood, if this rotational signature continues to strengthen, the Weather Service may consider a tornado warning for that. I'll put on the warning display and show you what we got here. Again, there's the tornado warning that's for Choctaw County. This technically does not include Marengo. But again, this is a close call for you, especially in Myrtlewood. Just best word of advice, if you're in Myrtlewood up towards the Old Lock 3, if you're up towards the Jefferson, I'd go ahead and go to a safe place. I know it's about 12:45. There's not technically a tornado warning. A lot of folks are in bed right now, but I know the lightning and thunder is going to wake you up pretty quickly. We'll pull that lightning display up and show you what we got with that storm, because I tell you now, it's likely got some lightning that's going to be waking you up pretty quick down here. So again, you see the lightning output coming from this thunderstorm, quite a bit of that. Again, showing signs of a strong, powerful updraft, and we could see, again, a tornado be produced by this. So put on the warning display, and again, that's what we got. A tornado warning for Choctaw County does not technically include Marengo County, but again, that could change at any time. Again, we're coming up on 12:45 now. If you are just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott will continue to watch this situation for the potential for tornado that's coming out of Choctaw County that could impact Marengo County. We've also got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center with us as well, and Emily's watching all this as well as I am, just kind of keep an eye on our friends down in Marengo County, because we could be seeing a warning issued for you if this does indeed hold together. I know technically we don't have any tornado warnings at the moment, but again, the Weather Service is watching several storms that have the potential to produce a tornado. Let me take you down over this storm that's over the Sipsey River just west of Pioneer. This is an area of rotation that looks very suspicious. They've been mentioning that's over the Sipsey River now, coming up on Gina and Pioneer. Weather Service talking about that as well. And again, we see that on the screen, but fortunately it's broad enough to where it's not a definite tornado here, and that's very fortunate. Let's go to our camera from Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa. We've seen a lot of lightning over the past 10 to 15 minutes from that storm off to the west. And again, that's again a strong thunderstorm. It's not severe. It's not considered tornadic at the moment, but it is a close call. So if you're in western Tuscaloosa County, or if you are in eastern Pickens County, let's just keep an eye on this thing. But again, we've got Emily here in the Weather Center. And Emily, anything new coming from you?
I haven't seen anything on the chat so far. You know, we're continuing to monitor this rotation, and obviously we will let you know if a warning has been issued. I'm continuing to search for damage photos. Haven't really seen a whole lot other than tree sounds, so that's some very good news considering how strong these storms have been. But, you know, looking back at the radar right now, that storm that is heading towards the Pennington area. It looks pretty organized right now, so that warning could be issued into our DMA here maybe within the next 15 minutes or so. But I'm continuing to, you know, track this chat, and there's not anything so far. We don't have a current tornado warning in our DMA right now. That could very well change here within the next few minutes or so, but we're just going to continue to monitor it. But also be mindful that tornadoes aren't the only threat for tonight. We do have some straight line damaging winds. I've been watching a few of these. Lightning is terrible here in Tuscaloosa. We had the camera, yeah. I just wanted to make sure we had that because we're getting a light show right now. But yeah, lightning is a big issue tonight. I've seen incredible amounts of lightning strikes being associated with some of these storms. We tracked one earlier that had close to 180 strikes just within one storm. I watched a storm pass through Jackson, Mississippi earlier today, and within the width of that storm, there were almost 2,000 lightning strikes.
Yeah, incredible. And again, we're getting quite a bit of lightning from our camera in Tuscaloosa. Just kind of show you the power of some of these thunderstorms that are coming through. But the reason we're staying on air, I know we don't have a tornado warning, it's just such a close call with a couple of thunderstorms that are showing signs of rotation, and we just want to kind of hang out here a little bit to make sure we're okay with that. But looking at some of the damage reports, let me pull on our information on the screen for you. And again, we've had quite a few damage reports back in Mississippi, and it's like they got to the state line and really began to weaken quite a bit. In fact, we got several wind damage reports back in Mississippi, several tornado reports as well, some damage in Starkville. That was the tornado based off of some of the reports and what we saw on radar. But you go back to the west, I mean, look at this, Emily. You go back into Texas and Louisiana, just tremendous amount of damage reports. So it would be amazing that if this just stops at the state line. I don't know how lucky we're going to get with that, but I mean, it would be incredible to see that. But we're really getting a lot of lightning from this storm coming up on Tuscaloosa County. Some of the lightning is just incredible. We can go to our camera in Summit and see if we can catch some of that, because this is just unbelievable, the lightning out there. I know a lot of folks are just waking up to the lightning and thunder. It's coming up on 1 o'clock. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. Got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center. And we got some intense thunderstorms over West Alabama now, and some of these are showing some sign of rotation. And again, we don't have any tornado warnings in our coverage area at the moment. We had a couple of tornado warnings just a little bit earlier, but at the moment we don't have any warnings. We got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for much of Marion County. I believe that severe thunderstorm warning continues until 1:15. And that's for the risk of damaging straight line winds. So there we go.
Tornado warning for
Marengo and Sumter. So reason we stayed on the air is because of that. So let's go into the storm that's in Marengo and Sumter. And Emily, what's the information on that storm?
Yeah, while you're headed over to the wall, Richard, this tornado warning is going to last until 1:45 a.m. A severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado located over the Pennington area. So that's the storm that we have been watching. It's about 12 miles northeast of the Butler area, and this storm is moving northeast at a pretty good speed at 45 miles per hour. So it's not going to be in that area for a very long time.
Yeah, and again, this tornado is coming out of Pennington. This is over in Choctaw County. This is crossing the Tombigbee River as we speak. Your tornado is going to be right on top of Pennington. It's about to come up on Myrtlewood. The city of Linden technically is not in the tornado warning. This is just northwest of town, really from about the Chickasaw Bogue back to the northwest on Highway 28. It does include the Jefferson Country Store. It does include Old Lot 3 Road, if you're familiar with that part of Marengo County. Again, it also includes the city of Demopolis. Demopolis is right in the middle of that polygon. Let me show you the polygon real quick. And again, this is kind of to show you who's in the tornado warning itself. The red shade is what is the tornado warning. There's Sumter County, really includes about the southeastern couple of miles of Sumter County. That's about it. York and Livingston, you're not under the tornado warning. You got a tornado watch, but the tornado warning includes Demopolis, Old Spring Hill, Jefferson, back towards, again, Myrtlewood, areas around Rembert Hill and points west. That's where that tornado warning polygon does include the western side of the county, and it does include Myrtlewood. Down here at the boat ramp in Myrtlewood, you're under the tornado warning. So, again, if you're watching us in Pennington, Myrtlewood, Jefferson, Old Spring Hill, Demopolis, over towards the intersection of 80 and 28, where Highway 80 runs into, or where Highway 28 runs into Highway 80, right here in northwest Marengo County. That's where that warning polygon does include you. So again, we are concerned about that part of Marengo County, far southeast Sumter County, technically under the tornado warning, but I can tell you most of Sumter County is not under that threat of a tornado. So again, there's Pinhook, Old Spring Hill is talking about, Saltwell, Demopolis. This is Highway 80. Really includes areas to the west of where Highway 80 runs into Hale County, back to Demopolis, back to where 28 runs into Highway 80. So again, there's your tornado warning polygon. This thing's moving northeast. And Emily, what was the speed on that?
45 miles per hour, Richard.
Okay, so we got 45 miles per hour. So let me zoom out just a little bit. I want to do a path on this thing and show you where it's heading. Again, right now it's very close to Myrtlewood. That's where we're under the gun for the possibility of a tornado. That could be down. So if you are in a mobile home, and if you are in western and northwest Marengo County, want you out of a mobile home now. Getting a site-built structure, a storm shelter, you got to do something, because there could be a tornado very close to Pennington. It's about to cross the Tombigbee River near Myrtlewood. That's where the tornado is going to cross. So let me do a path on this. Again, right now it's right over Pennington. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And there's the communities in the path of this. Again, these are computer estimate times of arrival. This doesn't mean wait until that time to go to shelter. That means what time it's going to be on top of you. So again, the Neola community, we're talking about 1256. That's over the Choctaw County side of the Tombigbee. Demopolis at 130. Again, if it holds together, Forkland about 143, and then Cedarville at about 150. But again, if you are really Jefferson, I know Jefferson's not on there, but if you're in Jefferson, you need to be in a safe place now. This thing's going to be on top of you within about 15 minutes or less. So let me clear this off, and I'm going to pull on the velocity. And while we do that, Emily, anything coming from the Pickens-Tuscaloosa County storm?
Nothing so far, but
okay.
I am starting to hear it thunder here in the studio, so.
Yeah, you hear the thunder rumbling. There's your rotational signature. Let me take you down into that storm. I'll clear that off real quick. I'm going to take you into that storm that is showing sign of rotation. And again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm that's coming up on western Marengo County. That has the potential to produce a tornado. And at the moment, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Emily, I haven't heard of any damage out of this thing, and that is wonderful news.
Yeah, no damage reports so far. I'm, you know, keeping my eyes on Twitter as well just to see if anything's floating around, but I haven't seen anything so far, so that is some good news, definitely, Richard.
Yeah, we got some pretty strong winds in this thing. Let's kind of measure the winds here. We're looking at the velocity, outbound winds of 115 miles per hour. Now, keep in mind that's several thousand feet off the ground, but that can give you an idea how strong the tornado could potentially be if this thing is down on the ground. But again, 115 mile per hour winds is very significant if this thing is indeed down on the ground. But there's your rotational couplet. Again, this is coming up on Myrtlewood. It's passing the paper mill down there, Myrtlewood. That's where your next stop. Keep on going towards Pinhook and Jefferson. The Jefferson Country Store, you're going to be in the direct path of this thing, the direct path of this tornado if it is one down. There is Old Spring Hill Road, Demopolis. This is Highway 43. Highway 69 up towards Providence. If you're in Providence, I'd go ahead and go to a safe place, especially around Providence Baptist Church and points west and points north. Linden, technically the tornado warning is for areas to your west. Again, if you're in Linden, it's going to be a close call, but it looks like it's coming more towards Jefferson. I think if you're really where the Chickasaw Bogue crosses 28 and 43 and points north and points west, that's where we're talking about for this possible tornado. Again, this circulation is coming right up on Myrtlewood now. The boat ramp at Myrtlewood sits about right there. Again, the Chickasaw Bogue comes into the Tombigbee River right there. This is where the tornado is going to be crossing. Again, it just crossed the Tombigbee River. Go ahead.
New tornado warning for Tuscaloosa. This is going to be until 2 a.m.
All right, so we got a tornado warning for northwest Marengo. Let's go off to the north and show you what we got for another tornadic circulation. Again, that's for, it looks like western Tuscaloosa County. And what's the speed on that, Emily?
Let's see, it's located 7 miles north of Gina. Let's see,
right
moving
here.
Northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is about 7 miles southeast of Gordo. And there's a lot of lightning associated with this as well.
All right, so we've got a new tornado warning that's in effect for, again, that's Tuscaloosa County. This thing is right on the Pickens-Tuscaloosa County line. Let me put on the warning polygon and see if it has popped up on the screen yet and just see who all's in that polygon. And again, this should not include Tuscaloosa. All right, there it is. Okay, so it includes areas roughly around the north end of Lake Tuscaloosa, Samantha, Tears Patton Road, areas like that. Rose Boulevard, you're going to be under that tornado warning polygon. That's where the potential tornado is going to be crossing. Highway 171. There's Highway 43. That's Highway 69. It all runs north of Northport. If you are in Northport, and you're north of that 171 junction of 43, if you're just north of Chapel Hill Baptist Church, that's where we're looking at. Up around Winn-Dixie, that's where this possible tornado could be crossing Highway 43. Again, it's going to cross Highway 82 to the west of Coker. Again, the warning does not include Pickens County. This is going to be Holloman to Coker, Ocola. Again, 171, Samantha, then Wyndham Springs, if it does hold together up on Highway 69. Let me put on the reflectivity and show you that. Again, we got 2 tornado warnings at the moment. There's your possible tornado that has crossed into Tuscaloosa County. Again, this thing's going to be just west of Coker. So if you're on 82, just west of Coker, I am concerned about the potential for a tornado there. I'll put on the Columbus, and let's see if we get a better perspective of this thing. from Columbus radar site. Just we're looking at Birmingham now. And yet it's just hard to see kind of that weird spot between radar sites. So again, that's your potential tornado that is in Tuscaloosa County. And I tell you what, while we've got you on this storm, let's take our camera from Bryant-Denny Stadium. I'll take it over here, Jim, with graphics. And let's just see what we got here. Again, we're going to look live from Bryant-Denny Stadium. It's raining in Tuscaloosa now. I'm going to pan this back to the northwest and just kind of see if we can see anything with this. And again, we're looking at the direction of the possible tornado in west Tuscaloosa County. It's going to be coming up on Coker. Rain falling. We're watching this situation very carefully. Looks like the rotation is really beginning to pick up, Emily. And we're looking in that general direction. Yeah, the tornado is crossing Highway 82 as we speak. This thing's moving northeast at a pretty good clip, about 45, looks like 45 miles per hour. We're looking in that general direction, but again, there's a lot of rain that's in between us and that tornadic circulation, so it's going to be hard to see that. And I tell you what, Jen, if we could do like a double box, I'm going to pull a radar back up on the graphics here and just kind of keep that tower cam perspective from Bryant-Denny. And we're going to watch that very carefully for the potential for tornado that could be developing to the northwest of Tuscaloosa. And again, what you're looking at on the right side of your screen there, that is me on top of radar. On the left side of the screen, that is where we got our view from Tuscaloosa. And I tell you what, while we're getting a good lightning display, let me watch this carefully, Emily. This looked like I could see a rain-free base there from this. We're just waiting on the right lightning strikes. Again, if you're just now joining us, we got a tornadic circulation. This thing's really wrapping up on top of Highway 82 as we speak. And again, you see the lightning off in the distance from Tuscaloosa. While we got that, I do want to mention we've also got a tornado warning in effect for Marengo County. That includes areas to the west of Linden, and you are under the gun for the possibility of a tornado that's coming up on Jefferson. On the screen, you've also got our camera from Bryant-Denny at Tuscaloosa, and we are watching the cloud basis very carefully for the potential for a tornado that could be there crossing Highway 82 as we speak. There is the circulation. Again, it's right on top of Holloman. That's where your tornado would be, right over Holloman as we speak. Again, this is moving in a northeast direction. It's going to come up on Nicola and then cross 171. Really looks like this is more of a Samantha type of tornadic circulation as well.
That's what I was just about to say, Richard. Yep. It looks like it's going to head into the Elrod community and then quickly pass over into Samantha, but it's going to cross right over Highway 43, and it's just passing over Highway 82 right now.
Yeah, this is a dangerous circulation up here around Holloman. So again, we want you in your safe place now. If you are in Holloman, Buell, 171. Again, we got a live look also from Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa, and we are just kind of panning the cloud base here and just kind of see if we can actually see this thing. And I tell you what, Emily, this thing is just going to be tough to see, I think, with the rain involved.
Yeah. Well, and especially it being nighttime, too. Yeah. That's one of the, dangers that's come with these storms pushing through, is it being nighttime storms.
And I do want to mention we've got a dangerous circulation that is also down here over Marengo County that has just crossed north of Myrtlewood, approaching Pinhook and Jefferson. We got the potential for a tornado that could be down with this thunderstorm that is in Marengo County. Again, there's the Tombigbee River there. We've got your rotational signature sitting right on top of Myrtlewood, and now just a hair to the north of the city of Myrtlewood. There's Linden. Linden, you're in the all clear with this. I think this is going to be just west of downtown Linden. But if you're up here near the Chickasaw Bogue back towards Pinhook and Jefferson, I want you to go ahead and get in that safe place because there's the potential for a tornado down with that. Again, that's in northwest Marengo County. That'll be coming up on Old Spring Hill and Demopolis within a matter of about 15 to 20 minutes. But it's certainly a distinct circulation right there on top of the Tombigbee River. On the other box to the left side of your screen, that is our camera that's on top of Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. We've got a tornado warning that is in effect for northwest Tuscaloosa County. In fact, let me take you back to the north. And Emily, I hear a lot of information coming through the National Weather Service. What you got?
Well, it's just talking about how this tornado watch is going to be extended over to the eastern portions of Alabama.
Okay.
But they are talking about that Marengo storm. It's looking pretty good right now. Could be producing something here within the next few minutes or so. Yeah,
that's the storm down over Marengo County. Let me zoom out just a bit. Again, we got 2 tornado warnings. We're working now. There's one that's over western and northwest Tuscaloosa County. And let's see if I can zoom you out here just a little bit and show you that. We're focused kind of on Greene County there. Again, we got 2 tornado warnings, one in Marengo County and one in Tuscaloosa County. Both of those have a potential to produce a tornado. Look at the lightning. Goodness, from our camera in Brodditti Stadium in Tuscaloosa, incredible lightning display coming from that tornadic thunderstorm northwest of Tuscaloosa. And again, this is certainly a dangerous thunderstorm that has crossed Highway 82. It's just west of Coker. There's your rotation that's sitting on Highway 82. There's Ecola. There's Highway 171. There's where 171 runs into 43 in northwest Tuscaloosa County. So again, we've got the potential for tornadoes. It's going to be crossing 171, and then it's going to cross Highway 43 somewhere near, I'd say between Northside High School and County High, somewhere in that general area of Tuscaloosa County. That's where this potential tornado is going to cross. Again, Highway 171, then it's going to cross Highway 43. If it holds together, it could impact areas like Samantha in northern Tuscaloosa County. So again, we've got several dangerous thunderstorms that are in our area now. We've got 2 tornado warnings in effect. We've got one for Tuscaloosa County, and we are watching with our camera that's on top of Brodditti Stadium very carefully for any sign of being able to see a visual of this tornado if there's one down. And I do not see that at this moment, Emily, which is good news.
Yeah, the National Weather Service is just saying that they're going to continue the tornado warning for Marengo County until 1:45. But the Sumter County tornado warning has been canceled.
Yeah, they went ahead and canceled Sumter to basically the circulation is totally in Marengo. In fact, we'll pull on the reflectivity out of Birmingham and just kind of look at this thing, and there's no doubt, look at the donut feature that's right here just to the west of Linden. I would say there's a high chance there's a tornado down that is just about to cross Highway 28. Again, this is down in Marengo County. And the other box, you're looking at our camera from Brodditti Stadium in Tuscaloosa, where we have a separate tornado signature that is to the northwest of Tuscaloosa and Northport. Again, that is the thunderstorm we're watching carefully. Here's another one that's down over Marengo County. We have a beware region. This is called a bounded weak echo. Look at the lightning from Tuscaloosa. Unbelievable. Again, this is a bounded weak echo region. This is a rotating updraft with your mesocyclone. Through centrifugal force, the precipitation is slung out around this mesocyclone. And underneath that, you've got your possible tornado that would be down coming up on Jefferson. This is going to be close to the Jefferson Country Store. This is going to be crossing around Pinhook. That's just northwest of Linden, just northwest of the Chickasaw Bogue, where it crosses 28. And that's where we're looking at. Again, this is over Marengo County. There's Old Spring Hill. There's Highway 43 that runs to the north of Tuscaloosa. Again, this thing's going to be coming up on Demopolis very soon. So again, that's a tornadic thunderstorm that's down over Marengo County. We'll take you back out and show you the other storm that is tornadic.
Yeah, I'm watching this Tuscaloosa tornado warning, and there's lots of lightning associated with this, but I do want to reiterate that this does not include the city of Tuscaloosa or the University of Alabama campus. This storm is just going to pass to the north of Northport, and Coker is not involved with this polygon warning as well.
Yeah, let me take you into the thunderstorm again. This is for northwest Tuscaloosa. The lightning is just unbelievable from our Brodditti camera in Tuscaloosa. Let me show you what we got here. Again, we've got a dangerous thunderstorm that is up here that has just crossed Highway 82 that continues to move off towards the northeast. In fact, I'll pan you up here so you can see that. This is where your potential tornado is. It's really coming up on Ecola. That's where your tornado is. It's about to cross Highway 171. Looks like close to, if just not northwest west of Rose Boulevard. I think this could be coming more upon Samantha on 43 up towards the north side high school. That's where this possible tornado is going to be if there's one down. But again, we got a live look from our Bryant-Denny camera. Incredible amount of lighting that just kind of shows the power of this updraft. This thing's really ramping up here. So if this thing is not producing a tornado, it could very well produce one at any moment. And again, this includes Tuscaloosa County, northwest of the city of Tuscaloosa. This does not include the University of Alabama campus or downtown. It includes areas very close to Ocola now. In fact, you can see this thing kind of ramped up. I'll pull on the velocity and let's watch this kind of live and see how this thing is evolving. But again, we want you in a safe place now. Again, you've got your rotational signature very close to Ocola. There's Highway 171. So again, what we want you to do, if you're in a mobile home, get out of that, find a site-built structure. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you can, get underground. If you got a basement or a storm shelter, always a great place to be. That's always a place that could save your life if you get below ground. Again, if you're in a car or mobile home, you got to get out of that. Don't take a chance in a car or mobile home. Data and science and research has proven that mobile homes cannot withstand a strong tornado, cannot even withstand a tornado that's like an EF0 or EF1. So even if this is producing a weak tornado, you've got to be out of a mobile home, okay? You got to be out of a car. So if you're driving on 171, let's say from Rose Boulevard back to the north, we want you to pull over and let the storm pass on by, the circulation pass by. If you're on 43, let's say north of Chapel Hill Baptist Church up towards Winn-Dixie, all the way up to north side, we want you to pull over now and let the storm pass on by. It's going to be moving across the northern and western half of Tuscaloosa County, where we have the potential for a tornado that could be there. And again, this storm means business. We've seen several tornadoes touch down back in East Mississippi. Now these storms are focused on West Alabama. In fact, while we look at that, let me pull on, check things very carefully from our camera in Tuscaloosa. And again, we're looking at that general direction. I'm going to zoom in just a bit and just kind of see what we got here, if we can see any evidence of a tornado or any lowering. Again, it's going to be hard to see this thing because it's going to be a lot of rain wrap. There's our rain-free base right there. And if you're just now joining us, we are just past 1 o'clock. It's about 10 minutes after 1. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, Emily Owen here in the Weather Center as well. We got a tornado warning for northwestern half of Tuscaloosa County. This does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. This includes areas back to the northwest of Northport for the potential of a tornado that could be there. We've also got a tornado warning down over Marengo County. That's including areas near Jefferson, Jefferson Country Store, Pinhook, and that's going to be coming up on Demopolis and Old Spring Hill. In fact, what we're looking at now is our camera perspective from Bryant-Denny. We've also looking at radar that's showing the Tuscaloosa County tornado warning. Let me go down to the south and show you this, the other tornado warning, and a very impressive signature that's crossing Highway 28 as we speak, right on top of Pinhook. This could easily be a tornado down that's crossing Highway 28 to the northwest of Linden. Again, this includes areas northwest of the Chickasaw Bogue. Landfill Road, this is northwest of Landfill Road. This includes areas around Old Spring Hill. That's going to be under the gun for the potential for a tornado. I do want to remind you, we're also streaming online. If you go over to our website, WVUA23.com, click the Watch Now option. If you lose power, you can always watch us there as well.
Just continuing the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa. Until 2 a.m., this storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. But back to that
Goodness,
storm.
look at the Marengo County storm.
Yeah, they were just mentioning that on the chat, that there's a big donut hole feature with this system. So pretty
this thing's
impressive.
likely producing a tornado down in Marengo County. Again, this thing has just crossed a Pinhook, just crossed Highway 28 in Marengo County. It's a very dangerous signature coming up on Old Spring Hill. Could easily be a tornado down. Do want to mention, just kind of check it behind the scenes, a few folks reporting some power outages. In fact, over in Palmetto and northern Pickens County, we got power out there. So again, some folks reporting power outages in response to some of these thunderstorms. But again, this storm that's down over Marengo County, is very concerning, as it does also have a likely potential of producing a tornado that has just crossed Highway 28 very close to Jefferson. This is to the northwest of Linden. Linden, you're okay. This is going to be northwest of you, but it's coming up on Demopolis. We have a very strong evidence of a tornado that's coming up on Demopolis. Go ahead, Emily, you got something?
Well, they're just talking about how these temperatures are very warm for 1 a.m. in April. 74 at the Birmingham National Weather Service is what they're reporting right now.
Yeah, unbelievable. And this warm, thermally inducive environment for thunderstorms is certainly what has us concerned tonight as we continue this potential for tornadoes. I think we got one down in Marengo County. This again coming up on Old Spring Hill and Demopolis. So if you're in Old Spring Hill, on Old Spring Hill Road or Demopolis, we want you in a safe place now. Get out of a mobile home, find a site-built structure until this tornado passes by. Again, this is just northwest of the city of Linden. Again, this does not include Linden. Again, this is to your northwest. That's where we have the potential for a tornado that could be down, that has just crossed Highway 28. It's in the process of crossing Highway 43, somewhere between Old Spring Hill and the city of Demopolis. If you're in Demopolis, you need to be in a safe place now. We also have a tornado warning in effect for northwest Tuscaloosa County. The camera that's on the left side of the screen, that is from our camera on top of Bryant-Denny Stadium. That's looking into this thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado that's just crossing Highway 171. Right now, again, there's a Samantha. We got Northside High School that sits there. Again, this is crossing 171. Lake Tuscaloosa sits right there. This is going to cross the north end of Lake Tuscaloosa up around North River where it feeds into the lake. That's where this possible tornado would be. I have not heard of any damage out here so far. This thing's moving kind of northeast, generally in the direction of Samantha. I think this is going to stay north of Tierce Patton. I think it's going to stay north of Rose Boulevard based off on this latest path of this thunderstorm. So again, we got a tornado warning for northern Tuscaloosa County, north of Northport, north of the city of Tuscaloosa. Does not include the University of Alabama campus. I know some sirens still go county-based. These are polygons. And I'm going to pull on the warning and show you where the polygon is. Again, technically this does include Samantha, Wyndham Springs, and areas points northeast. That's where that tornado warning polygon is. Again, I think that's going to be more up this way. That's going to be coming up on Northside High School where this possible tornado will be. But again, so far I have not heard of any damage reports out of this thunderstorm that's coming through Tuscaloosa County. So again, we've got two tornado warnings, one in Tuscaloosa County, one in Marengo County. And I tell you what, I'd be willing to bet they're going to extend that tornado warning in Marengo County to the northeast, because there it goes right there.
Tornado warning for Hale and Perry until 2:15 a.m.
Yeah, I think they read my mind on that one. So we got a new tornado warning extended for Hale County and Perry County for likely a tornado that could be down with that thunderstorm that's already crossed Jefferson. It's coming up on Demopolis and Old Spring Hill as we speak. And we also have a tornado warning in effect for northern Tuscaloosa County. There could be a tornado down with that. And the other box, again, is our camera from Bryant-Denny Stadium. And again, we've been kind of panning the skies here, watching this circulation very carefully, and I haven't been able to see any evidence of a tornado. I think this thing's just going to be too far away from our camera in Tuscaloosa. But it is something we're carefully watching. So again, we're working two tornado warnings now. We've got a tornado warning that's coming out of Marengo County that now includes southern Hale County and northwest Perry County in southwest and south central Alabama. We've also got a tornado warning that's in effect for the Samantha area. That includes, again, Northside High School is where this tornado warning, and then Wyndham Springs on 69. I'll put on the reflectivity with this out of Birmingham. And this storm still looks impressive up here that's coming up on Samantha. We do have that hook feature and that suspicious area that could be producing a tornado. So again, we've got two tornadic thunderstorms in Alabama. Let me look at the reflectivity of other storms. I don't see much out there that is rotating at the moment. Wow, this storm that's in Marengo County, look at this. Incredible rotational signature that's coming up on Old Spring Hill. I can tell you this, there's likely a tornado down with that. Jen, if we can, let's pull this radar full screen And I just want to kind of show you wide perspective of this so everybody could see this on TV. There is a tornado likely down that's coming up on Old Spring Hill. We've got large hail indicative of a strong updraft of this thunderstorm. This is north of Linden. This does not include Linden. This is to your north now. But again, it's about to cross Highway 43. I think it's going to be just south of the city of Demopolis. But if you are just south of town, where 80 splits off from 43 south, anywhere from that over towards Prairieville, where Highway 69 runs into Highway 80. If you're over there in Gallion, you need to be in a safe place now. We likely have a tornado down that's about to cross 43 close to Old Spring Hill Road and Old Spring Hill. And then it's coming up on Alfalfa. That's where this dangerous possible tornado is down, just north of Providence, just north of Linden. So again, if you are south of the Chickasaw Bogue, you're okay with that. If you're in Linden, you're okay. This is to your north. Again, this includes areas like Old Spring Hill Road. That's where we're talking about. And this has already crossed Highway 28 near Jefferson Station and near Jefferson Country Store. That's where this thing is crossed already. It came out of Myrtlewood. Haven't heard of any damage yet, but I can tell you now, based off of what we're seeing, there could easily be a tornado down. Look at the rotation. This is incredible here, just north of Old Spring Hill. In fact, let's look at the information on that and see what the winds are on terms of our radar estimate here. 111 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. That is incredible. That is indicative of a fairly strong tornado. There could be a tornado down. I think there's a good chance of that. We're sampling winds pretty high off the ground, so it's possible the rotation isn't that strong at the surface, but it easily could be. So we're looking at winds over 100 miles per hour, possibly at the ground level, with this tornado that's just below Demopolis. Again, this is coming through Old Spring Hill as we speak, approaching the Alpha community, and then Prairieville, where Highway 69 runs into Highway 80, where that crossover is. That's where this tornado will be. So that is incredibly strong winds for sampling. So this thing means business in northern Marengo County for the potential for a tornado that I think is pretty high. So again, we got there's your tornado that's crossing Highway 43 just below Demopolis. Now to the north of Old Spring Hill Road. I think the tornado is going to be just north of there now, coming up on Highway 80, somewhere very close to the intersection of 80 and 69. This is moving northeast just like that. I think this is going to stay south of downtown Demopolis. So if you're in downtown Demopolis, I think you're okay, but just southeast of town, that's where this tornado is going to be as well. So let me go back out here quickly. I want to show our other tornado warning. Again, we got 2 tornadic thunderstorms. This other one is over Tuscaloosa County. And while I do that, Emily Owen here in the Weather Center, anything coming out new, Emily?
Just that the National Weather Service in Birmingham is going to continue the tornado warning for Marengo County until 1:45 a.m. They're also going to continue the tornado warning for Hale and Perry counties until 2:15 a.m. And they're also going to continue the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County until 2 a.m. So we're continuing to monitor these storms, and I do want to reiterate that the Tuscaloosa storm, or the Tuscaloosa tornado rather, is not going to affect the downtown Tuscaloosa area or the University of Alabama. This storm is just passing north of Northport. But if we can go down to this Marengo County tornado warning, it does look pretty tight here on radar. This storm is actually continuing to move at about 55 miles per hour. So these storms aren't necessarily just staying in place. They are moving rather quick, but these storms are...
Look at the wind, 122 miles per hour. That is incredible, Emily. This is a dangerous situation for northeast Marengo County now that's just east of Demopolis. And I'll tell you this is likely a tornado down with that. So really concerned about Marengo County.
Yeah, we haven't had a confirmed tornado on the ground, but from the looks of the way the radar is looking and all of our other data, this is looking pretty rough.
Yeah, let's do a track on this thing, getting us moving northeast. So just like that, that's going to include southeastern half of Hale County, northwestern Perry County. Again, these are some of the communities in the path of view if you are ahead of this tornado. And keep in mind, this is what we're looking at is, again, the path, the communities in the path of this, and these are the times of arrival. These aren't necessarily, this is what time I need to go to safe place. This is what time it's going to be on top of you. So if it holds together, we're talking about Prairieville at 1:30. Let's go up to New Bern at 1:48, Greensboro at 1:53. And if it holds together, again, 2:13 for Hogglesville and Heiberg at about 2:18. That is the time frame we're looking at for the potential for a tornado that's coming out of Marengo County, which is a high likelihood. This is the most impressive storm we've seen in the past several hours. So this thing is showing winds in excess of 120 miles per hour. We got several boxes here. We got a radar, the weather iPad showing the thunderstorms out there. Emily's got on one screen. We also got our camera from Brian Diddy at Tuscaloosa. Looking the direction of the Tuscaloosa County tornado warning that is up around Samantha, north side, over northern Tuscaloosa County. That's where this potential tornado is. And this screen where I'm at, we've got, again, likely a tornado down that's just southeast of Demopolis, very close to Demopolis, crossing Highway 80, close to Prairieville. As we speak, again, very close to Gallium and the Highway 80 and 69 interchange there in the southern part of Hale County, northeast Marengo County. That's the area we're targeting for the likelihood of a tornado that could be down with that. So again, that's the track and the times of arrival we are looking at. Let me clear this information off. I'm going to zoom into this possible tornado. It's coming up on, again, southern Hale County as we speak. And this thing's wrapped up. This is incredible. This is a tight circulation that's crossing Highway 80 as we speak. A very dangerous situation for northern and eastern Marengo County. We're talking about areas now to the east of downtown Demopolis. If you're in Demopolis, like right at downtown, you're okay. But if you go just east of town by a few miles, that's where the tornado is crossing Highway 80 as we speak. I can tell you now, Emily, with confidence, there's likely a tornado down with this storm.
Oh, yes, definitely. And I just wanted to go ahead and look at the vertically integrated liquid. That's what we use to track to see if there's any hail associated with this. And there is definitely hail associated with the storm, along with some frequent lightning. So, you know, maybe you can catch a glimpse of it through the light from the lightning. But nighttime storms are very dangerous here, and this storm is very dangerous. That's continuing to move to the east of Demopolis. It looks like it's headed towards the New Bern area, but Uniontown, you're in the clear. But this is also going to be tracking into Greensboro as well.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous situation for a tornadic thunderstorm that is moving out of Marengo County. Look at the donut hole with this. This is called a beware region. This is where we have, wow, this is where we have your updraft, your rotating updraft. You have that clear spot in the middle. And that's where your mesocyclone is, where your rotation is most intense. And this thing is, again, very close to Gallium, really between the interchange of 69 and Highway 80 and the city of Demopolis, where 43 runs into 80. That's where we're talking about. And to the northeast of that, we do have large hail. And we're going to look at the debris indicator and just kind of see if we can see anything here. And it's kind of noisy. I don't really see any strong evidence of debris. But understand, the radar beam, Emily, is several thousand feet off the ground here, so it's going to be tough to see.
Yes, definitely. But, you know, just because we don't have that debris signature doesn't mean that there couldn't be a tornado. So you definitely need to be in your safe places as these storms move through.
All right, let's go to the Tuscaloosa County tornadic circulation. I'll say this circulation is really weakened quite a bit. This looks like it's moving more in a northeast direction. This thing's coming across Highway 43. What's left of that circulation is crossing 43. Looks like north of north side. So if you're in Samantha and point south along Lake Tuscaloosa, you're okay. This is going to be to your north, but again, this is what's left of the rotational signature. We need to still watch this carefully, but in terms of the rotation, it does not look near as impressive as it did just a little bit earlier. Emily, I mean, this is one thing that is encouraging to see, that this storm near New Lexington on Highway 43, just north the north side, does not look as impressive. So we'll watch that carefully. But the Weather Service, Emily, correct, is going to continue the tornado warning?
Yeah, they are continuing the Tuscaloosa tornado warning, but they are agreeing that this storm has kind of weakened a little bit, but they're just going to still hold on to the warning just in case this does decide to ramp back up. Yeah,
here's the polygon we're talking about. Again, this is for the Tuscaloosa County tornado warning. It includes areas really north of Samantha. It does not include areas to the south of Samantha. They kind of trimmed that polygon back a little bit because the rotation has moved more up in the far north Tuscaloosa County. But again, Sandtown Wyndham Springs on 69, the Whitson community, you're going to be in the path of this potential tornado that could be there. But again, the rotation has really weakened quite a bit, which is a good thing to see. We'd like to see the rotational signature weaken. But again, that's the latest on that. And I'll tell you what, let me take you out to a wide perspective, show you everybody out there real fast, because I know other parts of the state, people are curious what is happening. We do have that new tornado watch that's been extended further east. And Emily, what was the time on that watch? Did you find that?
The watch that's extended eastward is until 3 a.m. as well.
Okay.
But the National Weather Service has decided that there's no plans to continue the Tuscaloosa warning, you know, unless it ramps up again.
All right, so we can kind of let Tuscaloosa County go. We know that tornadic circulation has weakened considerably. Still technically have a tornado warning for Tuscaloosa County, the northern part of the county up north of Samantha. But again, that rotation is weakening significantly. So let's go down to Marengo County and now southern Hale County, as we have a big potential for a tornado down there. I think this thing may have been on the ground for a while. This thing is continuing to look impressive to us. There's the tornado warning polygon. I'll pull on the reflectivity just to see that out of Birmingham.
While you're doing that, I want to read off a couple from the chat.
Go ahead.
They just spoke with the Marengo EMA. They is in the National Weather Service in Birmingham, and there are no reports to 911 currently of any damage at this time. So that is some good news. We haven't really been seeing a whole lot of damage reports with these storms that have been tornado warned tonight. So let's hope that that continues to be the case. But these storms, you know, they are going to pack a punch, and these storms are ramping up very quickly. I just got a notification that the Birmingham National Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning for Hale and Perry counties until 2:15 in the morning. This storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, so it's not staying in the Hale, Perry counties very long. This storm is actually moving pretty quickly, so that's some good news as well.
Yeah, so again, the Tuscaloosa County tornado warning is going to expire based off the fact the rotation's really fizzled out in the past 20 minutes or so.
And Birmingham just canceled the tornado warning for Marengo.
Okay, yeah, that's because circulation's out of Marengo now. So again, we're getting all clear to Marengo County at the moment. What you're looking at is a very impressive supercell thunderstorm. And again, this is your rotational signature. You're looking at a donut hole. This is called a beware region. Bounded weak echo region. That's what this thing's called, and that's where your mesocyclone is rotating. The centrifugal force around that is slinging the raindrops to the outside of your mesocyclone, so you get this kind of donut hole feature. Plus, you got strong rising motion. This thing, it creates like, it looks like a donut. That's all it is. And inside this thing, there could be a tornado down on the ground. But again, as Emily had mentioned, we have not had any reports from the Marengo County EMA of any damage as of yet, which I can tell you this is truly remarkable based off of the wind speeds we've been measuring over 120 miles per hour with this rotation. So again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm. There's Greensboro right there. Again, if you go south to Greensboro, in fact, Greensboro is technically under the tornado warning. The polygon does extend that far north, but again, 25 that runs into Highway 69 just below Greensboro is where we're really talking about. You're going to be under the gun. New Bern, you're in that. Laneville, you're also under the tornado warning polygon. Here's a new update. And again, still got the bounded weak echo region, the donut hole feature that you don't want to see on a radar signature. This is not a good look in terms of, you know, this thing not doing much. This thing could easily drop a tornado in southern Hale County. Let's put on the velocity.
While you're putting on the velocity, we do have some reports of heavy hail falling in the Arcola area between Lock 5 and the Galleon area.
Yeah, that's indicative of that strong updraft, so that's not a good sign to see that. So again, we do have a dangerous thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado in Hale County that's now out of Marengo County. And let's pull on, tell you what, let's look at the information on this thing, because that is a strong couplet we're looking at in Hale County. Yeah, this thing is really impressive. Let's see if we can measure the wind in this thing. Again, gate-to-gate shear over 100 miles per hour still occurring with this circulation. That means the winds are 100 miles per hour or stronger, possibly with this tornado. So this thing is truly an impressive storm. And I tell you what, Jen, if you want to take the weather iPad down just for a moment while we update this and take graphic. There we go, full screen. Yeah, so if you're just now joining us, we've got a tornado warning that's in effect for southern Hale County. This is coming up on Case Moore and Cedarville as we speak. We've got a dangerous thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado that's coming up on the southern side of Greensboro. We're measuring some pretty strong winds with this thing. And again, that has me concerned about this potential. Look at that, 151 miles per hour now.
Wow.
Coming up on Cedarville. Highway 69, that's north of Prairieville. That's where we're talking about for this potential for tornado that could be down. We'll check, Emily, you got some more information you want to pass along with this?
Don't have any information so far from the National Weather Service, but I'm keeping my eye on the weather iPad for radar scope. Just continuing to see, you know, the correlation coefficient, seeing that, seeing if there is any debris. So far, not looking like a whole lot. Now I'm going to switch it back over to velocity. You can't see this. We're trying to update the iPad right now. We're having some trouble, but I'm on my phone. This does have a pretty good rotation with it. We've got that red and that green inflow and outflow boundary that's creating that rotation. And I'm going to go ahead and check the vertically integrated liquid. And this thing is dropping some major hail right now. Look at that.
Goodness.
Yeah.
We can actually pull that up on air as well. But again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm. Let's pull on the hazard display and just kind of see what we got here. Again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm in southern Hale County that has a big potential to produce a tornado. And I would be surprised if we get away with this storm without any damage at all. We have not had any reports. I can pull on the reports. And again, there's just not any at all from this storm. And this is a supercell thunderstorm that's out here kind of ahead of the main line and all that activity. But again, this is a dangerous thunderstorm. This thing really has me concerned about the potential for a tornado that could be down with that.
Yeah, it looks like it's starting to tighten up a little bit on the velocity. And there's a lot of lightning associated with this as well.
Yeah, let's pull on the lightning display. And again, what you're looking at is from that thunderstorm in Hale County. And look at the lightning, goodness, with that storm. So this thing is noisy as it's coming up on Greensboro right now. So again, a dangerous thunderstorm approaching Greensboro from the southwest. We have a big potential. There could be a tornado down with this. We're seeing a lot of lightning coming out of this as well. And again, this is the only tornado warning in our coverage area that is for that. Now, technically, the northern tip of Tuscaloosa County still got the tornado warning there. But again, this thing is, the rotation is weakened out. The Weather Service is going to allow that warning to be dropped. So,
still haven't got any storm reports yet, Richard, so that is some good news. Continuing to read the National Weather Service chat. You know, we're in good communication with them, and they keep us updated on what's going on. They relay the information to us, and we relay the information to you guys. But, you know, no damage reports, that's good, but we're continuing to track this tornado warning right now. And once again, this is the only really major concern here right now in central Alabama and our DMA.
Yeah, we got our weather iPad back up here so you can see some of that. You can see the reflectivity of that thunderstorm coming across Hale County. This thing's approaching Greensboro from the southwest. We need you in a safe place right now. If you are in Greensboro, this is a dangerous situation for a thunderstorm that is likely producing a tornado that's coming up on Greensboro as we speak. We're looking at debris signature. I do not see any screaming evidence there of a tornado, but it does not mean there's not one down. The couplet is still very tight. That's, again, right on top of Cedarville on Highway 69, close to the Miller Catfish plant, Miller Catfish Ponds. Those areas is where we're talking about for this potential tornado. And I'll pull on the, see if we can find the speed on this in terms of the winds, just kind of see what we got. And still 114 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear with this. So this circulation means business. This is intense circulation that is moving northeast pretty quickly at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Let me do a track on this thing. And go ahead.
The tornado warning for Tuscaloosa has been canceled.
Yeah. All right, so they went ahead and canceled that. In fact, let's go up to that storm just for a moment and look at that, because I know a lot of people ask it about the Tuscaloosa area, and there's no circulation with that at all, and that is the good news. That is wonderful, wonderful to see. Again, if you are in Tuscaloosa County, there's no evidence of rotation anywhere in Tuscaloosa County.
That Hale County storm, though, the National Weather Service is saying that there's impressive rotation a mile above the ground.
Wow. So the rotation extends up several thousand feet. Again, this is the only tornado warning we got. Tuscaloosa County tornado warning has been dropped, and that is good to see. So let me take off the watch warning map, and again, that's what we got. We got a tornado warning there that includes Hale County and northwest Perry County in West Alabama. So it is now 1:37 on this Sunday morning. Good Sunday morning to you. It's Palm Sunday. We've got several thunderstorms that are capable of producing severe weather across Alabama. We have one tornado warning now that's coming up on Greensboro, as it does have a high likelihood of producing tornadoes. So we are concerned about that potential there. That's just northwest of the city of New Bern. We got, again, the evidence is certainly there. This thing could be dropping a tornado, and I really am concerned about that. If you are watching us in Greensboro, let's go ahead and go to a safe place now. We got this large batch of rain and thunder across most of West Alabama. At the moment, there's only one rotating thunderstorm. All the other rotating thunderstorms have weakened quite a bit, considerably, so there's no additional tornado warnings for those storms. But we do have, again, a very dangerous storm that is capable producing a tornado in Hale County. This is coming up on Greensboro, so if you are in Greensboro, we want you in a safe place immediately. In fact, this thing continues to look very impressive on radar and on velocity. We're seeing some strong, powerful winds inside this thing that just passed Cedarville. There's Greensboro. There's Highway 14 that runs into Perry County and then back to the west into Sawyerville. Really looks like this thing's going to hit Greensboro directly. For a potential for a tornado that could be down. So again, this thing certainly means business that's coming across Hale County, approaching Greensboro right now. So again, we've got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center that continues to watch things from the National Weather Service in terms of reports and updates from this. And so far, Emily, I haven't heard of anything out of this storm in terms of damage, which is incredible.
No, nothing yet. You know, I'm keeping my eyes on this, but yeah, I am very surprised we don't have any damage reports, but we are getting hail reports associated with the storm, but that's typical with these types of storms that we're seeing.
Yeah, and you know, whenever you start seeing these large hail reports, it is indicative of a strong updraft, and whenever you have a strong updraft and a lot of wind shear, that can spell for trouble in terms of that. So again, we still have distinct evidence of rotation. Really riding Highway 69, there's Greensboro. Downtown Greensboro sits right there where 69 runs into Highway 14. Again, that is exactly where this thing's heading. So it's going to move right up 69 into Greensboro and then continue off to the northeast from there. As potentially a damaging tornado that is likely still down. So this is a supercell type of thunderstorm. It's one of these that's been rotating since Choctaw County. The National Weather Service back in Mobile issued a tornado warning for Choctaw County, and we've been watching this for a while now, and this thing's still rotating. And it just continues that way. In fact, here's a new scan on our velocity. You see the signature is still there. It's still packing a punch in terms of what looks like could be dropping a tornado. But one encouraging thing is I have not heard of any confirmation of a tornado touching down as of now. In fact, nothing from the Marengo County EMA, and I assume so far nothing from the Hale County EMA as we would have known about it by now. Emily?
No, nothing yet. You know, I'm really surprised we haven't gotten any damage reports so far because this storm is pretty intense, and like you said, it is packing a punch. The hail is coming down as well. Haven't got any reports about how big it is, but coming from me looking at the vertically integrated liquid values, they're pretty on the moderate side, so I'm expecting maybe quarter-size hail at most, but there is frequent lightning associated with the storm as well, and Greensboro needs to be in their safe place right now because this storm is about to pass right over downtown Greensboro. Just getting another notification from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. They're saying that Marengo County has called and there are no damage reports associated with it other than just a few trees down from the wind. It's not associated with the storm.
And that's good. And so far,
they're saying that the rotation has weakened since the last scan over Hale County.
Yeah, big weakening trend. This thing's coming up on Greensboro. So again, this is a dangerous situation for Greensboro, but the rotation for the moment has shown some signs of weakening. That doesn't mean it's over with. If you're in Greensboro, we want you in a safe place now and stay there for another 10 to 15 minutes before we can give you an all clear once this moves north of Highway 14.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of that through these storms passing through. They'll start and they'll ramp up and they'll get, really strong, and then all of a sudden they'll just die down. But we saw that one storm earlier that came through Mississippi State and crossed over into Alabama, but that storm produced damage in Mississippi State, and then it went into Ackerman, Mississippi, produced damage there, then crossed the line and produced some damage into Alabama as well. So, these storms are just ramping up really quickly, and then they're dying down really quickly as well. But I have not had any reports of damage so far, other than a few trees being down, but that was not associated with the storm that passed through Marengo County earlier. But, the soil is saturated and straight line winds are associated with these storms as well. So just because you're not under a tornado warning doesn't mean you couldn't see any damage tonight.
Yeah, this is really the only storm of concern at the moment in terms of producing a tornado. Good to see some storms still produce some strong gusty winds. Emily, you're talking about, could knock some trees down. We've had a lot of rain lately, and again, that soil is saturated. So, again, and I will say this, if you're in Tuscaloosa back towards Samantha and Fayette, I just don't see any sign of this becoming tornadic. It really looks like if you are to the west of Tuscaloosa, I think you're going to be okay. We'll watch it carefully for the next hour or two, but it really looks like the main concern is for this one thunderstorm that's coming through Greensboro, and then we'll have to watch this stuff coming across western Marengo County too for any sign of rotation. In fact, let's pull that up and just kind of see, and thankfully at the moment I don't see any strong evidence of rotation coming through that area. So again, our main area of concern is over Greensboro. We still have evidence of rotation right over downtown Greensboro, and this thing is still showing some strong winds with that, rotating winds. In fact, let's see what we got here in terms of the rotation. It's come way down, but still got 70 to 80 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear with that. So again, that's the latest on that storm. And Emily, so far so good in terms of the lack of reports.
Yeah, I'm really surprised because this storm was showed a pretty good indication on radar that there could have been a tornado. But why don't we put a track on this so we can go ahead and see, what's to come after Greensboro. But if you're in the Greensboro community right now, this storm is passing over you. So this storm has weakened a little bit, but we do want you to remain in your safe places. So we're going to go ahead and put a track on this. So about 1:59, this storm's going to be headed into the Morgan Springs area. By 2:25, going to be in Brent and West Blockton by 2:39. So this is a relatively fast-moving storm. It's definitely not staying in place for quite a while. This storm is continuing to move about 45 miles per hour. So once again, quickly moving through. But Greensboro community, you need to be in your safe places right now.
Yeah, and I see the National Weather Service also mentioning no significant rotation. Literally, we're just mentioning that. I think they're listening to us. Every time I say something, they say something exactly the same.
They're agreeing that the warned storm passing right over Greensboro right now.
Yeah, that's the one of concern. And again, Emily was mentioning the communities of arrival time there. If this does indeed hold together, and we hope it does weaken, but it's still a supercell thunderstorm that's kind of out there ahead of everything. It's got plenty of instability to deal with tonight. So again, it's Sunday morning. It's coming up on 2 o'clock. If you're just now joining us on this Palm Sunday, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott got Emily Owen here as well. And we continue to watch a thunderstorm that is rotating in Hale County. But again, Emily, the winds continue to come down with that. In fact, we'll look at the information on the screen, and still got 70-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear.
Wasn't that gate-to-gate shear though in the hundreds?
Yeah, it was 150 something earlier.
So it's come down significantly.
So it's come down quite a bit. So that's a good thing to see, but it doesn't mean it's going to be over with. So again, if you're in the tornado warning polygon, you need to be in a safe place now. And again, that includes areas in Greensboro and points northeast. And here's the deal: the National Weather Service no longer issues county-based warnings because tornadoes are relatively small, and there's no point in issuing all of Hale County in a tornado warning when only a small part of the county's been impacted. So back in 2007, National Weather Service offices all over the country went to issuing polygon-based warnings rather than county-by-county based warnings. So we warn a lot fewer people that are not necessary to be in the warning by trimming down the path of this thing. And again, this was a smart idea. I wish I would have come up with it, but that was way above my pay grade. And again, this is the tornado warning polygon. That includes a small sliver of Hale County, that includes Greensboro, really up and down Highway 25 that runs up to the Bibb County line. That's where the tornado warning polygon includes and where it stops at the Bibb County line. It includes areas northwest of Heiberger, does not include Heiberger, does not include Sprott or downtown Marion. Marion sits right there in central Perry County. Does not include downtown Marion. This is to your northwest. I know some outdoor sirens are still kind of hooked into that old-fashioned, if part of the county's issued, all the sirens go off. But again, it's not necessary. If you're north of Greensboro or if you're south of Greensboro, there's no issues at all. It's going to be right here up and down Highway 25 running northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. On the other screen, you're looking at the reflectivity of this thunderstorm. That is a supercell storm that is capable of producing a tornado. We do know the reflectivity's come down significantly over the past 20 minutes to 30 minutes, which is an encouraging thing. I'll pull on. Tell you what, let me take you out to home view just for a moment. I want to show everybody out there because, again, we keep getting questions through social media, what's happening in different parts of the state. And Jen, are we on Facebook Live too? If you guys can confirm that in the control room. Yeah, just let me know if we are. I know we're on our website streaming as well. So again, there are no active warnings across our entire coverage area except for this one tornado warning that's in effect for eastern Hale County and northwestern Perry County. It's a rotating thunderstorm that is showing signs of weakening a little bit. And yeah, Jen confirmed we are on Facebook Live. So if you search WVUA 23 on Facebook, we are also streaming live on Facebook, also on our website, WVUA23.com. You can watch us there in case you lose power, just other sources of information for you. So again, we got a one tornado warning in our entire coverage area. Let me put on the reflectivity and show you the storms out there. And again, that's the deal. We got a batch of weakening thunderstorms across Alabama. Weakening is a good trend. I hope that trend will continue. But as we have seen a couple of times tonight, these storms can and sometimes do pulse back up. And that is something we'll watch carefully. Again, we've got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center. And Emily, what you got?
So far, no damage reports, and that's some very good news considering the extremity of these storms. I just did get a notification from the Weather Service that's talking about how they're going to be assessing the tornado watch and possibly clearing some of the western counties. And they are going to continue this tornado warning for Hale and Perry counties until 2:15 a.m. This was located near Greensboro, continuing to track northeastward about 45 miles per hour. So this is a relatively quickly moving storm, but it has weakened some. I know earlier that our winds were pretty high, but have since died down. But, I'm just going to continue to monitor this chat and hopefully continue to not see any damage reports here. But so far, we're so good here, Richard.
Yeah, that's a good thing. And I do want to mention, we got a wide perspective on our radar. There's nothing west of Alabama that is concerning in terms of becoming tornadic. In fact, if you're up in Hamilton, over towards Vernon, down to Reform and Livingston, I think the threat of severe weather is over with. In fact, for Tuscaloosa and points north, I think the threat of this becoming severe is pretty much over with. It looks like it's all concentrated south of Tuscaloosa now. So if you're in those general areas, that's where we are looking at still the potential for a tornado. And again, I do want to remind you we are on Facebook Live as well, so you can watch us there. In fact, I'm sharing that on our social media page as well, on our other pages, just so we can get that information out there. But again, if you're in Tuscaloosa and points north, I don't see any sign of anything tornadic at the moment. So again, that's a good thing. We'll continue to watch that carefully, but over the next few hours, it looks like this is transitioning more into further south portions of our coverage area, south of Interstate 20. Looks like the hot spot in terms of active tornado warnings for the next few hours. But keep in mind, we still got a long time to go before this is out of our coverage area and the threat is completely over. So again, if you're in West Alabama, really from Tuscaloosa, points north and west, it looks like the tornado threat is subsiding quite a bit, even though we still maintain a tornado watch until 3 a.m. But one thing, Emily, I haven't seen anything in terms of damage so far.
The only damage that I've been able to show is from that storm that came through Mississippi State earlier in the evening on Saturday. But, you know, we're continuing to track this one lone tornado warning that we've got right now, continuing until about 2:15 in the morning, but the rotation has looked like it has died down some, so that is some good news. But just remember, you know, if you are included in this polygon, to make sure you are in your safe places until this tornado warning has been allowed to expire. There is frequent lightning involved with this storm as well, and I'm going to go ahead and put it on the vertically integrated liquid. Could see some hail associated with this as well. I'm on my phone. You can't see this. We've got the iPad just focused on
reflectivity.
Yeah, we've had some issues with radar scope refreshing.
Yeah, it looks like it's updating now. And again, this storm is showing signs, Emily, of weakening that's come past Greensboro. It's really riding Highway 25 as we speak. And a few folks down in Linden asking about the lighting down there. Let me take you into that storm.
This does look to be continuing a northeastward track, though, so the Brent area may want to, you know, go ahead and have a heads up for that. But, you know, like you said, the rotation is starting to weaken a little bit, and Birmingham National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Hale and Marengo counties until 2:45 a.m.
Yeah, let's take you down there. And a lot of people are asking about this storm coming out of Choctaw County. You know, we just kind of had this situation not long ago. We had a tornado warning down in Choctaw County, right around Pennington and Lavaca. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. And there's also a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for areas along Highway 43 from Linden to Demopolis. It includes Providence and Old Spring Hill for the risk of damaging straight line winds. But again, we're talking to a few folks down in Linden. I grew up in Linden, by the way. I know a lot of people down there, and they're mentioning the fact that this thing is spitting out an incredible amount of lightning around Linden and points north, and it is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging straight line winds. And then there's another severe thunderstorm warning. It's just come out of Butler, coming through Pennington and Lavaca, approaching Sweetwater and Myrtlewood. That'll be coming up on Linden within a matter of about 20 to 25 minutes. But again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. I'll put on the velocity. And Emily, that's wonderful. I don't see any sign of rotation with that. All straight line wind.
We can see this tornado warning, you know, expire here within the next couple of minutes or so.
Yeah, for the severe thunderstorm warning, I'm talking about Marengo County. This is there's no sign of rotation down here in Marengo County. Emily, you're talking about the Hale County storm. Let me go up to that and just pan you off to the north. And yeah, the rotation there is really weakening, Emily. Look at that, just north of Greensboro. Let me take you into that. And I tell you, you know, on a night like this, it is fantastic news not to have multiple reports coming in of damage. You know, this thing had to touch down at some point because there's winds we're clocking over 200 miles or over 150 miles per hour, approaching 200 down in Marengo County. Now, that was rotation several thousand feet off the ground, but there's, I can almost guarantee at some point this thing had a tornado down that came across northwest Marengo County. This thing's now just south of Ingram. Really along Highway 25 northeast of Greensboro, tracking northeast, about to move into Bibb County. And the Weather Service in Birmingham is going to have to make a decision if they extend a tornado warning into Bibb County or not. At the moment, there's no evidence they're going to do that. The warning expires, is it 2 or 2:15?
2:15.
Okay. It's going to be out of the county by 2:15, I believe, as it's moving northeast pretty quickly out of Hale County. Again, Greensboro is the bottom of your screen. There's where this thing is heading. And again, what you're looking at on this screen with me is the velocity. This is the wind inside this thunderstorm. We're looking for rotating wind. And again, the rotation has really come down a bit. Still got some evidence of weak rotation on top of Highway 25, east of Highway 69. And again, this is to the east of Harper Hill, south of Ingram. And again, this is coming up on Bibb County. If it continues, we got Pondville that would be in the path of this potential rotation in southwest Bibb County. Bibb County, you're not under the tornado warning at the moment. But again, we're watching this carefully. And I tell you what, let's put on the warning and show you what we got here. Again, there's the warning polygon. The rotation's all the way up here now. So again, there's the end of the tornado warning. The possible tornado is tracking northeast, about to move out of the county of Hale County into Bibb County. So again, the National Weather Service is going to have to make a decision whether they extend that tornado warning or let it go. But at this point, I haven't heard of any news out of that, Emily.
Nothing so far. Hopefully, though, they won't plan on extending this tornado warning into Bibb County, though, as the rotation has weakened here. I'm still not seeing any damage reports, so that is some good news for us here. Tracking these storms later on tonight. Hail is being indicated with some of these storms as well, so keep that in mind, and lots of frequent lightning with this as well.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we got a live look from Bryant Denny in Tuscaloosa, and I just want to show you what it looks like outside here in the Tuscaloosa area. We've got a lot of lightning around, but again, there's nothing severe here around the Tuscaloosa area. We've had a few folks asking about, is there anything severe approaching Tuscaloosa or Northport? There's not. Looks like everything is to the southeast of us in terms of the risk of a tornado. We're going to watch radar trends for the next hour or so. But again, for Tuscaloosa, there's nothing approaching Tuscaloosa that is considered severe. We've got a temperature 72, wind out of the south at 10 miles per hour. So again, it is a muggy night across Alabama. This is a live look. This is up in Summerton and Walker County. Again, nothing severe up this way. There's some rain. There's some lightning and thunder. Temperature 70 there. Here's your watch warning map. Again, got a severe thunderstorm warning for much of Hale County, northern Marengo County. Another severe thunderstorm warning, Choctaw County, and that one tornado warning for eastern Hale County. Again, let me take you over to take you over the satellite and radar. Here we go. And this just kind of shows you this whole event, because I know a lot of people in different parts of the state asking what's happening in my area. This is it. This is all the issues we're going to have tonight. These are moving eastward pretty quickly. Back to the west, there's nothing severe. There's no threat of anything severe that's back here in East Mississippi coming into West Alabama. So again, once this batch of heavy rain and thunderstorms moves to your east, there's nothing else behind this coming at you. So again, this round of thunderstorms is going to be it as it comes through. Once it passes east of you, the risk of severe weather will have come to an end. Let me take you over to radar and kind of give you a close perspective of that. And while I do that, information coming in, Emily?
No information on whether or not they're going to extend that tornado warning into Bibb County. They are continuing to monitor it, though. They have not made a decision yet, but they are going to continue the tornado warning for Hale and Perry once again until 2:15.
So for about 15 more minutes, we got that tornado warning. So again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, I don't see anything, Emily, at all that is showing signs of rotating. Let me take you down here into Pickens and Tuscaloosa County. Again, we just got rain and thunder here. There's no sign of this becoming severe. So I think for Tuscaloosa, this event's pretty much over with in terms of a risk of tornadoes. We'll watch trends for the next hour or two, but I really think most of this is now to the south of town. But again, if you are in Tuscaloosa, I think you're okay. Our issues are down here over Hale County. That's where we have a tornadic supercell that's moving northeast in the direction of Brent and Centerville, just like that. Again, these storms up here are not even severe. There's some lightning and thunder, but there's nothing severe. And tell you what, in the top screen, the top left corner, that is the thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado in Hale County. That thing looks like it's wrapped up a little bit. Let's go down into it.
They look like they're about to extend this warning into Bibb County, so the warning is coming for this.
Yeah, this thing looks like it's wrapped back up again. This is right on Highway 25. There's a Pondville, Brent, and Centerville. I think this is going to be mainly to your west, but again, this thunderstorm is showing signs of wrapping back up, potentially the rotation increasing. Let me pull on the velocity, and we'll watch this live on air. Let's see what this thing looks like. You know, not overly impressive, but the structure of this thunderstorm does look pretty impressive. So the Weather Service may again consider that tornado. Are they for sure about to issue that, or are they just thinking about it?
They said that the warning is coming.
Okay, so they are going to issue a warning for Bibb County. So heads up for Bibb County, there is a tornado warning about to be issued for you in response to this storm right here that is south of the Phillips community, that is to the east of Ingram now, basically on Highway 25, and it's about to come up on Pondville, and there is the Pearsons community on Highway 82. This will not impact Tuscaloosa. This is southeast of Tuscaloosa. Again, this is well to the east of you, and it sounds like we may have that warning.
Yep, and here comes that new tornado warning for Bibb, and this is also going to include Tuscaloosa as well until 3 a.m.
The southeastern tip of Tuscaloosa, yeah.
Yep.
Not the city of Tuscaloosa, the southeastern tip of Tuscaloosa County.
Yes, Tuscaloosa County.
Let me zoom out just a little bit so you can see that. Again, yeah, it's going to be like this part of Tuscaloosa County. So below Duncanville, you would be in that tornado warning polygon. Let me pull on the warning and show you who's in that polygon. See if it's popped up yet. Yeah, here we go. Again, this thing's, yeah, it includes far eastern Tuscaloosa County, really the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line. So, again, just to kind of confirm, you know, for Tuscaloosa, this is not a threat for the city. This is extreme east and southeast Tuscaloosa County. This is actually southeast of Duncanville, and this comes up on Woodstock in northern Bibb County. So, again, the circulation is moving kind of northeast like that. If you are in Tuscaloosa, you're okay. If you're in Brent, you're okay. This could have crossed Highway 82 right between Brent and Duncanville. There's Highway 82. And again, the rotation is down here coming out of northern Perry County and far eastern Hale County. So again, there's your tornado warning polygon for that thunderstorm. Let me zoom you up to the north, or pan you off to the north just a little bit so we can see everybody in the polygon. And again, this includes areas east of Brookwood, east of Coaling. If you're at Vance out of Mercedes, you are under that tornado warning polygon for, again, the potential for a tornado that could be there. But for the city of Tuscaloosa and Northport, let me urge that this is not a tornado warning for you. This is the far eastern part of the county. Again, Vance over towards Mercedes, West Blockton, Interstate 2059, again, if you are north of West Blockton, where 5 runs into Interstate 2059, the Woodstock exit, that's where we're talking about for the potential for a tornado. And that's going to cross just like that, across far northwestern Bibb County, far southeast Tuscaloosa County. Again, let me reiterate, this does not include the city of Northport or Tuscaloosa, well to the southeast of town. So let me go back out, and again, what you're looking at, yeah, this thing's wrapping back up. What you've got on the top left of the screen, that is the storm of concern that is rotating, and this thing looks impressive, so let's go into that. And Emily, what's incredible about this is we still haven't had any reports out of that, and I'm glad we haven't, don't get me wrong, but it's just truly remarkable we haven't had anything yet.
Yeah, no damage reports so far. I'm continuing to monitor the National Weather Service chat as well. But going back to that tornado warning, that is for South Tuscaloosa County, not Tuscaloosa, the city. This is going to cross right over Interstate 2059, right around the Coaling area, Vance area, and Woodstock area as well. So the National Weather Service is just saying that it's looking like it's developing a bit of a comma head signature in Hale County right now. So south of the Greensboro area, but back to this Tuscaloosa warning, we're just going to continue to monitor it. Once again, this looks like it's going to cross over Interstate 2059 And the city of Tuscaloosa is not included in this as well, just the southeastern portion of Tuscaloosa County. So I do want to go to radar scope and look and see if we can pull up the velocity with this just to see what the rotation's looking like, if it's tightening or weakening. Let's wait for it to load.
Yeah, and I've got velocity pulled up on weather graphics too. And while you do that, I want to look down to the southwest, and I don't see anything down in Marengo County that's showing signs of rotation. I know a few people down there asking about that. I'll put on the reflectivity. Again, we got some severe thunderstorm warnings down here, but in terms of rotation, I don't see anything at the moment. But again, that could change. But we do have that one tornado warning that is in effect for extreme southeast Tuscaloosa County. And again, northern and western Bibb County. This is coming out of northeast Hale County. Again, this has got that donut feature again, which is really impressive. That's just northeast of Hogglesville. This came right over Hogglesville about 10 minutes ago. It's now to your northeast. It's crossing into Bibb County. So let's do a track on this thing. And what was the speed on that, Emily?
The speed for this tornado warning is moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour.
So northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, these are the communities and the times of arrival. What time the possible tornado would be in your neighborhood. So again, we got areas like Coaling at 2:33, Vance at 2:38, Woodstock at 2:45, Abernant 2:50, Bucksville 2:53, Johns at about 3 o'clock. So again, those are just times of arrival with that storm, Emily.
And I just continued to look at the velocity data, and there is a pretty good indication of a signature of rotation on radar. They're saying, the National Weather Service is saying that the Greensboro storm is getting pretty interesting right now. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Marengo County as well, but continuing to monitor this tornado warning for Bibb County and extreme southeast portion of Tuscaloosa County. This does not include the city of Tuscaloosa, but this will last until about 3 a.m. and this storm is moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour, so it is moving relatively fast. But that rotation is just continuing to look impressive here on radar.
Yeah, and I see that storm they're talking about around Greensboro. New tornado warning looks like just came out, and it didn't even pop up on there yet. That's it.
I haven't got it from the chat yet, but
yeah, new tornado warning has just come out for Hale County. That includes Greensboro. So again, this is a second tornado warning for Greensboro. There it is. It's just been posted. So again, we've got a brand new tornado warning for Hale County that includes Greensboro. This is for a second circulation that is down here again in between Sawyerville and Greensboro, crossing Highway 14 as we speak. And this has the potential to produce a tornado. I don't see a lot of strong winds with this in terms of a circulation, but again, this is an interesting storm. The Weather Service going ahead and posting a tornado warning for that. So again, you see the structure of this thing is impressive coming up on Greensboro. So we need to go ahead and go to a safe place. Again, this will be for the second time if you are in Greensboro, as do have the potential for a tornado. And I believe we got some reports there, Emily?
Yeah, we've just got one local storm report. This is from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. They're saying that in the Cedarville community, this is in Hale County, Emergency Management is reporting that there is some thunderstorm wind damage. There's some trees down across the road at Highway 69 and County Road 16. So once again, you know, even if you're not experiencing a tornado warning, you could still have that thunderstorm wind damage knocking down over trees. Our soil is very saturated. We've had a lot of rain move through, so trees are going to be very easy to knock over. And, you know, straight line winds are part of the risks for tonight's severe weather event as well.
Yeah, and so far I haven't heard of any, tornado-related damage, which is fantastic news. Hopefully that trend will continue. But let me go back quickly to Tuscaloosa. If you are in the city of Tuscaloosa, there's no threat of a tornado at the moment. Everything is to the southeast of the city of Tuscaloosa. But again, it's areas around Greensboro back towards same place we really talked about. I mean, this is the exact same track. It's going to cross track along Highway 25, crossing 14 in Greensboro, with the potential for a tornado that could be there with that storm. We got another tornado that could be down that has crossed Highway 25 that's now over far northwestern Bibb County, really on the county line of Bibb and Tuscaloosa County. That's where this thing's going to be tracking. So again, we got 2 circulations now in West Alabama, one over Hale County, one moving out of Hale County into northwest Bibb County. And again, both of those have a potential to produce a tornado, but there has been no confirmation of anything down as of yet. So that is some good news with that. So tell you what, let me pull on the wide view just for a moment and show everybody out there. And again, what you're looking at in the top left of your screen, that is the thunderstorm that is rotating, that's coming out of Hale County into northwest Bibb County. And again, we got a couplet with that. There's rain and thunderstorms across most of West Alabama, but it seems like the tornado threat is at the moment to the south of Tuscaloosa and to the south of Birmingham. And again, this could change, but at the moment, this back here over northwest Alabama is not showing any sign of becoming tornadic. Everything's to the south. Stuff to the north is not considered tornadic or severe at the moment, just some rain and thunder. So again, we've got 2 thunderstorms that are rotating at the moment. There's one over Hale County and one over northwest Bibb County. So let me take you into that storm that's over northwest Bibb County and show you what we got there. Again, because we do have the risk of a tornado developing. With that, in fact, both of these features look suspicious. In fact, we got that one there. That's a comma head looking feature over Greensboro. And then we got this one that's now in Bibb County. That's really going to straddle the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line between Vance and West Blockton, coming up on Aberdan, and then there's Jefferson County there. We'll see if this thing continues. The National Weather Service may have to extend the tornado warning into Jefferson County. If this does indeed happen. The northern storm looks much smaller compared to the southern storm. I mean, look at this thing, Emily, over Hale County, over Greensboro, much larger compared to this much smaller storm that's straddling the Tuscaloosa and Bibb County line. But both of these have its concern for the possibility of a tornado. I'll put on the warning display, show you who's in this polygon. And again, there's 2 different tornado warnings. There's one here for a storm that's over Greensboro, and then there's one here for this storm that is now into northwest Bibb County. It's coming up on Highway 82 between Duncanville and Brent. So that's where this thing is going to cross Highway 82 right on the Tuscaloosa County line. So if you're familiar with 82, when you cross into Bibb County, that's where this thing's going to cross in terms of the tornado path. So again, we've got 2 polygons there, 2 tornado warning polygons in our coverage area. And this is number 1, we'll call it, tornado circulation number 1. Again, it's about to cross into areas north of Pondville. It's about to cross right into the southeast part of Tuscaloosa County and northwest Bibb County. Again, that's where this thing's going. It's in a very rural part of West Alabama. And, you know, that may be one reason, Emily, we haven't had a lot of reports, is this thing's been tracking kind of the sparsely populated part of West Alabama.
Yeah, the only reports that we've gotten, we've only really had 3 real reports tonight, and it's all just from thunderstorm wind damage coming from trees being blown over. But some of these storms are packing a punch here, and they're, you know, intensifying really quickly, and then they're just dying down right after. So it's not like these things are staying on the ground for a long time, but these are some strong storms that are being associated with this rotation. This rotation that's going to be in southeastern portion of Tuscaloosa County, going to be crossing over the I-2059 interstate here pretty soon. Going to be headed towards the Coaling area, Vance area as well. So we're going to continue to monitor this and keep you updated for this as well.
Yeah, Emily, it looks like the storm may be cycling back down a bit as it comes up on Highway 82, right over the Pearsons area. That's where this rotation would cross 82, but it does not look as impressive as it did just a few moments ago. Again, this is going to be to the northwest of Brandon Centerville. This is going to be southeast of Duncanville. That's where it's going to cross Highway 82, again, with that rotational signature that has shown some signs becoming less organized. Now, I want to take you to our camera in Tuscaloosa just for a moment. Let me show you what it looks like outside Bron-Denny Stadium. It is pouring in Tuscaloosa. Heavy rain coming through, but again, there's nothing severe with this, just some rain and some lightning and thunder. But Again, that's just show you what it looks like in different parts of the state. This is what it looks like on the University of Alabama campus. And again, Emily is pulling that up on the weather iPad as well. The reflectivity, just to kind of show you what it looks like outside. But yeah, there's some lightning, some thunder. But at this point, there's no evidence of anything severe in the city of Tuscaloosa. This is all to the southeast, where we have 2 thunderstorms that have gotten out of hand a bit in terms of rotation. And that's the reason we're on air now, is because of those 2 storms. So let me go back over to our radar. And this is a wide perspective. Again, we've got those 2 tornado warnings across central and west Alabama. That includes Hale County, also far southeast Tuscaloosa County, northwest Bibb County. We have not had any reports of tornado-related damage. We've had a few minor reports of some trees down from thunderstorm wind damage, but again, in terms of a tornado, we just haven't had anything across West Alabama so far confirmed down, although there have been a couple of storms that have shown some pretty good sign of rotation, but we just didn't see any confirmation of a tornado touchdown from that. Again, this activity over northwest Alabama is not severe. Let me take you into that, but again, the 2 tornado warnings we got are over Hale County and basically the southeastern tip of Tuscaloosa County, the northwestern portion of Bibb County. Let me start you over northwest Alabama and show you this. We got some rain and thunder coming through Haleyville, Lynn, and Double Springs in Winston County. That's not considered severe. We got more thunderstorms down to the south of that. That's coming up on Carbon Hill. Jasper, you're going to get this as well, but there's no sign of rotation with this, just some rain, some lightning and thunder. But again, so far there's nothing severe with this. Let's go down to the south. Again, we've got heavy rain falling in Tuscaloosa and Northport, but at the moment there's nothing severe. This back to the west towards Reform is not considered severe. We got 2 thunderstorms that are tornadic. This one that just came through Greensboro, and then this one that's over the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line, riding the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line to the northeast, back towards West Blockton, the Vance and Mercedes area, and that's what we're talking about for that. So again, both of these features are suspicious and showing signs of rotation. Let me take you down into Marengo County. And again, we've got heavy rain, lightning and thunder in Linden, but at the moment there's no sign of anything rotating with that particular thunderstorm. That could change, but that's the way we stand at the moment. I'll pull on the velocity. Let's look at the wind with this. And again, fortunately, I don't see anything tornadic down over Marengo County. Hopefully that trend will continue. And I tell you what, Emily, I just don't see much rotation near Greensboro.
I don't
It's
either.
just nothing there.
Yeah, it looks like it's continuing to weaken, and you know, like I mentioned earlier, we'll get a really strong indication of rotation, and then about 5-10 minutes later, it'll start to weaken.
Yeah, it's just nothing there. And now this rotation that's over southeast Tuscaloosa County does continue, and we do have a tornado warning for that. But I can tell you now, if you're in Greensboro, you got an all clear, you're okay. This rotation does continue over southeast Tuscaloosa County. There's some evidence there could still be a tornado near the Pearsons area. That's right on the county line of Bibb County and Tuscaloosa County on 82. This thing's moving northeast like that. Again, Tuscaloosa's back here. There's no threat for a tornado for the city of Tuscaloosa, our Northport, our University of Alabama campus. This is all to your southeast where this possible tornado would be. And I say possible tornado, there's no confirmation of one, but that's where it would be. And we'll pull on the reflectivity out of Birmingham. Does not look as impressive as it did just a few moments ago. We've lost that bounded weak echo region, that donut hole feature. It's not there. So hopefully we're about to see this thing weaken a bit, but it could cycle again. We've seen this thing, as Emily mentioned, this thing is cyclical in nature. It pulses up, pulses down. And we've seen that happen several times with that rotational signature, but hopefully this thing will continue to weaken. But again, that's what's happening so far. And again, we got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center as well. And do want to remind you, we are streaming online. If you go over to the website, WVUA23.com, and click that weather option, our Watch Now option. We've also got we're on Facebook Live as well, so if you search WVUA23 on Facebook, you can watch us there as well. Just other sources of information in case you do lose power.
So the correlation coefficient is what we use for debris signature here. They're saying that it's lowering far southeast in Tuscaloosa County, so it looks like to be a confirmed tornado.
Wow, look at that. Sure is. This is coming up on Pearson's. It's right on the Bibb-Tuscaloosa County line. So we do see a very small signature popping up there. And we'll need to watch that very carefully. So the National Weather Service has changed their tornado warning for the county line of Bibb and Tuscaloosa to observed tornado. That's based off of radar signature. And again, that's what we got there. So again, what's the speed on that, Emily?
It's about 40 miles per hour, continuing to move northeast.
So again, we got a tornado that could be down, it looks like. We've got a debris signature popping up on the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line. This is crossing Highway 82. Yeah, there we go. So we do have a confirmed tornado down that's just southeast of Duncanville in the far southeastern tip of Tuscaloosa County. Again, this is the first debris signature we've seen so far tonight here in our coverage area. So again, we had several back in Mississippi. In Alabama, not so much, but again, this is the first signature we've actually seen a confirmation there is a tornado down. So what we're seeing now is debris being lofted, picked up in far southeast Tuscaloosa County, and it's going to move back into Bibb County right here on the county line. But there's the Pearson's community. If you are in Pearson's, you need to be in a safe place now. You got to get out of a mobile home, find a site-built structure, and we'll get you through this thing. But again, if you are east of Duncanville, or if you are northwest of Brent and Centerville, traveling along Highway 82, please pull over, let this thing pass by. There is a tornado that's down with that. Again, we have a confirmed tornado. We see the debris signature, and what you're looking at is dual polarization technology. This is the dual pole part of radar where we can scan whatever's in the air, and it comes back as there's something not right here. There's multiple size objects in the air, and what you're looking at is actually debris being picked up on radar. So, you know, years ago, we didn't even have this option. You know, before April 27th of 2011, we couldn't even see that. So now we can actually see debris in the air, and that's what it is. It's tracking northeast just like that. Let me step off real quick. I'm going to do a track on this thing, and while I do that, is there any reports coming in?
No reports so far. They're just talking about clearing a few counties out of the tornado watch that has been issued, but they are looking like they could be extending portions of our viewing area like Marion, Lamar, Pickens, Sumter, Perry, Jefferson, Shelby, Bibb, and Blunt. They're thinking about extending that until 5 a.m., but the remainder of the counties will be allowed to expire at 3 a.m. So all of that just took place, so that is in effect right now.
Okay. So again, we got a tornado warning that continues for far east Tuscaloosa County, and this thing is tracking northeast. These are the communities in the path of this tornado that is certainly on the ground, and this thing is heading directly towards the Mercedes plant. So you guys out of Mercedes, you need to be in your evacuation mode right now. We do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground, and it is approaching the Mercedes plant as we speak. And again, there's a few scans there. This thing has picked up debris and is tracking directly towards Vance and Coling. Again, this is far east Tuscaloosa County. That's where this thing's heading. So again, we have a confirmed tornado that is down. We can see that on dual pole radar. And in the other box, so we've got our velocity. And I tell you what, Emily, if you want to zoom into that velocity signature there over Tuscaloosa County, again, this is well east of the city of Tuscaloosa right here in Tuscaloosa and Northport. There's your tornado there, and this is tracking just like that towards the Interstate 2059 Highway 11 area. Again, the Mercedes plant. This tornado that is confirmed is tracking directly towards the Mercedes plant. So if it does indeed hold together, that's where this thing is heading, in that direction off to the northeast, just like that. Again, basically hugging the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line, and then it's going to get out here near Vance and then Abernathy. If it holds together, Abernathy, you're going to be under the gun with that. In the top left of your screen, you look at the velocity signature. That's the wind inside this thunderstorm. That's rotating air. And again, we still have a very distinct velocity couplet. And again, we have a very distinct tornado debris signature. This is a TDS. This means there's a confirmed tornado down. We can actually see that using a dual pole radar. And tell you what, let's do a hazard display on that. We should pick up this TDS. And again, you're looking at reflectivity. This is the rain inside the thunderstorm. Hasn't popped up yet, but I can tell you it's there. Again, there's Tuscaloosa. This is all east of the city of Tuscaloosa. We got some rain falling on the University of Alabama campus, but in terms of a tornado, nothing in the city of Tuscaloosa. This is over the far southeastern part of the county. Now to the east and northeast of Duncanville. Again, we got evidence of rotation. We got evidence there's a tornado down. I'll pull on that debris signature. Let me zoom into this thing and show you what we got. Again, this thing is right on the Bibb and Tuscaloosa County line. So if you're in West Blockton, if you are out of Mercedes plant, if you are in Vance or Coaling, I want you to be in a safe place right now, out of a mobile home, out of a car. Find a site-built structure. If you're in the Mercedes plant, you guys know where to go. You guys have your evacuation plans of where to go. You need to act on that now, as we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right there. It's picking up debris now that's across Highway 82. And this thing is, again, coming up on Interstate 2059 and Highway 11. It looks like it's going to cross somewhere between Coaling and Vance. Here's a new scan. Still have a tornado that's on the ground. Again, we've got a debris signature that's there. This is a confirmed tornado. We know it's down. It's in East Tuscaloosa County, right on the Bibb County line, but it's on the Tuscaloosa side of the county line. Just to reiterate, again, if you are just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, it's now 2:30 on this Sunday morning. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground in extreme east Tuscaloosa County. This is coming up on Mercedes plant between Coaling and Vance. That's where this tornado is heading. North-northeast, just like that. So again, this is a tornado emergency for a tornado that is on the ground. Confirmed. We see it on our radar. If you are in Coaling or Vance, I want you in your safe place now. Again, out of a mobile home, out of a car, find a site-built structure. If you have friends and family that live in Coaling or Vance, anywhere around the Mercedes plant, please call them, wake them up. I know it's 2:30 in the morning. A lot of people are asleep. If you don't have that source of information to warn you, please call your loved ones and let them know there is a tornado that's confirmed on the ground heading towards Vance and Coaling right now. So please take action. You don't have much time. If you're in Coaling or Vance, you have less than 10 minutes before this tornado is on top of you. And again, it continues to track off to the northeast like that. And we got Emily Owen in the Weather Center as well. Here's a new scan. Again, the debris that's being picked up in the air is just about on top of Coaling and Vance and Mercedes right now. Emily Owen in the Weather Center, anything new coming out?
Haven't got any updates so far on any damage, but you know, I just want to reiterate that this is headed right towards the Mercedes plant. So if you happen to be on Interstate 2059 right now, you might want to get off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Please pull over as fast as possible if you are anywhere on the interstate. Here is the path of this thing. And again, these are community times of arrival. If this thing does indeed hold together, if this tornado continues, these are some of the communities in the path of that. And I'll step off the screen so you can see that. So we're talking about the Vance community at 2:39. So you got 10 minutes or less before this tornado. And I can say tornado is confirmed on the ground. This tornado comes on top of Vance at 2:39. Abernant, if it holds together, at 2:50. The Weller community, 2:57. If it does continue, we got Johns at 3:01. Keep going, Hueytown, Pleasant Grove. Again, that's over in Jefferson County. There's not a warning for you at the moment, but if the circulation does continue, that's where this thing is heading. Again, this is far east of Tuscaloosa. I know a lot of people see Tuscaloosa County under a tornado warning. This does not include Tuscaloosa, the city of Tuscaloosa. Again, this is out towards the Mercedes plants, Vance and Coaling. You're in the direct path of this thing. So again, we've got a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. Let me take you into this storm real tight and show you where we're talking about. Again, what you're looking at is it's not rain. We're looking at debris actually being picked up on radar. That's it. That's your tornado. You see how everything's red and laminar and smooth around that? That's where your tornado, look, it's still there, still on the ground. Coming up on Coaling as we speak. I cannot reiterate the urgency of this. If you are in Coaling at the Mercedes plant, or Vance, please seek shelter now. Again, there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. We know it's there. No doubt it's on the ground. You have got to do what you can do to protect your life and your property. Please take shelter now if you're between Vance and Coaling. This thing's going to cross Highway 11 in less than 5 minutes. Again, it's just after 2:30 now. In less than 5 minutes, this thing's going to cross Highway 11 and then cross Interstate. If you're driving from about, I'd say, the Woodstock exit back to the west, back to the Coaling exit, pull over now, let this tornado cross the interstate, and then you can resume travel. This thing is on the ground. We know it's on the ground. Not trying to scare you. I just want you to know the urgency of this. You got to get out of a mobile home. Please understand, research has proven that mobile homes cannot withstand an EF0 or EF1 tornado. Even if this was a small one, a mobile home cannot withstand that. So this is debris inside this thing. We know there's a tornado down that is causing damage as we speak. I'm going to pull on the velocity and just show you what it looks like in terms of the wind inside this thing. And again, there it is right there. That's your couplet. Let me zoom in real tight to this thing. And this is very close to Coaling as we speak. So again, we got a damaging tornado that is on the ground coming up on Coaling. Again, that's it there. I'm going to pan off to the north just a little bit so you can see the interstate. And again, that's there's Highway 11 right there. There's I-20-59 at the top of your screen. We got Cottondale back here. This is well east of Cottondale. Again, this is Coaling here. We got Vance right there. And let's look at the wind inside this thing. Let's just see how strong this tornado could possibly be based off our radar reflectivity. And again, seeing winds, let me get a better scan of that. And while I do that, Emily, anything new coming from the National Weather Service?
They're starting to say that the Tuscaloosa storm looks like it may pass just to the west of Mercedes plant. Okay.
So, yeah, more of a Coaling versus Vance. Mercedes sits out there, Vance, if you're familiar with that part of Tuscaloosa County. This thing's going to come in just on the east side of Coaling, and there's Coaling right there. If you are a mile or two east of Coaling, that's where this tornado is going to cross Highway 11. They're just going to cross Interstate 59, 2059. So again, that's your tornado there. You're looking at that on velocity. We'll pull on the debris. And let's see if it's still there. Yeah, absolutely. It's still there. We've got a large swath of debris being picked up. Doesn't mean the tornado is that large, just that's how much debris is being spread out over an area that could be falling to the ground. But again, we got rotating wind right here. We got a tornado that is on the ground. We got debris that's being picked up several thousand feet up and then dropped out of the sky. We got debris that's going to be falling on Highway 11 and Interstate 20. So even if the tornado doesn't hit where you are, there could be debris falling out of the sky there, which can be a threat to life and property, especially if you're driving down the interstate and you have a 2x4 land through your windshield. So you don't want that. So please listen when we say this. If you are in Coaling or Vance, if you're on the interstate or Highway 11 between those two communities, pull over now, let this tornado pass. It's still on the ground. We still have debris right there. That's the Bibb County line. Again, this is Tuscaloosa County. There's Coaling right there. Back here is Cottondale. This is to the east of Cottondale, just a hair east of Coaling, on the east side of the city of Coaling. That's where your tornado is now. Again, it's moving north-northeast at a pretty good clip. Emily, what was the speed on that?
The speed on the tornado warning is continuing to move northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this is a quickly moving storm. And then once again, I do want to mention that this storm looks like it's going to be passing west of the Mercedes plant, but it is currently looking like it's passing over Interstate 2059 as we speak. And this is going to be headed towards the Lakeview area, passing just west or east rather of Brookwood, and going to be passing to the west of North Bibb as well.
Yeah, so again, this is a very dangerous situation for East Tuscaloosa County. We got a tornado that is no doubt still down. We got the debris signature right over Cedar Grove. That's where we're looking at. And I tell you what, Jen, if we could take the Tuscaloosa camera on the upper left box, I want to show that. We got a lot of lightning coming into Tuscaloosa. Again, this is all east of town. The tornado itself is to the east of the city of Tuscaloosa, and there's no doubt this thing is confirmed on the ground. We can see it by our debris signature, but if you are in the city of Tuscaloosa, this is well to your east. There's no call to action in Tuscaloosa or Taylorville or Northport. This is to your east, but again, you see the lightning there from our camera in Tuscaloosa. We're not going to be able to see the tornado because it's a rain wrap, but again, I just want to show you the lightning coming from that particular thunderstorm. So again, the tornado is crossing Interstate 59 right now and Highway 11. Again, what you're looking at live on your screen, that's your tornado right there. There's no doubt it's on the ground. It's crossing Highway 11 down here. There's Cedar Cove right there, okay? Go down Highway 11. You got Vance right there on the side of your screen. There's the Interstate 2059 right there. This tornado is literally crossing the Interstate and Highway 11 as we speak. There's a damaging tornado on the ground right now, so please take this thing serious. Seek shelter immediately as this tornado does continue to lift off to the north. In about 5 minutes, we can give the Interstate 2059 an all clear and Highway 11 an all clear. But let this debris pass north of you before you resume travel on the interstate. But please pull over. If you know anybody in the path of this tornado that is confirmed on the ground, please seek shelter. If you know anybody that's in the path of them, give them a call, wake them up. I know it's about 2:40 on this Sunday morning. I know a lot of people are asleep right now, but if you know somebody, you got a family member, friend, or loved one that's in the path of this tornado, please call, wake them up. Make sure they know there's a tornado that is still on the ground, and that's it right there. What you're looking at in the bottom left side of your screen there on that side, that is the velocity signature. And I will say this, Emily, that couplet has really fizzled over the past 4 or 5 minutes. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it definitely has. You can see when this loop starts back over right about now how lighter the color, the green color is, and that's where we got that strong indication from it. But now it has started to weaken just a little bit as it's passed over Interstate 2059.
Yeah, I think this thing may have lifted. What we're probably going to see is we're going to lose our debris signature. Keep in mind, when the tornado stops, there's still debris. There's several thousand feet up, so this debris is falling out of the sky. So while the rotation stops, there's still debris airborne that's coming down, so our radar's still picking up on that. So you lose your velocity couplet first, and then you lose your debris. And quite opposite, when the tornado is beginning to develop, you see your velocity couplet show up. You see that tight circulation. Then all of a sudden you start to see debris. It's starting to be picked up in the atmosphere. So I think this thing may have lifted. But again, there's Highway 216. It's coming up on Abernat right there. Again, you see it from our camera in Bryant-Denny Stadium at the top left of your screen. Very vivid lightning from this thunderstorm to the east of the city of Tuscaloosa. But again, I think this tornado is probably lifted. Doesn't mean it's not going to touch back down, but I think this thing may have lifted at least momentarily. But goodness, the lightning up there. This thing, we still have debris there, but it's not as pronounced. You see that? The debris signature has come down some. This thing could cycle, though. This thing could redevelop and produce another tornado. So, again, we need to take this thing serious and be in our safe place right now.
We've got a new tornado warning issued for Perry County until 3:30 a.m.
Okay. All right, let's take us down to Perry County while this circulation is weakening just a bit. I tell you what, let me go back over to the radar and let's see what we got down at Perry County.
I will keep the radar up for the Tuscaloosa storm in the left bottom box for you.
Okay, so we got, again, a new circulation has developed down here near Hamburg. This is a southern circulation across southern Perry County for potential for a tornado that could be there. Let's pull on the velocity. And, yeah, look at that. Coming up on Hamburg, tight rotation. This is in southern Perry County. We'll pull on the information on this and just kind of see what we got. And 120 mile per hour shear on this. So again, we got a tight rotation of strong winds with the potential for a tornado that could be down. It's coming up on Hamburg in southern Perry County. just east of Highway 5. So again, this is going to be moving northeast. And what was the speed on that, Emily? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
45?
Yeah, 45 miles per hour.
45. So this thing's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Let me do a track on this thing and show you where it's heading. Now, I'll tell you what, let me clear that. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you can get a better perspective of this. Again, this is for Perry County. Tornadic circulation that is tracking northeast at 45 miles per hour. And those are the cities that are the path of this tornado that could be down in southern Perry County. Again, this is another circulation that's approaching Hamburg at 242. So basically right now, if you are in Hamburg, you need to be in a safe place. Sprott, we're talking about 257. Osborne Community, we're looking at 3 o'clock. Adler, 305. Okmulgee at 313. And Centerville at 322. If it holds together, we've got Jemison at around 340. So again, those are arrival times for you. Let me go off to the north and again show this storm that is now east of Coaling. The circulation has completely vanished with that storm, which is wonderful.
So Tuscaloosa Emergency Management reports that a confirmed touchdown approximately 1/4 mile from the Hagler VFD. There are trees, roof, power lines down in that area.
Yeah, wouldn't you? I mean, wouldn't you a touchdown? I think that storm is just about gone kaput. Look at the reflectivity on this; it's much less impressive. So that's good. I think we're getting rid of that storm. Let me put on the warnings here, and again, we've got several tornado warning polygons. But I'll say this: the one that has come out of Greensboro has weakened and is no longer a threat, even though the tornado warning continues for far eastern Hale County. I don't see anything there, Emily. Do you?
Nope, nothing.
With that storm. So we're down to one storm of concern now. Again, technically, we still have the tornado warning for far east Tuscaloosa County. So if you're in Aberdeen on 216, let's go ahead and stay in our safe place for about 10 more minutes. But again, the rotation has really died out on that storm. Let's go down to the south. We looks like a little bit of rotation down here below Duncanville in the same spot, but again, that is not a very concerning at the moment. Let's go down here to the southern Perry County storm. And again, it does have distinct rotation coming across Hamburg as we speak. So I'll put on the reflectivity out of Birmingham, and it's got that donut feature right on top of Hamburg. So again, this is going to be another one of those storms that tracks for quite a while that will probably give us a couple of tornado warnings out of this. Let me go down into Marengo County. I don't see anything there that looks like it's suspicious. There's no areas of rotation showing up. So again, at the moment, looks like we've only got one area of rotation now in southern Perry County, as again, the Tuscaloosa County rotation has weakened considerably. And that is good news. But Emily, just again, remind us of that damage report you had in Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah, so Tuscaloosa Emergency Management reported that a confirmed tornado did touch down approximately 1/4 mile from the Hagler VFD. Trees are down, roofs are down, power lines are down as well. But so far, that's the only main report that we got. Just got a report in that they're saying that the Tuscaloosa storm looks to be pretty much over with.
Exactly what we're just talking about. I think John's listening to us. That's John DeBlocker with the National Weather Service. Okay, so we're down to one warning, and that is, they canceled Hale County. We're down to one warning now. Okay, all right, go ahead. Emily, go ahead with that.
They just want to confirm that there's roof damage to the structures in the Hagler community of Tuscaloosa County. And once again, the tornado warning for Tuscaloosa has been allowed to expire just due to that storm just completely fizzling out here. But once again, we did have that confirmed touchdown. That was the storm that passed over 2059, and we had some trees and power line damage with that as well. Yeah,
we saw it. I mean, we watched it live on air, the tornado touchdown right on the Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line. Again, that storm has died out completely now. So I want to show a wide perspective just for a moment, kind of reset things. It's coming up on 3 o'clock here in about 10 minutes. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. If you're just now joining us, we are in the middle of tornado coverage. We had one tornado just touch down in far southeast Tuscaloosa County. That tornado has lifted, and the warning has expired for East Tuscaloosa County. We still have a tornado warning, the last one, and that's over Perry County, for an area rotation that has developed in southern Perry County near Hamburg, and that storm is rotating especially. So that is a tornado warning for that. But again, everybody else, we got rain and thunder across a good chunk of Alabama. West Alabama, again, we've got rain and thunderstorms coming through Double Springs, coming up on Smith Lake as we speak. And again, that's impacting also northwest Walker County, some rain and lightning and thunder. There's nothing that is tornadic with that at the moment. So that's good news with that. Again, for Tuscaloosa, the tornado threat is over. There's no longer a risk of a tornado in the city of Tuscaloosa or Northport. So if you're in Tuscaloosa, points west, we can give you an all clear. Your risk of severe weather has come to an end. Down here over Sumter County, again, there's no longer a risk of severe weather. Pickens County, no longer a risk of severe weather. In fact, had they cleared the watch for some of those counties?
Yeah, they did.
They sure did. Okay. All right, so let me show you this. They cleared the watch for Marion, Lamar, Pickens, Sumter. I can tell you with confidence now for Fayette County, Tuscaloosa County, and Greene County, and Hale County, the risk of a tornado has come to an end. We have one tornado warning now, and that is for Perry County, for a rotating thunderstorm that's kind of gotten out ahead of this main line that is to the east and southeast of Marion. I do want to note there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Winston County and northern portions of Walker County, including the city of Jasper and points north, for that band of thunderstorms that's coming through that has the risk of producing strong straight line winds, not tornado, but strong straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Let me put back on the Birmingham reflectivity. And I tell you what, let me go back. Again, this is a look from Brodidia, Tuscaloosa. We've got rain falling here in the city of Tuscaloosa, but again, there's nothing severe here in the city at the moment, nor is any expected. Let me take you into the storm that is down over Perry County. And again, that's the reason we are now on the air, is because of a tornado warning that is in effect for southern and central Perry County. In West Alabama, we got a rotating thunderstorm that's down here below Marion. And it does not look as impressive as it looked about 5 minutes ago. If you noticed that, Emily, it's kind of lost some of that structure.
Yeah.
In fact, let me put on the velocity. And let's just look at this together. Yeah, the rotation's really weakened here quite a bit over Perry County. Again, this would be below Sprott. Very close to Sprott, where what's left of the rotational signature is tracking north-northeast like that at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. If you're in downtown Marion, this possible tornado would be just to your east. So really from about Marion to Sprott, we want you in a safe place now. So again, that's what we're talking about for the possibility. There could be a tornado with that. So again, what you're looking at is a velocity, and I tell you what, let me put on the reflectivity out of Birmingham. And there's where your possible tornado is with that thunderstorm. And again, it's tracking northeast. And so far, Emily, it looks like the rotation may have come down a little bit with that storm, and hopefully that trend will continue.
Yeah, the rotation looks like it's starting to weaken. We don't have any storm reports other than the trees and the power lines down from that tornado that came through the I-2059 area close to the Mercedes plant. But a lot of these reports of trees and power lines down could also, be due to the fact that we have such saturated soil here. So straight line winds could very easily knock power lines and trees down as well. We just got a continuation of a severe thunderstorm warning for Walker and Winston County as well. And we are going to continue the tornado warning for Perry County until 3:30 a.m. This storm is continuing to track northeastward at about 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, so again, we got a thunderstorm that's coming up on Sprott now that has the possibility of producing a tornado. But again, right now we don't see any strong evidence of rotation that like we did just a few minutes ago, which is a good trend to see. It doesn't mean there's not a tornado down, but again, that's at least an encouraging thing to see. Off to the north, I don't see any sign of this ramping back up in East Tuscaloosa County. Looks like that storm has indeed fizzled out. We'll pull on the reflectivity, just kind of look at the rain real quick. And we'll have to watch this for any comet head type of features try to redevelop. But again, for Coaling back towards Woodstock, we got some really heavy rainfall, but at the moment there's nothing tornadic. Again, for Tuscaloosa, Samantha, areas like that, back to the west, Utah, there's no longer a tornado threat for you. The tornado threat will continue, though, for areas generally south of I-20, especially over the next few hours, including Perry County, Chilton, Bibb. We'll have to watch those counties very carefully over the next few hours, as we do have a couple of cells down here that have developed. You see down over Marengo and southern Perry as well. So, and also do want to mention we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman County now that's in effect. So that goes until 3:30. So again, we got several severe thunderstorm warnings up here for northern Walker County, eastern Winston, and the western half of Coleman County. Let me put on the velocity with this. And fortunately, it's all, I don't see any sign of a tornado with that.
Yeah, good news is some of these are starting to weaken, so hopefully this tornado warning can be allowed to expire soon here. But if not, continues until about 3:30 a.m. That's when it's going to be allowed to expire. Yeah,
and we still got some rotation here with that. Thunderstorm has come through Radford and it's approaching Sprott quickly. Yeah, it's coming up on Sprott quickly, traveling up Highway 14, Cleveland Mills. You're going to be in the path of that as well. Osborne, you're in the path of that. Adler is coming up on you pretty quickly, and Okmulgee as well. So again, we got a rotation we need to watch carefully. And tell you what, we need to watch this down over Uniontown as well. And far as southwest Perry County, could have some additional rotation trying to flare up here. And again, that's in that suspicious area on the southern flank of this thunderstorm. And let me do kind of a little loop on this thing, just show you how this thing is all evolving. And this thunderstorm did look a lot more impressive as it was coming into Perry County, but you notice, Emily, now it seems to be losing some of those characteristics.
They're just talking about adding a few southeastern counties to the tornado watch as well. That's going to be coming up here pretty shortly.
Yeah, southeast of Montgomery.
There it goes.
Goodness. If you hear all the ringing in the background, that is chat with the National Weather Service office in Birmingham.
They did go ahead and cancel the tornado watch for Fayette, Greene, Hell, Marengo, and Tuscaloosa, and they have extended it until 5 a.m. for Bibb, Blount, Jefferson, Perry, Shelby, Walker, and Winston, and the tornado watch for Barber, Bullock, Chambers, Lee, Macon, Pike, Randolph, Russell till about 9 a.m. So as we head, farther eastward and southward, these tornado watches
it's going to take a little bit longer. Okay, so here's the news. If you are in West Alabama, hey, we need to watch that storm east of Marion now. Looks like rotation's kicking back up with that. But again, that's what you're looking at the top left of your screen is the rotational signature. Looks like maybe increasing again. But for West Alabama, again, for Marion County, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Hell, Marengo, Choctaw, Sumter, Greene, Pickens, and Lamar counties. All these counties in the shade of light brown, there's no longer a tornado watch for you. You can go to bed tonight. Go to bed this morning, get you a little sleep if you can, because there's no longer a tornado threat for those counties. The counties that are in yellow, we maintain a tornado watch until 5 a.m., right?
Yes, 5 a.m.
Okay, Emily, so we got 5 a.m. for much of our coverage area. Do know there's a tornado warning up there on the Tennessee state line, but again, that's well outside of our coverage area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for eastern Winston, northern Walker County, and the western half of Coleman County. That includes Smith Lake for the potential of damaging straight line winds. Show you the live look from Bryant-Denny and Tuscaloosa. And again, we got conditions that are pretty quiet. We got rain that is just east of the city of Tuscaloosa, but again, it is not overly heavy at the moment. Here's a look from Summerton. This is our camera in Walker County. And we'll be watching this camera with interest as well, as we have that severe thunderstorm that will be approaching that area pretty soon. This is in southeast Walker County, up in Summerton, is where we're looking at there. So again, let me go back to our radar and show you what we got, just a wide perspective here. We got, again, one tornadic thunderstorm that's down over here over Perry County. There's another thunderstorm over far southern Perry County, just southwest of that, which we'll need to watch carefully for the potential for rotation. Again, those are the two storms of concern. Everything else out here is not tornadic. In fact, all this up here in Winston County and Walker County is not tornadic. We've got some strong straight line wind possibilities, but again, there's not a tornado threat at the moment with those storms. So let me go down into Perry County. Again, those are the storms of concern. We've got two of those that could easily produce a tornado. And again, Emily, we got to watch that second storm down here just south of New Bern that has moved into southern Perry County. That storm has got that suspicious look where it could rotate. But I will say this, the storm that's right here coming up on Sprott has that suspicious characteristic. It's just west of Osborne. And let me put on the velocity on that.
I went ahead and circled the storm you were talking about headed towards, New Bern, that rotation.
Yeah, we still got evidence of rotation right over Sprott, coming up on Cleveland Mills now. There's the Adler community. That's where we're talking about for the potential for a tornado down with the tornado warned storm that does continue for the eastern and northern portions of Perry County. And again, I'll show you the warning polygon and who is in that warning because most of Perry County is not in the warning. We're talking about areas to the east of Marion. There's your polygon. If you're northeast of Marion towards Sprott, Cleveland Mills, there's Adler. That's where we're looking at for the potential for a tornado. Okay, there's Highway 219, where Highway 219 meets 183. That's where, if there's a tornado down, it's going to cross right there. 19 and Highway 183. That's where we're looking at for the potential for a tornado that could be down with this thunderstorm. Tornado warning polygon is the polygon in red. The yellow outside of that is your tornado watch. Tornado warning does continue for Perry County. If you're northeast of Marion, again, that's where we're talking about with that potential circulation. Let me take you to the south and show you this because we do have another thunderstorm. Tell you what, I'll zoom out. We do have another thunderstorm just southwest of this that is showing some sign of rotation. And again, it needs to watching carefully as well. What you got, Emily?
We've got some viewer reports of trees down on Highway 18 near Patton Road in Oakman. Okay.
That's storm spotter reports or somebody, reports over there. So again, we got some trees down here there. The National Weather Service, what they'll do is make that an official report and we'll be able to pop it up live on air. But again, that we just have that one tornado warning in Perry County. Again, that's to the northeast of Marion. And I will say this, Emily, it doesn't, the one behind it doesn't look as impressive as it did. So that's a good sign. That's encouraging to see. So this is it so far. This one tornado warning that has come through Sprott and is tracking northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And again, the tornado warning goes until 3:30. But I can tell you this is going to be out of Perry County by 3:30. So again, the National Weather Service will have to make a decision. Are they going to extend this tornado warning into Bibb County? Just to reiterate, everybody to the north, there's no longer a tornado threat. For Tuscaloosa, Fayette, Hamilton, Reform, Demopolis, Linden, you can all go to bed tonight. There's no longer a tornado threat for you. Everything is now to your east and southeast where we do continue the possibility of a tornado or two out there tonight or this morning. Again, it's coming up on 3 o'clock now. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott with Emily Owen. We continue to monitor this situation across Alabama. We have had some reports of damage so far tonight, but I will say this, it seems like we've kind of dodged a little bit of a bullet for our western counties based off what we saw earlier. Emily, earlier we had incredible tornado signatures over East Mississippi.
Yeah,
and it's moved into West Alabama, just kind of weakened.
Yeah, and you know, at one point we had a straight line of tornado warnings right on the Mississippi-Alabama state line. There was about 5 of them, but only, I think, 2 actually moved into western Alabama as the storm tracked northeast. So we have had a few good warnings that have had pretty good indication of rotation, but luckily, you know, I've been keeping my eyes on these storm reports, and we haven't really had a lot of storm reports coming in. I just got another report that the National Weather Service in Birmingham is going to continue the tornado warning for Perry until 3:30 a.m., but it's moving east or northeastward at 50 miles per hour. So once again, no damage reports so far other than a few trees down, but you know, that could also be from straight line wind damage and the soil being so saturated from all the rain we've had previously. So trees and power lines are very easy to knock down right now.
Yeah, and that's a good point to mention, Emily, is how saturated everything is. It doesn't really take a lot of a wind to knock things over in terms of tree and power line damage. But, we did have that one tornado confirmed touchdown, and it's right over there on Highway 82, that's southwest of Duncanville. That's where that tornado touched down. We saw the debris signature pop up on radar. That storm, Emily, has pretty much died out now. There's just nothing left of that, so other than some rain and thunder. But the storm of concern continues down here over Perry County, coming up on Adler. Right there at the intersection of 183 and 219. Cleveland Mills, you're under the circulation right now. Give it about 5 minutes to go to past your northeast. I'll pull on the velocity, and hey, it's gone.
Good.
There's nothing there in terms of rotation. So I think this thing has gone kaput for now, but we have seen this thing cycle before, so let's watch that carefully. The one down to the south, just nothing happening there. So, again, fortunately, things are looking much better. Looking up and down to Salina, don't see any sign of rotation. But, again, the tornado warning continues until 3:30 for northern and eastern Perry County. I can imagine the Weather Service, if this trend continues, will allow this to expire early. But, again, the rotation is right on top of Adler, coming up on Okmulgee. And Abercrombie, if it holds together, that's in southern Bibb County. Then Active and Randolph, Trio, areas like that, Bibb Mill, that'll be in southern Bibb County. But again, the tornado warning does not include Bibb County at the moment. And if we continue to see this rotation weaken just a bit, we'll likely see that happen. Hey, Jen, if we can, let's take our camera Bryant-Denny Stadium full. We'll show you what it looks like on the University of Alabama campus in Tuscaloosa. Look at the heavy rain, the wind coming through the stadium. This is outside of our TV station. Pouring rain. We got heavy winds coming through the campus, University of Alabama. This is not with severe, thunderstorms, but we do have some gusty winds out there and just pouring rain. I know a lot of people asking about Tuscaloosa. Are we safe in the city of Tuscaloosa? And yes, you are. There's no longer a risk of severe weather in Tuscaloosa, but we do have some pretty gusty winds coming through town, and again, some really heavy rainfall with that.
Just getting reports of a few more trees down close to the Walker County area.
And they're talking about pressure gradient winds. Yeah. And that's what we're seeing out here now. And Emily, you mentioned, we've got some pretty gusty winds with this whole system, this big storm system, this strong low pressure. And, with a saturated ground like this, it's so easy to bring a few trees down. So imagine we're going to get a lot of isolated here and there tree reports down from this event. But again, that was a look from Tuscaloosa you were looking at just a minute ago, what it looks like outside on the University of Alabama campus. Again, we got one tornado warning that continues for Perry County, but it really looks like this storm has lost that signature. I'll pull on the velocity. There's just nothing there. Need to watch this west of Marion. What is this trying to pop up here? Pull on the reflectivity. And it's kind of in a weird spot. Maybe a comma head trying to form there over Zimmerman coming up on Marion. So we'll need to watch that carefully as well for the potential for some rotation. Not much there, but again, just something we are watching as well. Let me show you a wide view quickly. I want to show everybody out there what's happening. We do note there has been a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Choctaw County for a storm that's coming out of East Mississippi that could be producing large hail coming upon Gilberttown and Butler. There's not a tornado threat with that. Again, the tornado threat has ended. Those storms are elevated, and that's the way that stands. So let me show you this wide perspective and just kind of give you a little radar tour across Alabama. We got rain and thunderstorms happening now. We still got the one tornado warning for northeast Perry County, but again, I can tell you now, it looks like the circulation has really weakened quite a bit over the past 15 to 20 minutes. Hopefully that trend will continue. Technically, the tornado warning goes to about another 22 minutes for Perry County until about 3:30, if I did my math right. Again, we got just a little bit to go left on that tornado warning, but I can tell you now, based off the circulation, the rotation does not look as impressive. We still want you in a safe place in northeast Perry County for the next 20 minutes or so. Again, what we got over Alabama is rain and thunder. Let me do a radar tour and show you what's happening where. I believe it's been a little while since we've done this, so I want to show everybody across Alabama in these thunderstorms. So the deal is the storms are still severe up in North Alabama. Up around Jasper, Arley, Smith Lake, coming up on Bremen. We got heavy rain, intense lightning and thunder with this. But again, this is considered a severe thunderstorm warning with strong straight line winds crossing Smith Lake now into Coleman County. Again, Crane Hill, areas like that, Jones Chapel, you'll be impacted by strong straight line winds. Let me go down to the south, and again, we got strong thunderstorms, technically severe up into Jasper, but point south it's not severe, just some rain and thunder. Tuscaloosa, again, nothing tornadic. We just got some rain and thunder here in the city of Tuscaloosa, some gusty winds, pressure gradient winds from this big storm system, the big low pressure just to our north. Okay, to the east of town, we've got heavy rain, lightning, and thunder coming across Jefferson County, stretches down into Bibb County, West Blockton, Brent, and Centerville. It's raining heavily. And Emily, by the way, the signature is almost totally out of Perry County.
I'm just waiting for them, honestly, to go ahead and let this warning expire. Yeah. Haven't seen, anything in the chat so far.
We do need to watch this. It looks like maybe a comet head feature trying to form down here over Marion. Would not be surprised to see this thing ramp up. In fact, Emily, if you would put on the velocity on the weather iPad, let's just watch that carefully. And while that loads up, again, what you're looking at is another thunderstorm. This isn't the tornado warning, but this is another thunderstorm that could try to wrap up there. And it does look like it's trying its best right over Marion. Again, there's not a tornado warning for that in Perry County for that storm. But again, what Emily's circling is right here over downtown Marion in central Perry County of a storm that's trying to wrap up and possibly produce a tornado. So we could see a new tornado warning added for that. We'll watch that carefully. Marengo County, there's no longer risk of severe weather. Go to bed. You're good tonight. This is all to your east. There's no longer a tornado threat for Linden. Now, there could be some elevated thunderstorms. There's a severe thunderstorm warning down at Choctaw County for a storm producing some hail. But again, the tornado risk for Linden, Marengo County has come to an end. We still got some pretty heavy rainfall in Dayton and Uniontown, but there's no longer a risk of a tornado for that. So again, the reason we're on air, we still have a tornado warning technically in effect for the northern tip of Perry County that goes until 3:30 on this Sunday morning. The National Weather Service continues that tornado warning in case it decides to try to spin back up. We are also watching with interest this storm down here over central Perry County, right around Marion. We got that kind of kidney bean shape to this thing, and we could see a tornado warning added for that. In the top left side of your screen, Emily's got the weather iPad with the velocity signature kind of highlighting where we are watching. And it's this right here. And go ahead. What we got?
Canceled tornado warning for Perry County.
Okay, so they canceled the tornado warning for Perry County. But I've got a feeling we probably need to stay here a little bit longer because of this thing here. Let's just watch this for a couple of more scans before we go. But let me take you out to wide view and show everybody out there, because I want to show the watch warning map. And what we got here is, again, Coleman County tornado warning.
All right, let me go to it. Well, Huntsville has not said anything in the
It must have just posted.
All right, there we go. Coleman County and Morgan County till 3:45.
All right, so we got a new tornado warning in effect for Coleman County. We thought we were done for a minute, but here we go. Let's go into Coleman County. So again, we got a tornado warning that has been issued for Coleman County. That includes the city of Coleman, I believe. Let's go up there to that storm and show you what we're talking about for the possibility of a tornado. And did they mention anything about reports?
No reports. Nothing.
All right, this is coming up on Crane. This is right over Crane Hill and Jones Chapel. Let me look at the velocity with this and just kind of see what we've got. You know, I don't see rotation there. You know, I see straight line of wind, but I don't see evidence of rotation. Let me tell you what, let me pan this to the north a little bit. Let's look from high top, because it may get a better perspective from there. You know, technically there's a tornado warning for Coleman County. I don't see any rotation forward. The National Weather Service office in Huntsville issues for Coleman County. And Emily, are you seeing anything on your end here?
Nope. I'm not seeing any indication of rotation right now at all.
All right, so again, we got a tornado warning for Coleman County. And again, that's until, what, 3:45?
Yes.
Okay. For a thunderstorm that is showing signs of producing strong straight line winds, but I don't see much evidence of rotation with that. So let's put on the polygon and just show you what we got here. Again, this includes the city of Coleman, Vinemont, obviously Jones Chapel, Crane Hill, areas along Smith Lake, the northern end of Smith Lake. Again, this is north of Wilson's Bend. You're under the gun for the possibility of a tornado. They also include Morgan County in that tornado warning polygon. So what you're looking at is the counties or the polygon that's red, that's the tornado warning. That includes downtown Coleman, Vinemont, Jones Chapel. You're going to be under the gun for the potential for a tornado that could be there, but we're just having a hard time seeing it with our radar product. You know, I don't know if they got a report or something that made them trigger a tornado warning, because quite frankly, you look at the velocity, there's just not anything there in terms of rotation. Let's look at the information on here, the strongest winds we can find. Again, there's strong inbound and outbound winds, but the gate-to-gate shear is 22 miles per hour.
This storm's also continuing to move northeast about 50 miles per hour, so
yeah.
I'm just not really seeing anything.
Yeah, I don't either. I've been doing this for 13 years, and we come across a lot of rotational signatures, but I don't see anything there. Let me go back a little bit and just kind of see if they. All I see is just strong straight line of winds.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, here's the deal. There's strong straight line of winds that could bring trees and power lines down. So if you are in Jones Chapel or Vinemont, let's just treat this like there could be a tornado there. And again, we're looking from different radar perspectives. Maybe that's what they're looking at coming through Arley.
They said, let me find it. Where did it go? It said located near Neesmith, or about 9 miles northeast of Arley.
Okay. So again, we got a tornado warning that is for Coleman County for a storm that is showing signs of producing strong straight line winds. But again, I just don't see any sign of rotation here. Again, I'm not trying to let you, tell you to let your guard down or anything, but there's just not much here with this storm, quite frankly. And again, we're looking at Highway 278 corridor, Jones Chapel towards Vinemont. We're going to have some strong straight line winds with that. Certainly, that is a concern. And we'll look at the reflectivity. And there's no indication of a tornado being produced by this based off reflectivity. So again, just throwing that out there. We have a tornado warning for Coleman County, but there's no evidence of a tornado there. So let's go down to the south and show you other storms. Again, Walker County got strong thunderstorms coming through Jasper. There's nothing severe. I believe they let that warning expire for Walker County, the severe thunderstorm warning. Tuscaloosa got rain falling, but again, nothing severe there. We got heavy rain that's coming through West Blockton, down towards Brent and Centerville, approaching Trio and Bibb Mill. Active, you're going to get some pretty heavy rain out of that. And then down to the south, again, we've got heavy rain. We need to watch this storm. Now, this storm down here over Perry County does look suspicious. It's coming up on Sprott and Heiberger in Perry County. So that one does look suspicious, and we need to watch that one carefully. We'll look at the velocity display on that. Fortunately, there's not much there, although we'll say this, that's coming out of northeast Marengo County. Maybe potentially another couplet trying to form coming up on Uniontown in southern Perry County. It seems like Perry County is a hot spot here with activity in terms of tornado reports or tornado indications on radar. So again, let's go back over to the reflectivity out of Birmingham. And again, these storms down here for Perry County, bear watching. There is not a tornado warning for this. But it is, you know, a couple of storms we need to watch carefully. So these do move off towards the northeast. Pretty good clip. Again, the severe weather risk has ended for West Alabama for areas like Marengo, Hale County, Tuscaloosa, Walker, Winston, Marion, Lamar, Fayette, Pickens, Greene, Hale, Sumter, and again, Marengo County. So again, that is it for that. So again, we technically have a tornado warning for Coleman County. We got the potential for a tornado that could be there, but we don't see much evidence of that. We're looking at reflectivity, and this is moving northeast. And what was the speed on that, Emily?
Let's see. The Coleman storm speed was about 50 miles per hour.
Okay, so this thing's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So again, if you're in Crane Hill, Jones Chapel, Vinemont, downtown Coleman, there could be some strong straight line winds there. Perhaps a tornado. I just honestly don't see much of a tornado threat here with this, but you know, this thing could produce a quick EF0 or EF1 type of tornado. And again, that's a threat to, you know, if you're in a mobile home or in a car, that could be a threat to life and property. If you're in a site-built structure like a brick house or any wood frame house, make sure you get in the center part of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can, and we'll get you through this. But again, that's all we've got there.
Nothing from Birmingham chat so far. No reports of any storm damage. And that continues to be the case for Huntsville chat as well. We have to keep an eye on the Huntsville chat because Huntsville National Weather Service is responsible for Coleman County, but for TV DMA purposes, we are responsible for Coleman County.
Yeah, we had the one tornado touchdown in East Tuscaloosa County a little bit earlier. That was the only, I believe, confirmed tornado we had in Alabama with this entire event. We had a debris signature pop up on radar, and it looked very impressive for a little while, and that has since expired. But again, the reason we are on air is because the National Weather Service office in Huntsville triggered a tornado warning for a thunderstorm that's crossing Smith Lake, coming across the northern part of Coleman County. So again, if you're in Vinemont or downtown Coleman, we want you in a safe place. Again, that includes the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and we'll get you through this. But again, just want to reiterate, for much of Alabama on the western side of the state, the risk of severe weather is coming to an end. You see the tornado watch has been dropped for many counties in West Alabama. And again, the National Weather Service will continue to trim that back. And we haven't done this in a while. Let me show you our computer model for the rest of this morning, just to kind of give you an idea of what this thing's going to look like for the next few hours. And this is the HRRR. That's just one model we look at. Again, you see rain and thunder through 5 and 6 o'clock. And then the severe weather risk rapidly comes to an end by around 7 a.m. or 8 o'clock for East Alabama. So a lot of, it's Palm Sunday. It's very early in the morning. It's 3:21 now. If you're just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott and Emily Owen here as well. And we got Jen in the control room there hanging out with us, keeping us on TV, and Master Control also. We want to thank them for hanging out with us this late night or early morning hour. We've got, again, the severe weather risk will be coming to an end pretty quickly this morning. By around 8 o'clock, things should be much more calm. I will say this, though, if you got Palm Sunday worship service, early worship service this morning, I think all of our areas going to be okay by around 7 o'clock. So any church plans or anything like that for Central Alabama, keep that in mind. By 7 o'clock, this should be all out of here. In fact, for West Alabama, the risk of severe weather is already coming to an end. So that'll be good if you have those plans. I know, it's always scary on Palm Sunday because we've had a tragedy in Alabama back in the mid-90s of a church that was hit by a tornado, and it was full of people during Palm Sunday worship. And again, it's always kind of one of those things that you remember these events like that, and we're very fortunate that by the time worship service starts in the morning for many churches, all this will be out of here. And let's look at the afternoon. There was some thought that there could be some redevelopment in the afternoon, but again, the models are just not indicating that at this time. So I think for the rest of the day, this will be it for us. I do want to remind you, if you get any damage pictures, I know we had that one tornado touchdown in far east Tuscaloosa County. Please tweet those at Richard WVUA23 or search me on Facebook, Richard Scott WVUA23, and get those pictures to us. If you have any reports, that information goes a long way to getting the warning process down the road. So again, keep sending that information to us, and we'll provide that on air as fast as possible. Also do want to remind you, we're streaming online. If you go over to WVUA23.com and click the weather tab, or the watch now option, you can watch us there. We are also on Facebook Live as well. Again, Emily, anything coming from these other storms you see?
Yeah, there's a storm that's about northeast of Marion County. We got an update. All right, okay. Tornado warning canceled for Coleman County. So
thank you, Huntsville.
Yeah, officially right now there are no active tornado warnings right now in our DMA, but we are keeping a close eye on this storm that's moving northeastward of Marion County.
Perry.
Yes, moving northeast of Marion.
Yeah, I do that all the time too.
It's 3 in the morning.
So it's 3 in the morning. We got the city of Marion is in Perry County, and then we got Marion County over northwest Alabama. It's early. We haven't had a lot of sleep, and
I'm going to circle it for you so you can see that slight rotation that we're starting to pick up on.
We'll watch that carefully. Yeah. And look, here's the deal. I'm not trying to bash the National Weather Service office in Huntsville. I know they have a different criteria than the National Weather Service office in Birmingham does. The guys in Birmingham have done such an awesome job with the warning system. They've made some major changes since 2011, since the outbreaks of 2011. And the false alarm ratio has just gone incredibly low. It's just unreal how low the false alarm ratio has gotten in the Birmingham market, one of the greatest in the country. Mm-hmm. And Huntsville National Weather Service office has a different threshold to issue their warnings. They kind of do how Birmingham used to do back in years ago. And a lot of times, if you notice, in East Mississippi, you'll have tornado warnings, and as the storms cross state line, you don't get as many tornado warnings. It's because there's different thresholds the National Weather Service office uses when they trigger these tornado warnings. So again, that's the reason for that. And it seems like when we have a weekly rotating storm move across Coleman County, we get a warning. That's why. So just kind of explaining that. I'm not trying to bash the Weather Service office. That's just how they operate at a different threshold. So anyway, let me show you a wide perspective. And again, we have no tornado warnings for the first time in quite a while. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman County, and that is it for the possibility of strong straight-line winds. We have had a few reports of damage across our area. Again, we had the tornado touchdown in extreme East Tuscaloosa County that came up on Coling and Vance earlier tonight. Again, that is storm's gone. It's weakened and nothing but just some rain. We had a couple of reports over Hale County. And again, that's about it. So we got
we got a new tornado warning on that storm that I circled for Perry County.
I spoke too soon.
Yeah, it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So let me go ahead and circle that back up on the velocity here through our radar scope so you can see kind of where that is. So here is there's that tornado warning pop up. So circled once again is our velocity data. This is just showing the indication of the rotation here, but let me go ahead and swap this over to our actual radar so you can see, kind of put it into perspective where the storm is actually going to be located. So looks to be to the south of Brent. So Brent, you're going to be okay through this, but there it is right there on radar. Going to be moving to the west of Maplesville. So once again, this storm continuing to track northeastward at about 50 miles per hour.
All right, so again, this is a storm we're watching of concern. It's coming up on that intersection of 183 and 219. You know, these things seem to hit the same exact areas almost. You know, it's unbelievable with that. So again, we got, they say observed.
Yeah.
In that. So let's see what they're looking at. Again, we could be seeing the debris signature. Yeah, there it is. So we got a debris signature. So a tornado has touched down. That is just east of Cleveland Mills. Okay, so this is just north of Osborne. That's what we're talking about. So a tornado has touched down now and is on the ground currently in Perry County. Again, that's what we're talking about. That's your debris signature. Not as large as the one that we saw in Tuscaloosa County, East Tuscaloosa County a little bit earlier. But again, we got a tornado that has touched down. There's 219. It runs into 183. The tornado that's down is just north of Osborne. There it is there. It's coming up on the intersection of 183 and 219. See how fast this happens? Emily, this is incredible. These things, everything seems a little bit quieter, then all of a sudden it spins up. This is a very fluid situation, you know, for tonight, because these things can happen so quick. So we want to try to get you the best warnings we possibly can. So again, northeast Perry County, that's where the tornado warning. And notice how they drew the short polygon there. Now, I believe they did that because these things are so fast to spin back down. They didn't want to draw out a long polygon just yet. So again, this thing, the tornado is north of Osborne now. There's 219. It's coming up on the intersection of 183 and 219. We have a confirmed tornado that is down on the ground in Perry County. Again, this northeast of the city of Marion. There's Sprott, there's Cleveland Mills there. Again, this is all northeast of you, but we do have a confirmation the tornado is down right now northeast Perry County. Again, Emily is circling on the weather iPad, which is on the top left of the screen, where we're talking about with that. So again, there's your rotational signature. It looks like it just kind of quickly spun up. You see that? So maybe this is going to be a short-lived tornado. But again, it's coming up on Highway 183 right now. So let me zoom into that and tell you where we're talking about. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to have to take the controls of this just so you can see that. So again, let me take controls of the graphics real quick and pop back up. So here we go. Again, we got some showers and thunderstorms across much of Alabama. We have one tornado warning now. That's in northeast Perry County. I'm going to take you into that storm now. And again, that's the only storm of concern at the moment. It's this one right here. Okay. So again, this is tracking northeast, and that's about 50 miles per hour. There's Okmulgee there. If it continues, it will move into southeast Bibb County, places like Trio and Active and Bibb Mill, if this does indeed hold together. I don't think that's going to happen. This thing probably won't last very long. But again, it's one we got to watch carefully. So let me do a track on this thing. And it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. At least let's see some of the communities in the path of this thing. Again, there it is there. Let me clear that. So again, there's where your possible tornado is right there, tracking northeast just like that. Those are some of the communities in the path of that. Again, Okmulgee, if it holds together, about 342. Now, this is what time the tornado will be over your area at that time. That means you need to be in a shelter before that. Okay, so we got places like active. I was just talking about around 356. If it holds together, Bibb Mill about 415. So again, those are just some ideas of what time the tornado will be in your area if it does indeed hold together. And it looks like we may have lost the circulation. Let me pull on the correlation coefficient. And let's see what we got in terms of the debris signature, see if it's still there. Yeah, there it is. The debris signature is still there. In fact, Emily, if you want to keep the velocity on that screen, I'll keep a correlation coefficient on this one, just so we can kind of see both vantage points simultaneously. And again, we're getting another scan here, so let me pull this on. So the tornado has crossed that intersection I was just talking about of 219 and again 183 there. There's Okmulgee there. There's where your tornado is. Again, this is a confirmed tornado that's down. I don't think it's going to be down very long. It looks like we're starting to lose our circulation, but again, that's debris that's being lofted in the air for far northeast Perry County. That's the Bibb County line right there at the top of your screen. There's not a tornado warning technically for Bibb County yet. We may see that extended if this rotation does continue and if this debris signature does continue. And what we're looking at, by the way, this is dual pole technology. This is a different size objects that the radar is picking up out of the atmosphere, and it's coming back with a negative value, and we're able to see that spot, and that is actually debris that's being picked up. So that's your tornado there. That's rotating debris around your tornado or mesocyclone. And again, this is a fairly small size tornado. There it is there. Again, it's still tracking northeast and you scan. There's Highway 183. It's now the north side of that. The Weather Service is probably going to have to extend that tornado warning to be safe for that.
They're saying that the rotation is starting to tighten in Perry again, confirmed by the correlation coefficient.
Yeah, so they're about to run out of time, so they're probably going to have to extend that tornado warning a little further to the northeast. If I would be surprised if they didn't. So again, there's your tornado there. There's Okmulgee. That's Bibb County. You got Abercrombie right there. This could have stayed to the east of that city. Again, this is tracking northeast just like that. And this is a very sparsely populated part of the state. Fortunately, there's not a lot of homes out here, but let me say this. If you're in a site-built structure, get in the center part of your home, get away from windows, in a bathroom, bathtub, closet, hallway. A small interior room is always the best idea to protect yourself, protect your life and your property from this tornado that's confirmed on the ground. If you are in a mobile home, I want you to get out of that. Find a site-built structure. Find a storm shelter, something that can save your life, because research has proven even an EF0, EF1 type of tornado cannot withstand, a mobile home cannot withstand that.
We've got a new tornado warning for Bibb County until 4:15 a.m.
Okay, yeah, so they're going to extend that northeast, and which was expected because they, the couplet's still there, and your tornado's clearly still on the ground. So they're running out of time because this is Bibb County, and that is Chilton County. There's Maplesville right there. Still got the tornado that's down clearly right there. And again, this is coming up on Okmulgee. We want you in a safe place now. So let me take this out just a bit. And again, is the speed still the same on that?
Yes.
Okay.
40 miles per hour.
All right, let me take this out a little bit. Again, there's our debris signature right there. There's your tornado. It's a small tornado, but it's there. But again, the National Weather Service had to make a decision to extend that tornado warning until 4:15, so about 45 more minutes. And again, there's your warning there. There's your polygon. Actually, it doesn't include Chilton County. Wow, thought for sure that would include a part of Chilton, but again, that's northeast Bibb County, northeast Perry County and southeast Bibb County. So northeast Perry, southeast Bibb. If you are in Brent or Centerville, there's no threat of a tornado to those cities. This is all to your east. We're talking about cities like Active and Trio and Bibb Mill. Places like that, you're going to be under the gun for the possibility of a tornado. Again, the tornado warning goes into effect until 4:15, or if the circulation dies out, they may allow that warning to expire a bit earlier. We've seen that happen a couple of times. So again, the tornado warning technically goes till 4:15, but we may see that warning allowed to expire a little bit early if that the circulation does fizzle out. But again, we still have a confirmed tornado that is down with this. Don't think it's a very large tornado, but it doesn't matter. Again, even an EF0, EF1 can be a threat to life and property. So again, we want you in a safe place now if you are in those cities. Pull on the reflectivity, and you know, it does kind of look a little messy here, Emily. It's not as impressive as it was in reflectivity. So I am hoping this thing will start to fizzle a little bit.
Yeah.
But again, there's your showers and thunderstorms over much of West Alabama. Again, this is pretty much, I think, it in terms of the storms of concern. I pull on the velocity, and you know, looks like the rotational signature is still there. There is a tiny, tiny couplet, but it's right there west of Okmulgee. And let's kind of see what this thing's done. Yeah, there it is. And you see how it kind of seems to be weakening now. Hopefully that trend will continue. But again, it's a dangerous situation for far southeast Bibb County. So if you're an active or trio, I want you to stay place now. While this thing may be in the process of lifting, it doesn't really matter, because we need you in a safe place, because this thing could touch down another tornado. I also don't want to mention, we need to watch this up here coming up on Helena and Alabaster. There's not really much there, but this thing could pinch off and become a rotational signature. So let's watch that as well. Down to the south of, I don't see anything screaming evidence of a tornado. We'll have to watch that around Hamburg, but again, that looked pretty good there for a little while.
Yeah. Definitely did.
Wow, and that has kind of broadened out since then, so that's a good sign. Again, the reason we're on air, we still have a couplet here. We got a tornado warning that's in effect for northeast Perry County and southeast Bibb County and central Alabama. We got a dangerous thunderstorm that is still producing a tornado. We still got it there just west of Okmulgee. You see that? That's what we're talking about for our potential tornado that could be down right now. So again, what you're looking at on the top left of your screen is the velocity signature. On here, you are looking at the correlation coefficient. Let me do a path on this thing, because since we got the new warning, and I'm going to show you areas to the northeast of this. And again, it's going, what, roughly 40 miles per hour. So here's communities in the path of this. If you are in Trio, we're talking about 350, Bibb Mill 359, Oakley Community 403. If it holds together and gets up into Shelby County, Montevallo 415, Calera at 422. Now, I think at that point the storm will probably be weakening by then, based off of the trends of the other storms. Have they kind of went through the same process and really just fizzled out? But clearly we still have a tornado that's down, that is in northeast Perry County, moving northeast into southeast Bibb County. But you know, Emily, so far tonight we've had this is the second tornado confirmed?
Yep, second tornado confirmed. It is observed. So we are picking this up on radar, but you know, I'm continuing to monitor our damage reports, and we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of damage reports, so that is some good news, other than a few trees and power lines being knocked over. I think our main storm that we had came earlier in the evening hours of Saturday, and that was the tornado that passed through the Mississippi State University campus. Lots of trees and power lines down with that. But, you know, once again, I just want to mention that our soils are very saturated due to all the rain that we've had this past couple of weeks. And, you know, it's not very hard to knock over a few trees and power lines with gusty winds. And gusty winds are, you know, a threat for tonight as well, you know, including the tornado risks and the hail and the lightning, especially the lightning. We've seen tons of lightning associated with these storms.
Yeah, and Emily, we still have a lot of lightning out there now. I kind of zoom out a little bit, show you the lightning on these storms, which is a pretty good bit. I think the numbers have come down some. In fact, just over the entire state, let's just kind of see if we can, you know, how much lightning we've got happening out there. And again, quite a bit. Yeah, almost 1,000 strikes over most of Alabama. Now, a good chunk of that's down there over Monroe County, over far south Alabama, where most of that lightning is occurring. But just kind of, lightning is something we don't talk about a lot. It's one of the most underrated weather killers there are. Is a lot of people continue outdoors during a thunderstorm. Well, fortunately, this is coming through during a time where a lot of people are inside in bed. So, that is a threat we deal with a lot of times during the daytime events where, people are outside and they take chances and risk and, get struck by lightning. So we always tell people if you hear thunder, go indoors. That's the best word of advice. But let me show you real quick. Tell you what, let me take this back off. So all of West Alabama is still dealing with rain and some thunder.
Just continuing the tornado warning.
All of Western Alabama is dealing with rain and thunder. The only storm of concern is down here over far northeast Perry County, now moving to southeast Bibb County, where we have the potential of a tornado that could still be there. We're looking at the rotational signature, which looks like it may have fizzled out just a bit, but we'll pull on the debris signature. And there's still signs of debris here. So again, what you're looking at is correlation coefficient. This is an awesome product, and I tell you, this is a life-saving product here. This will actually show debris inside of a thunderstorm, so there's something there. There's a tornado there, no doubt, and we can see that. And that's your debris signature, that ball there just north of Okmulgee. I mean, very close call there for you. This is Highway 82 that runs down to Maplesville and runs back to the northwest to Brent and Centerville. The tornado, if it continues, is going to cross 82 somewhere near Trio or Active. So if you're in Trio or Active, we need you to go ahead and go to that safe place now. That safe place includes the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and we'll get you through this. But again, the tornado is still there based off of debris, but I can tell you now the rotation has significantly weakened. So I think what we're about to see, Emily, is we're going to see this, the debris signature is going to fade away because what's happening is the rotation is stopping now. So we don't have that updraft and we don't have that rotating updraft, the tornado in contact with the ground. So the debris that's airborne is going to get, fall down to the surface. So I think what we're going to see in the next scan or two is this is going to disappear.
Perry, the tornado warning for Perry has been allowed to expire.
Yes, it's moved out of Perry now, so it's totally into Bibb County. But again, I really think, Emily, we're about to see this thing fade away. If you look at the top left of your screen, that is the velocity. That's your rotating wind inside of the thunderstorms, and we lost that couplet, it looks like. There's still something there, but not much. So I think what we're going to see is this debris signature is going to kind of fade away in the next scan or two. I hope that's the case, but I still want you in a safe place if you're on Highway 82. No traveling on 82 if you're driving between Maplesville and, let's say, Brent. Pull over now. Just wait on this thing to pass by. And again, once this thing passes by, you can resume travel. So again, we still have a tornado that is down based off of our correlation coefficient, our dual pole technology. We know based off of radar we can see this thing, but again, I think we're about to lose this tornado debris signature based off of the velocity couplet. So again, if you're just now joining us, 3:45 on this Sunday morning. Good Sunday morning to you. Today is Palm Sunday, an important day for a lot of people here. And again, a lot of people asking about, am I going to be okay to go to church tomorrow morning? And I say yes, you're going to be okay. After 7 a.m., there's no longer risk of severe weather across west and central Alabama.
They just canceled the tornado warning for Bibb County. Okay.
All right. So exactly what we're talking about. Again, so the debris signature, while you still see it there, the rotation is gone. So this thing is going to fade away. Watch that spot there. It's going to disappear in the next scan or two. So again, what we're going to do is look at everything. We're going to reset, because I know as soon as we try to go back to program, we're going to get a new tornado warning. It's happened to us a couple of times tonight where we're just about to go back and here comes another tornado warning. So again,
just tree damage, Cedar Bluff area.
Okay. Look, the debris signature just disappeared just like that. You know, the science behind this stuff is so interesting, and the reason I'm in meteorology is because looking at this stuff and studying this stuff and seeing how it actually occurs is so interesting. The downfall of that is when you see debris like that, you know, it's people being impacted. Somebody's house is being hit by a tornado. Fortunately, this is over a sparsely populated part of the state, so more than likely most of this was timber damage. What you're seeing is tree branches and limbs being picked up and rotating the atmosphere. So most of that more than likely was tree and power line type of damage being produced. But again, we'll watch that. Reports come in from that tornado touchdown. We know one touchdown there. Let me show you a wide view. I'm going to put on Birmingham reflectivity and take you out to wide view, just show everybody out there and just give you a recap of what's happening. So again, it's coming up on 3:50 on this Sunday morning. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. Again, we've got Emily Owen here in the Weather Center as well. We've been on air for quite a while now with the tornado warnings, had a number of tornado warnings across Alabama. We've had two or three tornado touchdowns. Two.
I think it was, yeah, two.
I think it was two. 2 or 3 tornado touchdowns. We know have happened so far. We had that one in East Tuscaloosa County. We just had that one in Perry County. So again, we've had 2 confirmed tornado touchdowns so far in Alabama. We had several tornadoes back in East Mississippi, but the storms weakened just a bit as it did move into West Alabama. So again, let me just kind of show everybody out there. We got rain and thunderstorms coming across Interstate 65. Again, West Alabama, the risk of severe weather has come to an end for places like Jasper, Tuscaloosa, Greensboro, Demopolis. There's going to be some rain and thunder back here, but this is not tornadic. Anything tornadic is going to be on the leading edge of this. And again, this appears to be on a weakening trend. Hopefully this will continue. So let me take you into those storms and show you what we got. We'll start you up here in Coleman County. We had a severe thunderstorm warning. Emily, did that warning expire?
Yes.
Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman County has expired. There's no longer a risk of damaging straight line winds, just some rain and thunder coming across the city of Coleman, approaching Bayleton. Again, that is not tornadic, and there's no signs of that becoming tornadic. Down to the south, again, we've got heavy rain and thunder coming across Empire and Sipsey and Cordova. Also, that's coming up on Robbins Crossroads. Go down to Birmingham, got some heavy rain there. Nothing tornadic in Birmingham. Emily, anything velocity-wise showing up over Shelby County?
Let me go ahead and remove this drawing. Let me zoom up over there.
Let's just kind of see what we got there. Make sure there's nothing showing up.
I'm not seeing a whole lot.
Okay, all right, so we're good there. We got heavy rain again coming through Alabaster now, and places like Maylene and Montevallo. Down to the south, again, we got very heavy rainfall over eastern Bibb County. Now, this is what we just had a tornado warning for, but the tornado warning has expired. Very heavy rainfall over the eastern side of Bibb County, coming up on Chilton County. Down to the south in Perry County, again, no sign of this becoming severe, just some rain and thunder across our part of the state. So, again, here's a look from Brondinia, Tuscaloosa. We got 70 out there, very warm and muggy. Summerton. This is our camera up in southeast Walker County. Do note the temperature's dropping. Look at that, 63 in Summerton. That's that cooler, stable air beginning to take over West Alabama. So we'll see temperatures drop just a bit from that. Again, anything from the Weather Service, Emily, before we go back to program?
No, nothing. It's just talking about how the wind's starting to pick up over the Helena area.
Yeah, we got some strong straight line winds coming through there. They may consider a severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County. But again, the tornado watch has been dropped for portions of West Alabama. The severe weather risk coming to an end quickly from west to east across the state. We have had some damage reports so far across Alabama. With this event, let me take this off the screen here, and you see the legend there. Again, tornado watch of the counties in yellow includes much of much of central Alabama and east Alabama until 5 a.m. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a break for the first time in a while. We'll reset things, and at 4 o'clock we'll do a quick update. And then we'll continue top and bottom hour updates until this event comes to an end, pending there's not any tornado warnings. And obviously, If we get a tornado warning, we'll go on TV and we'll stay on there nonstop until that warning does expire. So again, we'll see here at 4 o'clock for another severe weather update. Look at Sunday morning to you, to Good Palm Sunday morning. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, Emily Owen here at the Weather Center. We've got a lot of folks here working behind the scenes as well to kind of keep you updated on what is happening with the severe weather. So far we don't have any warnings in our coverage area. Things have kind of gone into a lull period, and hopefully that trend will continue. I can't guarantee that, but we're at least in a stage of this event where things are a little less impressive in terms of any signs of rotation on radar. We've got a lot of rain still happening over much of west and central Alabama, but again, all the tornado warnings have expired for the moment. Now, if you are in west Alabama, let's say west of Coleman, west of Birmingham, west of Brent and Centerville, down towards Demopolis and Linden, your risk of severe weather has ended tonight. There's no longer risk. You've still got some rain and some thunder happening here, but again, the tornado threat has come to an end. Now, to the southeast, let me take you into some of these storms we are dealing with. Down over central Alabama, Perry County into southeast Bibb County. Still got some heavy rain, some lightning and thunder, but again, the rotational signature of these storms has vanished quite a bit over the past 30 to 45 minutes. But again, that's what we got with that. We will carefully watch those over the next few hours as conditions are still conducive for an isolated tornado or two. Again, just hasn't happened yet. Or hasn't happened as of the past 15 to 20 minutes. So again, south side of Birmingham, heavy rain coming through Hoover and Alabaster, coming up on Highway 280. Going to be a nasty go if you're out on the roads early this morning. At the moment, this is not severe, but we're going to watch this carefully. More rain stretches up the interstate into Coleman County. Heavy rain falling in Gadsden as well. So again, that's the latest with that. I want to show you this. This is from outside of Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. The temperature is still at 70 in Tuscaloosa. Wind out of south-southeast at 7 miles per hour, but while it is still warm and muggy, the risk of anything severe has come to an end for Tuscaloosa. Up in Summerton, the temperature is dropping. This is our camera up in Walker County. We got 64 there. Wind is light to calm. Their high earlier was 73. That was at midnight. That was a midnight high temperature there. Temperatures are beginning to fall just a bit. So again, things are much more quiet across the western side of the state. Here's our watch warning map, and we do note the National Weather Service continues the tornado watch for East Alabama. They have dropped several counties for West Alabama, as again the risk of severe weather has come to an end for these counties here. But again, the counties in yellow, that is a tornado watch until 5 a.m. So for another hour, we got a tornado watch for East Alabama. And again, we'll watch that carefully to see if that's going to be extended or not, but that's the latest on that. Again, we are watching things carefully. We had our time frame here with our event. Winds, though, really gusty out ahead of these storms, but notice how the winds are slacking up just a bit over West Alabama. That low-level jet that helps energize these storms is beginning to move on out. And again, we've got temperatures that are cooling off in West Alabama. That's stable a bit earlier, but this does continue to slide off towards the east, and in about 2 or 3 hours this will be all into Georgia with just some lingering showers, but there's nothing additional back here in Mississippi that is approaching Alabama, so that is one encouraging thing to see. Here's our Futurecast model, just kind of show you the rest of the morning. 6 a.m. this should be all pushing off towards the east. This model's a little bit behind because that's about where it is now, and it is 4 a.m. so this is about 2 hours behind. Go to 8:30 a.m. Look at that, already all into Georgia. So again, if you're getting up this morning for Palm Sunday worship services, a lot of churches locally are doing early morning services. Good news is it's going to be all out of here very quickly. So I don't expect any problems for travel to church or any events you're doing this morning. We should be just fine with that. No additional development expected this afternoon. So again, that is good news. Maybe some showers, but severe weather not expected. Facebook and Twitter information on here. Do want to remind you that we've got updates on Twitter and on Facebook. Also on our website, WVUA23.com. We also stream online. Go ahead.
We've got a tornado warning that's issued for Jefferson, Shelby, and St. Clair County until 4:45 a.m.
Okay. All right, so we got a tornado warning, so we are back on non-stop. So we're going to stay on air until this tornado warning does expire. We were just watching that cell carefully, and it looks like the National Weather Service is going to go ahead and trigger that tornado warning for that thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. Emily, is this any confirmation, or is this just a radar indicated?
Just radar indicated, moving at about 45 miles per hour.
All right, 45 miles per hour. So we have a tornado warning that is now in effect for extreme southern Jefferson County, northern Shelby County. So let me take you into that storm of concern, what we're talking about. Again, this has crossed Interstate 65 already. There is your potential tornado coming up on 280 now. It's going to cross somewhere very close to Chelsea. That's where this potential tornado could be. Again, there it is there. Lake Purdy sits right there. That's the Jefferson and Shelby County line. This storm is going to be moving in that general fashion like that. But if you're over in Harpersville, you're okay. This is going to be more to your west. And again, that's your rotational signature right there. We've got Chelsea and Highway 280. This circulation is going to cross where 119 runs into Highway 280. That crossover there just south of that. In fact, let me pull on the velocity, and I tell you what, Emily, if you want to pull on the velocity on the weather iPad over there, yes. And Jen's got it live on air for us. So again, you can see that rotational couplet right there. So again, indication there could be a tornado down with this. In fact, let me put on that looks like a tight circulation. Let me pull on the correlation coefficient with this. Let's just see if we got a debris signature with that. And again, it's very noisy, hard to tell. Let me step off and get a better view of this, because we may have a tornado down with that. Based off that signature, I'd say there's a pretty good chance there's a tornado down. Let's look at this. It's just so noisy with the mountains there. It's hard to tell. But again, that's your rotational couplet right there. So we've got a strong indication of a tornado that could be down. I'm going to pull on the information on this and just kind of see what the wind speeds are within this. Again, we got 84 mile per hour velocity signature, winds that strong. So again, that's a pretty powerful signature of a tornado that could be down. Let me put on the reflectivity again and just kind of show you what it looks like in terms of the storm structure. And again, this is an oppressive thunderstorm that has wrapped up and could produce a tornado. It's coming up on Chelsea now. Let me do a track on this thing again. It's moving northeast at about, 50 miles per hour?
45.
45. So do a track on this thing and show you where it's heading. And again, these are some of the communities in the path of this. We got the Watkins community at 407. So basically now you need to be in a safe place, and that includes that lowest floor of your home, many walls between you and the outside as possible. Leeds at about 433, Moody 440. Keep going. You got Pell City at 453. If it continues, those are some of the cities that are in the path of this possible tornado. And we'll have to see how long this warning does continue for. And this is all radar indicated till 4:45 is the official time on the warning. I don't know if the National Weather Service will continue that or not.
They're saying that a tornado debris signature is near the North Shelby Baptist Church.
Okay, so North Shelby Baptist Church, you've got the potential for a tornado there. So we've got a debris signature that is popping up. And again, I'm not surprised by that. Let's see if we can see it on our correlation coefficient. It's just so hard to see this thing because of the mountains that are kind of in the way. But again, this just passed Indian Springs Village, Meadowbrook. That's where we're talking about. Lake Purdy. You're in the direct path of this tornado that is coming across northern Shelby County. This has already crossed past Pelham now, and Hoover's not in a danger from this. Again, this is far northern Shelby, extreme southern Jefferson County. Let me zoom out just a little bit, and I want to show you who's in that polygon in terms of the tornado warning. And there you go. Again, some of the communities in the path of this, you got Lake Purdy, Leeds, Moody, and Odenville, if this does hold together. Also Cook Springs, you're going to be in the path of this possible, or according to the National Weather Service, they see a correlation coefficient debris dropout. So again, we do have a debris signature right about there that has crossed Highway 280. And it's moving northeast just like that. So again, this is a confirmed tornado we got down. According to the Weather Service, it's hard for us to see this on our correlation coefficient because the mountainous terrain makes it almost impossible to see this thing, but it is there. And it's probably not going to stay down long. I think this thing's going to include off and not last very long. But again, that's what we got there. Tornado warning for northern Shelby County, northeast Shelby County. There's Interstate 65. This thing's passed east to Hoover now. There's no threat to Hoover and points west. This is all to your east now. But again, this is going to basically ride along the Jefferson-Shelby County line until it moves into St. Clair, and then it'll move into central St. Clair County. Again, Moody, Odenville, that's what we're talking about for the potential for a tornado with that thunderstorm. So again, we want you in a safe place now. If you are in those communities, that's your polygon for your potential tornado that could be down with this thunderstorm. So again, Emily Owen here in the Weather Center with us. Emily, you getting anything new coming from this?
So far, the only thing there the National Weather Service is continuing to talk about is how this tornado will be moving toward the Highland Lake area. So Leeds outlet maybe as well. Leeds is in the path in this polygon. Not getting any damage reports so far. But, you know, this continues to be a pretty impressive rotation here. Looking at our velocity, this couplet is pretty tight right now. So I'm expecting it to weaken a little bit, though. You know, we've seen throughout this early morning hour our storms that have produced some tornado warnings quickly die down as they ramp up. So won't last too long, but this warning will be in effect until 4:45 a.m. So close to the 5 a.m. hour on this early Sunday morning. So I'm just going to continue to have this velocity pulled up, but they are saying that a tornado is moving through the Highland Lake area right now.
Yeah, you know, the difference between this one and the others is the other tornado warnings were in very sparsely populated areas. This is a very highly populated area, so again, really concerned about this tornado that is clearly down, that's impacting a large populated area. We got this thing that's moving northeast, a pretty good clip, about 45 to 50 miles per hour. And again, this is a dangerous situation for a tornado that has touched down in northeast Shelby County, and it's basically going to ride the county line of Jefferson and Shelby County, and then move into St. Clair County, southwest St. Clair County. You're going to be under the gun for this potential tornado as this does move off towards the northeast like that. Again, so let me put back on reflectivity and show you what this storm structure looks like. Again, there you are. There's Lake Purdy there. There's your possible, or I say possible, it has been a confirmed tornado down near Highland Lakes now. Again, this is an urgent situation, so if you're in the path of this thing, we want you to get in that safe place. Again, that includes the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside as possible. And we'll continue to stay on air until this warning does expire. So again, if you're in a mobile home, got to get out of that. If you're in a site-built structure, the lowest floor. If you are in an apartment building, lowest floor, center part of the building. You don't want to be on a second or third or fourth floor of an apartment building. You want to be down on the bottom floor. If you're in a high-rise building, obviously you want to be down on the bottom floor if you can. So again, that's the latest on that. We got the potential for a tornado that is clearly down with this thunderstorm that's again moving out of the Lake Purdy area. Again, it's moving through Highland Lakes as we speak, so that's a major populated area where a lot of people are right now. And again, if you are just now waking up, it's about 4:15 on this Sunday morning. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, I know a lot of people waking up and tuning in trying to figure out what's going on. We got a tornadic thunderstorm that's in northeast Shelby County that is moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So again, that is a pretty quick moving thunderstorm we are watching. So again, we got Emily here in the Weather Center, and Emily, looks like they're going to issue a new tornado warning for that, or is that the same?
Yeah, no, this one's actually extending the tornado warning, the time for it for Shelby County. This is going to last until 5 a.m. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and it's going to continue to move northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So once again, I'm not seeing any damage reports so far. So that is some good news coming out of this storm.
This is another tornado.
Okay.
This one's to the south.
Okay.
So we got another tornado down here to the south. So again, we got 2 tornadoes now. Just saw that second polygon pop up there down to the south. Again, this one's around Calera, right around the National Weather Service office in Calera. There's the radar site. There's Interstate 65. So again, we got another tornadic thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado literally right on top of the radar dome. There's Calera, there's Interstate 65. This is heading towards Columbiana. Highway 25 runs up to Wilsonsville there. And again, there's Highway 231. You see at the top of your screen. So again, we have another tornado that could be down in Shelby County. This one is below Alabaster. It is passed to the east of Montevallo. So again, we have 2 different tornadic circulations over Shelby County. Let me take you out just a little bit so I can put on the warning polygon. I want to show you who is in this tornado warning.
Saying that this one, the one for Jefferson, Shelby, and St. Clair, the one that expires at 4:45, has changed to an observed tornado warning.
Okay, so there's 2 tornado warnings right here. There's your polygon. We've got, again, central and southern Shelby County under 1 tornado warning till 5 a.m. Then we got this tornado warning up here, which is a confirmed observed tornado that is moving through Highland Lakes as we speak, just is really riding the Jefferson-Shelby County line, about to move into St. Clair County where it crosses Interstate 20 just west of Pell City. This is not going to impact Pell City directly. This will be just west of Pell City on the Interstate 20 corridor. There in St. Clair County. So again, we got 2 tornado warning polygons here, one for central and southern Shelby County until 5 a.m. And then this other tornado warnings up here for northeast Shelby County, southeast Jefferson County, and west portions of St. Clair County. I know there's 2 tornado warnings almost side by side there, but again, these are 2 different tornadic thunderstorms. So I want to show you that. That is the latest on that. And so far, we haven't had any damage reports, Emily, out of this, which is good. But both of these are in big populated areas, so I would not be surprised to see some kind of confirmation of damage within a matter of minutes. It's going to happen fast whenever we start getting some damage reports because of where this is.
Yeah, so far we haven't had any damage reports. Just got a message from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. They're located at the Shelby County Airport. Yeah. They're saying that a very close call at the office there due to that tornado warning there. But so far, no damage reports. I'm going to continue to keep my eyes on this and monitor it, and I will keep you updated. Yeah,
Calera, the National Weather Service office is right here in Calera. There's your tornado right there tracking northeast, or your possible tornado tracking northeast. You got Shelby Springs here. There's that Highway 70 corridor that runs into the Interstate 65 there, and Highway 31. 31 goes north and south of there. This thing is crossing I-65 and Highway 31 as we speak. So again, your possible tornado could be there. I want to look at the correlation coefficient. I don't think we're going to be able to see anything because of the proximity to the radar. Yeah, it is extremely noisy, but again, your tornado would be somewhere right in here crossing the Interstate 65 as we speak. So I'll put back on the reflectivity. And again, there it is there, your possible tornado crossing. That's the radar dome, by the way. This thing is incredibly close to the actual radar site. We don't want to lose that because that is critical information coming from that dome right there. Again, near Calera, near the National Weather Service office. So we don't want to lose that information, the radar data. That would be bad all around for everybody if we didn't have radar. So again, we have a tornado warning, 2 tornado warnings in effect now. Let me zoom out just a little bit so you can see both of those tornadic thunderstorms. And again, there's one right here over Calera coming up on Columbiana. That's where that tornadic circulation is heading, towards Columbiana, across southern portions of Shelby County. We got another tornado warning that is up here to the north. That is still impressive. That's basically hugging the northern edge of Shelby County, about to move into St. Clair. It looks like this tornado is going to stay out of Jefferson County. So if you're in the Leeds community, it's going to be a close call for you, but we still want you in a safe place. But if you're in Leeds, it looks like this tornadic circulation is going to stay just to your south. So again, that's what we're looking at for 2 potential tornadoes with that. It looks like the circulation that's in northeast Shelby County may be in the process of weakening some. The National Weather Service may consider dropping that tornado warning. Again, that's coming upon Moody and Cook Springs and Windburn. That's what we're talking about. It's going to cross Highway 25 northwest of Vincent. So again, we've got 2 tornado warnings in effect for this part of the state. Let me zoom out quickly and show you wide perspective. A lot of questions about other parts of the state. And in fact, if we can, Jen, just for a minute, if we take our Tuscaloosa camera full, this is from Bryant-Denny Stadium. I just want to show you what it looks like. Conditions are terrible outside in Tuscaloosa, but this is not tornadic. This is just rain and thunder. There's no risk of a tornado here in the Tuscaloosa area. I know a lot of folks are waking up with us with lightning and thunder and just trying to figure out what's going on. But if you're in the Tuscaloosa area, there's no longer a tornado threat for you. All right, let's hop back over to radar and show you what we got. We got 2 tornadic thunderstorms in central Alabama. And the one that's near Calera is right on top of the radar site.
They're just issuing area forecast discussions.
Yeah, I forgot it's that time of the morning. They issue those at about 4:15 in the morning. Again, if you are just now joining us, it is 4:21 on this Sunday morning. We've had quite a few tornado warnings so far last night, this morning across Alabama. And I tell you what, I have not seen one damage report out of these 2 storms, which is remarkable.
Yeah, no damage reports so far. But, you know, keep in mind that trees could be coming down just due to that saturated soil here in Alabama. We've had lots of rain. So straight line winds, damaging winds are also out to play here as well, including the tornado warned storms. But continuing to watch and see if any storm reports roll in, but so far so good. So that's very surprising though, because both of these cells have looked pretty impressive so far.
Yeah, these kind of look like the cells that were back over Perry County earlier, and we had you know, debris signature pop up, but they were over such a sparsely populated area, we didn't really get a lot of reports out of that. But again, I know those were tornado touchdowns. So we got 2 tornadic storms, and I will say this one that's crossing Highway 25 does not look near as impressive as it did just a few minutes ago. I'll pull on the velocity. I just want to see what that looks like. And again, looks like we've totally lost our circulation with that storm. That's in northeast Shelby County. Coming up on Lawley, Wolf Creek, that's over in St. Clair County. Got Cook Springs and Moody and Prescott. Those were in the path of that potential tornado, but it looks like we lost that circulation. In fact, let me go back in time. There it was right there. Let me show you. It came across Lake Purdy area, and it's just gone. See that? It's coming up towards the Leeds, and then it just fizzled out really fast. So that's encouraging to see that circulation has fizzled. Down to the south, this one is on top of the radar dome. Wow, it is literally directly on top of the radar dome. That's where our potential tornado could be. And when this thing comes on the other side of the radar, we'll be able to see if it still has the circulation or not. But again, the National Weather Service may consider expiring the tornado warning a little early for the one to the northeast. So far reports, again, with this event, we've had some wind damage and a few tornado reports so far. We'll likely see that number go up as new information comes out. People wake up and they see damage and you know, get out on the roads this morning. They see where damage is. They'll report that, and we'll get that information out to the public. So again, we got 2 tornado warnings in our coverage area. Let me put on the warning and show you what we're talking about. We got Shelby County, southern Shelby County, from Calera up to Columbiana under that warning. That's right on top of the radar site. The other warning is for far northeast Shelby County, southeast Jefferson County, and also St. Clair County. where we have the possibility of a tornado there as well. At the top left of your screen, you are looking at the velocity of both of those storms, and really, you know, Emily, the couplets have just fizzled on both of these. Don't know, you know, the National Weather Service is expecting to continue the tornado warning for the southern Shelby County until 5 o'clock. So I don't know if that will continue or not.
Yeah, we can't really see that rotation for that the most southern Shelby County tornado warning, just because it is directly right over the radar dome. So we'll have to wait until it completely crosses over to see. But the northern Shelby County tornado warning looks like it has died down just a little bit, but continuing to have that warning until 4:45 in the morning. So give or take about 20 minutes or so. And that warning will be allowed to expire maybe a little bit before. Maybe we could have a tornado warning expire before 4:45 a.m. But we're continuing to watch that southernmost Shelby County tornado warning just to see what that rotation looks like after it's passed over the radar dome.
Yeah, it looks like we're just about to get that, and I don't see much coming out on the other side of the radar site, which is good. Down to the south, we got several strong thunderstorms down over Dallas County, Wilcox, but again, those are staying well south of our coverage area. We got some rain and some lightning and thunder back here in Tuscaloosa, but again, this is not considered severe at the moment, nor is it expected to be, so that's one good thing. So again, if you are just now tuning into us this morning, we got 2 tornado warnings that's over central Alabama. These are both for Shelby County, one for southern Shelby County, one for far northeast Shelby County. Both of these tornado warnings are set to expire within the next 30 to 45 minutes, but looks like the rotational signature on both of these may have weakened quite a bit. If that trend does continue, the National Weather Service may allow the warning to expire early. So we'll see if that does indeed happen. But again, right now we have 2 tornado warnings in effect for some of our counties. So let me take you into the northernmost storm. And this is the one that's coming up on Leeds right now. And at the top left of your screen, you look at the velocity signature. The screen with me, you're looking at reflectivity. That's radar. We're looking at the raindrops inside this thunderstorm. And again, we just don't see any evidence of rotation anymore. We'll have to watch this to see if this thing does cycle, because these things have been cyclical in nature. They pulse up, they pulse down. It's happened a few times so far. But again, this is the strongest part of the storm's coming up on Moody. And Cook Springs is right there on 78. If this thing holds together, we may see the rotation move in that direction towards Cook Springs. So I'd go ahead and be in that safe place. I know the tornado warning does continue until 4:45 for that storm. If the rotation weakens enough, the National Weather Service may consider dropping that. But again, if you look at the top left of your screen, there's just nothing there in terms of a couplet like it was about 10 to 15 minutes ago. So we'll watch the storm carefully and see if this thing will cycle. But at this point, it is not showing any sign of doing that. So again, let's go down to the south. And again, at the top left, you're looking at the velocity signature, and it's coming out of the radar site now. I don't see any rotation with that. Still got a suspicious shape to this storm, but again, I don't see any sign of distinct rotation with that. So that's good. Again, the National Weather Service watching both of these storms very carefully. Understand both of these storms are in a highly populated part of Alabama, so it's important to make sure we get the best warning to you as possible. So again, if you're ahead of both of these storms in Shelby County or northeast Shelby County into St. Clair County, we want you to go ahead and go to that safe place. Again, that includes the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside as possible, and we'll get you through this with the best information possible.
Yeah, they went ahead and canceled the tornado warning, the most northern tornado warning, the one that was for Jefferson, Shelby, and St. Clair counties. So that one has been allowed to expire. So the only warning we have currently right now is just for Shelby County, and that's that southernmost storm. Okay.
Yeah, that figure, that's what we were just talking about. The rotations fizzled out. And the rotation with this one doesn't seem to be impressive at the moment. But again, we'll stay on until this warning does expire. But if you are in central Shelby County, we're talking about areas south of, let's say, south of Maline or Alabaster, east of Maline, you still need to be in that safe place. Now, your possible tornado would be right here on top of that Highway 25 corridor. There's Highway 70 there. Again, your possible tornadoes right there. There's a Columbiana, so it's coming up on Columbiana. All right, we've got Wilsonville there, okay? So if you're in Columbiana or Wilsonville, that's where we're looking at for the potential for the tornado that could still be there. But again, looking at the velocity signature of this, Emily, it doesn't look impressive at the moment. Looks like the rotation may have weakened on that storm as well.
Well, the National Weather Service is going to continue this tornado warning until 5 a.m. This is just another update, but you know, like you just mentioned, we're not really seeing that rotation here right now, looking at the velocity data. So hopefully this warning will be allowed to expire sometime soon. Yeah,
and here's the tornado warning polygon for Shelby County. Let me zoom you out just a little bit so you can see who we are talking about in relation to our state or central Alabama. So again, we got central Shelby County. This does not include areas like Hoover or Alabaster. Even Chelsea, you're just outside the polygon there. But again, from 280 down to Columbiana, just east of Chelsea down to Columbiana, that's where we're under that polygon. The tornadic circulation is now past east of Calera. So again, there's the new update. So again, it's now east of Calera, east of I-65. At the top left of your screen, what you're looking at is the wind part of the storm. This is the velocity mode we talk about. And quite frankly, I don't see any sign of rotation at the moment. However, this thing could change an organization. This thing could decide to drop a tornado at any time. So I think the National Weather Service is being a little cautious with this because this thing is in such a populated area. We don't want to, let your guard down and all of a sudden a tornado touchdown if this thing were to cycle. But again, that's the latest tornado warning for Shelby County, and that is the only tornado warning at the moment. Let me take you out to wide view and show everybody else out there. Again, we've got a tornado warning that continues for central and southern Shelby County. The tornado watch has expired for West Alabama, as the risk of anything tornadic has come to an end over the western side of the state. So again, it's a few minutes after 4:30. If you're just now joining us, we got one tornado warning left, and that's for central and southern Shelby County for the potential for a tornado that could be there that just crossed past Calera, literally crossed over the National Weather Service office that are issuing the warnings. These guys are trying to issue a warning for themselves and literally put themselves in the polygon. So, kind of interesting that their office is right there in the path of that. But fortunately, they didn't have any damage, right, Emily, that I've heard of?
Yeah, so far our damage reports are remaining clear. Just continuing to see that this tornado warning is in effect until 5 a.m., but no reports so far, and that's very surprising because this couplet was pretty tight earlier. And the one that passed over Jefferson, Shelby, St. Clair County was actually an observed tornado warning. So, but continuing to watch these. Actually, I'm continuing to watch the National Weather Service chat, and that's where most of our damage reports will be coming in. But I'm keeping my eyes on it, and I will update you if anything changes, Richard.
Yeah, so again, we got the tornado warning for Shelby County, and as Emily's talking about, we are so fortunate that we haven't had a bunch of damage reports stream in all of a sudden. We had that observed tornado report, and when you're in a major populated area, that is a big fear. But so far, we have not had any damage reports. And I'll tell you this, if anything touched down, we would have known about it immediately, almost immediately. So again, no reports of damage so far, which is wonderful. And we'll continue to watch that carefully. So again, it is a few minutes after 4:30, and we're just watching this possible tornado very carefully. That's coming across Shelby County. And the threat after this should be winding down pretty quick. I want to take you into a radar and show you what we got because it really looks like after this things should be quietening down for most of central Alabama. We got showers and thunderstorms to the west that are impacting West Alabama. These are not severe. There's a lot of lightning and thunder with this, but again, nothing severe at the moment.
They're just saying that Shelby County, Bibb County, Jefferson, Perry, and Blount are going to fall off of the tornado watch around 5 a.m., so in the next 30 minutes or so.
Oh, wow. So they're going to discontinue the tornado watch. Technically, the tornado warning expires at 5 o'clock. So that'll be interesting. The watch and the warning would expire simultaneously if they don't. Oh, they canceled it.
Yep, they just canceled that tornado warning.
Yeah, so that was a good move. I mean, we saw the velocity couplet just die, and there's no reports coming from there. So, again, the National Weather Service going ahead and canceling that tornado warning. So, for the second time, we don't have any tornado warnings. We've been on air for a while. We took a quick break there, at about 3-something or 4?
Yeah.
I can't even remember what time, but yeah, we took a 10-minute break and then we're back on at 4. So, again, all the tornado warnings have expired for now. Let's look at a watch warning map. Again, everything has expired. We still got a tornado watch. It technically goes until 5 o'clock, and after 5 o'clock, the tornado watch is set to expire for all of our counties across west and central Alabama. Just look at the radar kind of behind the scenes here, making sure we are okay before we go back over the program. Don't see anything at all. So, again, let me do a quick radar tour because this is going to be our last cut-in. Unless we have a tornado warning. And let me just show you everybody out there. And tell you what, Jen, if you could just take me full screen on here. And again, this is what we're dealing with across Alabama. There's a lot of rain, there's a lot of thunder, but the severe weather risk is coming to an end as we approach the 5 o'clock hour. There are no tornado warnings across central Alabama. This batch of rain and thunder is becoming much less organized. I can't say it's not possible to get another tornado warning, but it's not very likely we'll get another tornado warning or two out of this. Now, again, we're going to watch radar trends carefully for the next couple of hours, but this is just turning to a big batch of rain and some thunder. We got rain that stretches back into West Alabama. This is the back edge of the rain, and it's going to slide off towards the east this morning. In fact, I know we talked about this. A lot of churches are trying to make a decision whether to have their Palm Sunday services early this morning as normal or as planned. And I can tell you now, there's not going to be any problems by 8 or 9 o'clock this morning across Alabama. We'll still have some rain and some thunder for East Alabama until about maybe 8 or 9 o'clock this morning, and then that should come to an end as well. So again, things are much more quiet across Alabama. So what we'll do, we're going to go back to program. Again, it's now 4:38. If you're just now joining us, Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott, Emily Owen here as well, and we are just continuing to watch the situation. So we're going to send it back over to program. We'll take a break. If we get a tornado warning, we'll be back on TV. If we don't get a tornado warning, it'll be 10 o'clock tonight before we're back on TV. We'll have obviously plenty of updates on social media, on Facebook, Twitter, and our weather blog. If you go over to WVUA23.com and hit the weather tab, we've got updates on there as well. So hopefully no more tornado warnings. We'll watch it carefully. Remember, the tornado watch expires at 5 o'clock. So everybody have a good day out there and happy Palm Sunday. If anything happens, get a warning. We'll be right here on TV.